Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Deku lost a limb and gained unimaginable power. Here is short summary. We all know the story of when Izuku gets bullied for having now quirk. But in this story I am just making sure that he has a sacred gear, in the boosted gear itself, but he's more serious about his training than Issei is for canon events of Highschool DxD. Issei will not be in the story. But while Izuku suffers from the effects of losing a limb, because of a bullying incident that his mother finds out about, what will he do when he's in a new town? One that is filled to the brim with very beautiful women, that his mother specifically places him in a school chock full of. How will he handle all the attention that he will garner? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. After returning home from that failure of a familiar search for the trio, Izuku thought that everything that happened was too much for a patrol that night. It was so much for him to handle that he immediately went to bed early that night, foregoing the whole patrol that he wanted to do. The simple fact that he'd come across someone who could pose such a threat to him that it literally had Dedrag literally trembling from within the sacred gear he was the soul for was scary. Not to mention that it caused Izuku to immediately, come the next morning, enter the training room of his mansion that was made specifically for him. He was currently lifting weights as whilst running on a treadmill, as he made sure that his training regimen was as harsh as it was lucrative. He was in the middle of doing some bicep curls when Melissa had entered the room and taking note of how he was working out far more than he was before the fall of All for One. Worried for his mental state, she walked over and sat on a chair next to the treadmill as she took in his shirtless state, looking over each and every scar on his body from either training or his past. The missing arm on his left side being the most prominent scar that she could see on him, as she felt a wave of sadness come over her when she remembered their first meeting with one another. Whilst she was going down memory lane, Izuku glanced over at her through the corner of his eyes as he took note of her saddened expression and knew what she was thinking about. Their first meeting in his life was something that he would rather forget, since it had also coincided with their first time together that evening when they'd met one another. It was a night of passion, as she had done everything in her power to make sure that he knew that he was loved, not to mention how he was still grieving the loss of his missing limb. The two were so into their memories that they never noticed the time pass away before they decided to ultimately remain in the house for a good portion of the day. If they were reminiscing on their first meeting, they should really be thinking about what they should do for Rias, as the young woman would definitely be worried about why Izuku didn't come into school for the day. Once Izuku finished his run, which was around 25 kilometers, he sat down next to Melissa as he placed an arm around her as she giggled at how he had dried his right arm in order to make the gesture. "If you wanted to give me a hug, you'd have pulled me into the shower with you." Melissa giggled. "I wanted to let you know that you don't need to keep looking at my arm. I know that you wanted to replace it with a bionic arm when we first met, but it's something that I want to constantly remind me about the friend I used to have, because before that moment, I had truly lost my friend that day, the moment he suicide baited me," Izuku said, growling softly. "You know, I have never been so angry for you before that day we first met. Especially with how you were still grieving your lost limb to someone who you looked at as a friend," Melissa said, as she looked into his eyes. "I know, Mel, just know that even if I don't want a bionic arm right now, doesn't mean that I don't wish to have one in the future," Izuku said, as he cracked his neck. "You're going to be late for school, you know that, right?" Melissa questioned. "I know, but right now, the fact that we're remembering everything that happened between me and Bakugo, I need to have All Might send him here into Kuo Town," Izuku said, a determined expression taking over his visage. "You're not planning on what I think you are you?" she asked, worried. "It would be cathartic and ironic, but no. I just wish to have one last talk with him, see if his time at UA has changed him at all. If it has, then I will ask for him to just forget everything that happened between me and him and just move on with our lives. I don't need him entering my life again just so that he can gloat over me about how much of a hero he's become. If he does do that though, Melissa, I'm not sure if I can hold myself back from taking something from him," Izuku said, looking into her eyes with a somewhat fearful expression. If anything, he deserves to be dealt a blow that was similar to what he'd done to you. But in the event, he gloats about being a better hero than you could ever be, then you can do some ironic justice. Melissa said, rubbing his back. Is it bad that I hope he says something very discriminatory? Izuku asked, looking at Melissa with a glance. I won't know unless it happens, but not really. You should be hoping that he shows some kind of change due to this whole war. Melissa said, as Izuku sighed. Time to see what was getting Rias Bucho all scared last night. Izuku muttered as Melissa nodded. Author note. Izuku and Melissa, before they left for home, saw the sad expression on Rias' face when she looked out the window. The two arrived inside of Rias' clubroom as she began to inform them all about their plans for the evening. Rias, though, she was having issues paying attention to the whole peerage as she constantly zoned out of whatever was the topic of discussion. What she wasn't aware of, though, was how it was making her peerage worry about her mental state, since she wasn't showing a normal smile like she normally did, and it certainly didn't help that Izuku was giving her that look of compassionate worry on his face. But once she began to talk to them all, everything went back into normalcy, well, as much normalcy as possible for a devil peerage in the human world. Their group had been called out for a stray devil purging, and they were finished clearing it up. Izuku had managed to kill the monstrosity all by himself as he'd launched it into the sky before slamming it into the ground with his sheer strength that he'd mixed with his quirk of One for All. But everyone was even more worried as Rias' mental state had begun to decline with the passing hours, as though she was trying to run through her options about what to do about some big threat that was coming up on her faster than she could even predict. This would continue on for a week, Izuku sparring with the kendo club as he managed to keep his sword-fighting skills up. He even had Kiba join him a few times in an attempt to help him learn how to fight one-handedly whilst he dual-wielded blades from his sacred gear. The speed the two fought at in the clubroom of the kendo club girls was amazing the women as they watched on and impressed as they knew for sure that Kiba was a part of the supernatural. Plus Kiba's natural quirk being that of equilibrium on any surface allowed the young man to fight on any kind of surface, no matter the situation, and the fact that Izuku's wings allowed him to fly, it allowed Kiba to deal with a flying opponent whilst he needed to stay grounded. But by the time Izuku and Melissa had returned home, they found Asia sitting in the mansion as she looked at the two entering the place with a smile on her face before walking over to the two of them. Welcome home. I hope that I wasn't too much of a distraction for you both. I've made sure to at least try and keep this place cleaned whilst you two did most of the other chores. Asia said, as she happily bounced on her feet. You did well, Asia-chan. Anyway, I need to get prepared for my patrol tonight. Izuku said, leaving the girl whilst patting her head softly. Okay, we'll make you something to eat tonight, Asia said, as she waved at Izuku with a smile. Be safe, Melissa said, as she patted his head. I will try to stay safe, but I can't really promise anything, Melissa. Izuku said, as he left the house. Izuku was running across rooftops as he paid close attention to the streets below him. He had been running around Kuo town for about a couple of hours now, and he was not finding any villains who were thinking about attacking the town under his precise control. Shaking his head, the young vigilante pulled out his phone and called All Might in a bid to get the man to do something that Izuku personally believed was going to be a bad idea for himself. He waited a few moments as he heard the phone ringing on the other end of the line, and Izuku was blissfully unaware of the small magic circle appearing behind himself that was yellow in color. Eventually, though, All Might's voice rang through the phone line as Izuku spoke up to the man as he questioned Izuku for calling him in the middle of the night. Young Midoriya, you better have a reason for calling me at 3 in the morning. All Might questioned with a sigh. All Might, I just needed to ask you a question for a moment. Izuku mumbled, as All Might immediately knew what the young man was going to ask. Are you sure that you want this? Last time you tried to meet him, you became fearful for your life and wanted to leave instantly. All Might questioned softly. I wasn't ready at the time. But I am now. I'm far stronger than I used to be, and I am mentally ready to face him soon. Can you tell me the earliest time you can have Bakugo come to Kuo town to talk? Izuku asked, tone forced. Young Midoriya, I don't know if I will be capable of doing this. But I will make sure to get young Bakugo over there within the next month. Are you really sure that you want this? All Might asked, worriedly. All Might, the only reason I'm doing this is to both see if he's changed from back then, as well as end this stupid hatred between both of us. But if he shows that he hasn't changed, I can't expect you to stop what I plan on doing to him. I know it isn't heroic, but I personally feel an eye for an eye perfectly fits that description of what I plan on doing mentally. Izuku said, as All Might sighed. Just make sure that you don't kill him. All Might said, ending the call. Ninth, someone is coming up behind you. A voice called out in his mind as Izuku ended his side of the call as well. Turning around, Izuku found himself staring at a young girl who was seemingly around his age. Although based on her height alone, she appeared to be the same age as Kaneko-chan. She had long hair that was in drills on the sides of her head as her blue eyes shined in the darkness of the night before she took note of Izuku standing across from her on the rooftop. Taking note of his vigilante suit, she immediately had stars in her eyes as she rushed up to him with speed. He wasn't aware that a devil should have, and how he knew she was a devil was unknown to him, but he stored that information for later. Oh my gosh, are you really a hero? The girl asked, stars still in her eyes. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Izuku retorted, thanking the heavens above for Melissa making sure his mask resembling a face had a voice modulator. Are you not a hero? The girl asked, curiously. Not in the terms of having a license, but in terms of saving others. I don't want a hero license if most heroes in Japan only care for themselves. Izuku replied as he looked down at the street below, not deeming the girl as a threat. So, that means you're a vigilante then? She asked, as Izuku gave her a nod. What's your name then? Surely, you'd be able to give me that, right? The girl asked, as Izuku just looked at her. Aren't you supposed to be going home? I'm sure that someone of your blood shouldn't be on the surface. Izuku said, trying to hide the fact that he was a part of the supernatural. You know that I'm a devil. How do you know? The girl asked, concern written on her facial features. I have a draconian quirk. It allows me to smell almost anything. And that also means what kind of being you are, by the way, so could you please head back home? I don't want to misinterpret you as some dinner or anything. Izuku said, trying to intimidate the girl into leaving. If you're wanting to have some meat, I am sure that I can get you something to eat. The girl said, as Izuku shook his head, allowing his eyes to become slits whilst looking in her direction. I wasn't referring to needing to have some takeout. I was referring to your own smell. Izuku said, as he removed his face mask that covered the lower part of his face, revealing an open mouth filled to the brim with sharp teeth inside a growing snout. What are you talking about? Are you saying that I smell good to you, in a food kind of way? What do I smell like to you? The girl asked, as Izuku let out a sigh of exasperation. You don't really have much of a self-preservation instinct, do you? Izuku asked, as he took his cowl off. Well, I come from the House of Phoenix. I can't die from merely being torn to shreds. I have an infinite amount of mana that will always be able to regenerate my body to whatever form it was before. The girl said, confirming a theory he was holding in his mind. Well, Ms. Phoenix, I'm wanting you to leave, because it's not my safety you need to be worried for. It's yours, Izuku said, growling at her. Finally, this showed some kind of fear in her eyes as she stared at him with something akin to fear. Following through with his warning, Izuku increased his size, allowing his vigilante suit to mold with his body as it became a 10-meter-tall dragon as it glared down at the Phoenix child as she stared at him with awe and growing fear. Now, if you are done wasting my time, I need you to leave, before I have half a mind to just eat you entirely for a snack. Yakitori, Izuku growled as the girl became a blushing mess as she disappeared in a circle of yellow gold flames, allowing Izuku to go back to normal. Jesus, I swear kids these days. They just never understand the level of threat they are under until it's too late. I almost feel bad for her though, Izuku muttered to himself as he decided to call it a night. Entering through the front door, Izuku took his vigilante gear off as he stretched his body enough to hear some pops. Entering the shower, he cleaned himself off as he needed to get that interaction between himself and that other blonde girl out of his mind. He didn't know why, but he kept meeting a bunch of blondes in compromising ways and he was beginning to think he was cursed with that kind of thought processing. Leaving the shower, he left the bathroom and entered his bedroom to find Melissa sleeping on the bed as he smiled down at her before putting on a pair of boxers over his lower body and climbing into the bed as well. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a magic circle that was the Grimoire symbol that he'd grown to adore had appeared in his bedroom as he glared at it. Useless ass danger sense, Izuku growled, as Rias appeared in the room. Izuku, I need you to take my BPT, Rias said, as she leapt onto the bed with him, waking Melissa up in the process. Okay, I need you to focus on everything else but me right now, Rias, but what's wrong? Izuku growled, as Melissa rubbed her eyes before yawning. I need you to do this for me. I've thought about it for over a week and I've deemed you as the one to be able to do this for me, Rias said, as she began to strip naked. Rias, as much as I would love to continue this right now, I need a better explanation than this, Izuku said, as Rias started to grind herself on his groin. Am I not enough? I'm sure that I can do whatever Melissa can do, and even better, Rias said, her face erupting in a massive blush. Rias, I need you to actually think about what you're doing. Shouldn't you be kinda, I don't know, trying to keep your BPT for the person you love? Izuku asked, grabbing her arms. I know, but you are the only one that I can think of who can save me from this whole thing, Rias said, as Izuku growled under his breath. Rias Bucho, I need you to stop beating around the bush. What is the problem? Izuku said, growling very loudly at the end. I have an arranged marriage to someone I really hate, and I need you to have beef with me in order to break that vow, Rias said, as Izuku stared at her. The two remained silent before hearing a picture being taken from their left as they saw Melissa standing there. Sorry, but I'm going to be keeping this saved in my phone for the rest of time. This is just so good, Melissa said, a blush forming on her face. You like a sadist? Rias questioned, as Izuku blushed slightly. It kind of happened, but stop dodging the questions, Izuku growled, before a new magic circle appeared as Rias muttered something to herself that Izuku couldn't catch. Madam Rias, I'm sure that this is not what you need. And you should most definitely not be giving your chastity away to such a primal young man, the woman said, as Izuku looked at the newcomer. She was much taller than him and Rias, long graying hair that bordered on silver in color. Her dark gray eyes were a contrast to her lighter colored hair. And she was wearing a maid's uniform that accentuated her curves a little too well, to the point that Izuku thought that he should have Melissa wear something similar whenever they do their kinky stuff sometime. But as he shook his head, Rias left his bed as she was assisted in gathering her clothing before having them put back on. But not before berating her maid. Graphia, I should hope you know that you shouldn't diss my servant. Even if he is down an arm, no offense Izuku, but he is known as the Red Dragon Emperor holding D-Drake, Rias said, as the woman looked at Izuku as he summoned the sacred gear itself. Nice to meet you, Graphia Lucifuge, D-Drake muttered as he yawned from within the sacred gear. I didn't think that D-Drake would be this offhanded with his greetings, Graphia said, before bowing to Izuku. I do apologize for the crude wording of you, young man, the maid said, as Izuku wrote it off. Don't worry, ma'am, it's not like nobody's ever made a similar comparison to me before, Izuku said, as the woman nodded. Come on, Rias, we need to get you back home. You can inform your peerage in the morning about what is happening, Graphia said, as Rias nodded before asking. Is it all right if I bring Akino with me? She's been with me the longest and I would rather be able to let her be in on everything that's happening, Rias said, as Graphia nodded. Your queen is allowed to be in on this conversation. I apologize once more for interrupting your evening, Red Dragon Emperor, Han of Rias Grimoire, Graphia said, before taking Rias into the magic circle. Melissa, what the happened? Izuku asked, looking to his girlfriend. I have no idea, and now feel as though we should help her get out of this arranged marriage. What about you? She asked, as Izuku nodded. As much as it pains me to do this, whatever this marriage is, it's not built on love and compassion. It's built on a lie, Izuku growled as Melissa nodded. We'll find out tomorrow, she said, as the two went to bed for the night. The next day, Izuku and Melissa arrived inside the orc early in the morning as they found the rest of the peerage sitting in the room. Hiba was in a corner of the room sharpening a blade with a very angered expression on his face. The same was with Kaneko as the small girl was glancing around the room as she ate some candy. Asia was sitting next to Kaneko as she was wondering what in the world was happening that required her to be present in the room next to everyone. Rias and Akano were at the front desk where Rias worked on most of their assignments as they both held very grumpy expressions on their faces. Rias and Akano's, however, were far more sinister. Okay, can someone please inform me and Melissa, and probably Asia about what the hell is going on? Izuku asked, as Rias nodded. Someone is coming today and… Izuku, I need you to be on your best behavior, especially when it comes to this man. Rias said, as Izuku looked at her. I'm always on my best behavior around here, Rias Bucho. What's wrong with me being the one you're singling out? Izuku questioned rhetorically. Izuku, I'm being serious right now. If you even piss him off, you might be killed for it. Rias said, looking at him with an expression that bordered on worry. He'll just underestimate me the entire time, Rias Bucho. I'll be fine, unless he says some derogatory things towards Melissa. I won't do anything untoward. Izuku said, as Rias sighed in relief but remembered who the man was who was coming and then placed her hands over her head. We're dead, she muttered. Soon enough, however, a magic circle appeared on the ground that was of the Grimoire family. And Graphia had soon appeared in the middle of the room, taking in everyone present who was a part of Rias' peerage. Smiling to herself, she walked over to Rias to inform her about the arrival of the man that Rias had dreaded the entire morning before moving back to an area where she could mediate anything if something went wrong. And literally a moment after moving to a corner of the room, a new magic circle appeared on the ground as Izuku took note of how similar it was, except with more golden flames on the ground. As soon as the room was covered in a bright white light, it soon died down, revealing a man in a burgundy red suit without a tie and missing a few buttons on the top. He stood far higher than Izuku did as he smirked down at those who surrounded him as well as Graphia as he spoke out towards the others. Ah, it's been years since Riser has returned to the human world. I'm sure that they've surely worked on their breathable air in that time frame, correct? The man, assumingly named Riser, questioned. Sorry to burst your bubble, bub, but you're wrong. Izuku quipped as the man groaned. I swear these humans just always destroy whatever they get their grubby hands on. Riser growled under his breath before fixing his attitude. He walked over to Rias as he placed a hand through her crimson red colored hair and pulled it up to sniff it. Izuku then realized what kind of man he'd be dealing with and why Rias was telling him to be on his best behavior as Izuku exasperatedly sighed before sitting down next to Asia and Melissa. He wrapped his arm around Melissa as he watched as Riser continued his perverted streak against the master of the peerage before she swatted his hand away. Izuku, by the way, was trying to mentally place how many charges against the man based on his actions towards Rias at the moment, unaware that he was somewhat audibly voicing his thoughts. So that's beepool harassment, Izuku mumbled, causing Melissa to giggle silently. Now Rias, I'm sure that you know about how we need to check up on the ball area today. I'm hoping that you could try on some dresses that I've picked out for you specifically and choose which one would look great on you. Riser said, as Rias shook her head. Riser, for the last time. I will not be marrying you, Rias said, as she moved to sit on the couch adjacent to Izuku and Melissa. Come now Rias, surely you know that there is no choice in this matter. The elders demand that we make sure our marriage is known to everyone. Riser said, sitting next to her and groping her thigh. Another case of beepool harassment, Izuku muttered under his breath, this time causing Asia to look at him confused. You of all people know that it's inevitable that you will be married off to me, Rias. So it's about now that we should be getting the whole wedding prepared. Riser said, finally moving his hand up her body and nearly squishing her beep. And that's just. Izuku muttered again, literally writing this down in a notebook. Riser finally heard that last one and he glanced over at Izuku to see another blonde beauty right next to him as he smirked. So you think that what I did was? What about the woman next to you? Is she available? Riser questioned as Izuku's pen snapped in his hand. You lay a finger on her, Phoenix-san, you will regret that. Izuku said, his eyes becoming slits as an aura left his body. Ooh, so scary, the big bad dragon is mad that I gave a compliment to his girlfriend. Don't worry, when this whole thing is over I will be taking her off your hands. I'm pretty sure that you're not big enough for her to be given the time of her life. Riser said, as Izuku glared at him harder, his aura flowing off him even more. Threat of Beepul assault and kidnapping. Izuku continued to mutter. Alright, I'm putting an end to this, what in the hell are you talking about, boy? Riser questioned, as he glared at Izuku. Oh, I'm sorry, is the big bad Phoenix scared of the many laws in the human world that he's coincidentally breaking? I can list them all down for you if you wish, Izuku said, mocking the man. Well, at least I can keep a missing limb on my person. I don't have to walk around being a cripple, Riser said, as Graphia immediately saw fit to interject the conversation as she knew it wasn't going to end well with how Izuku was glaring at Riser with murder on his mind. Lord Riser, we've come here to make a decision on what to do about the arranged marriage, Graphia said, before continuing. Not argue with the dragon about his mate you plan to kidnap, Graphia said, before Melissa interrupted. Oh no, he's going down. Whatever we can do to fight him, I want in on that action, Melissa said, as Riser took in everyone in the room. Is this it, Rias? Just about 7 people in your peerage. What can these people do compared to a full set? Riser questioned as he snapped his fingers. As soon as his fingers were snapped, a magic circle appeared showing his entire peerage. Multiple beauties, as well as the girl Izuku had met the night prior, had appeared in the room with their eyes closed as Riser walked over to the woman who he clearly gave his queen piece. He pulled her in for a beep, as Izuku then immediately wrote something down before muttering another law in the human world broken once again, causing Riser to glare at him. I'm sure that you've never lost your beepati, young man. Look at what you will never be able to see and use to your heart's delight after I'm done with this peerage, Riser said, pulling the purple-haired woman in for a beep before groping the woman's admittedly very large beeps in front of him. As everyone was looking at the foul play in the room, even Graphia was sighing in complete astonishment for Riser's actions being childish. Rias and the others stared at Izuku's completely blank expression before that blank expression slowly but surely transformed into a knowing smirk before he revealed his draconic wings and tail. Something of which caused the girl with a drill-like hairstyle to shriek in fear and hide behind her peerage mates. As soon as this was shown, Riser took a closer look at the wings themselves before looking into Izuku's own eyes and watched as a mirage of a red dragon appeared behind Izuku's form, a very familiar-looking dragon. You know, Riser, as much as I shouldn't say this, but I'm pretty sure that I lost my beepati far before you did in your life, Izuku said, as he smirked at the man. What are you talking about? Riser questioned, slightly angered. Well, how old were you when you lost yours? Izuku asked, as Riser spoke up again. I was around 259 years old, he said, as Izuku chuckled before laughing manically. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. That old, seriously? Izuku asked, as he put a hand over his gut as he tried to hold in his laughter. What's wrong with that? I was in middle school during that time, Riser growled. Dude, I lost mine when I was in the final year of high school. Granted, the age for me was only 16, but that's far better than yours, Izuku said, laughing his ass off. I'm so glad that there's no rules against killing in a non-informed rating game, Riser growled as Izuku heard that. Now adding on threat of murder under that, Izuku said, pulling out his notebook and writing that down as well. You all get 10 days before the rating game begins. By that point you all will be sorry for pissing me off, Riser said, as he left the place in a flaming heap. Nobody said a thing as Izuku just began to giggle slightly as he then looked at Rias, who stared at him with a bewildered and slightly smirking face. Izuku then smirked at her as he then spoke up. So, who's ready to dine on yakitori soup? Izuku asked, as the entire room was filled with laughter. After the whole meeting with Lord Phoenix, everyone was scrambling to get their belongings gathered. Rias had informed them moments after Riser left the orc that she was planning on taking them to a place where they could train as hard as they could in preparation for the raiding game between herself and Riser. Izuku in this moment was inside of the mansion that Yagi had bought for him, with Melissa gathering her clothing and other things as she was mentally preparing for the whole event to begin. Although that didn't mean that he wasn't hanging around her in an attempt to make sure that his scent was all over her form in the event that Riser would pull a fast one on him. In the time it took them to gather their supplies, Izuku had given All Might a call once again. He'd informed the man about how he was in the supernatural a few months prior, and the man was supportive of him working with the supernatural creatures of the night, stating that he'd done the same in the past. Although the man was someone that heaven used to get information about most places around the human world for them, since he was more aligned with heaven in general because of how aligned with good they were stated to be in the Bible. The phone rang a few times as Izuku sat on his bed, his leg bouncing up and down as he looked generally nervous. But eventually the phone stopped ringing as Yagi's voice came through the other side of the phone as he grunted out his greeting. "Good morning, young Midoriya. What can I do for you today?" Yagi asked, as he heard Izuku let out a sigh. "All Might, I have a slight problem at the moment," Izuku said, as he rubbed his temples. "That doesn't sound good. Does it have something to do with that meeting you had with your master today?" Yagi asked, curious. "You can say that," Izuku said, as he looked around his bedroom. "Tell me about it," Yagi said, as Izuku began to talk about the meeting. Izuku told Yagi about how the meeting began, normal and mostly around Riser appearing after Graphia did. Then Izuku went over the number of things that Riser had done that breaks many natural laws within the human world that he merely brushed off as something that devils could get away with on a daily basis. But once Izuku began to talk about how Riser threatened both murder as well as kidnapping Melissa into the equation, Yagi had let out a growl of anger on the other side of the phone. And Izuku told the man his reaction to Riser threatening him to take Melissa from him, not to mention the fact that he talked ill about Izuku being a crippled Red Dragon Emperor. "I can see why you got angry, young man. That anger can be used as a fuel for power, but you shouldn't ever allow yourself to be overcome with it to the point that it blocks your natural thinking process. That can easily get you injured or possibly killed," Yagi said, as Izuku gave a hum. "He also tried to make me jealous by beeping and groping his queen. I wasn't fazed by it, but he thought that I was for some reason, as though he believed that I was a bona fide pervert." Izuku grumbled as Yagi chuckled. "Well, with the number of times you've got it on with my niece, I'd be struggling to believe that you're not perverted in the slightest," Yagi said, as Izuku blushed from the accusation. "I haven't even done that for a month. And not that I'm saying that I've been doing it after we first met," Izuku said, before looking away from the phone. "So is there a reason as to why you wanted to call me, aside from telling me about what's going on with your end of things?" Yagi questioned as Izuku sighed. "See, could you come over here and help us train? I want to be completely sure that I can defeat Riser for his words towards Rias and Melissa." What he said to the girls, he was objectifying them. As though they were mere trophies he can collect. Izuku said, growling under his breath. "I can see what I can do. Although I'd be asking Principal Nezu for a favor in a leave of absence," Yagi said, as Izuku hummed. "Please be sure that you can come with us. I'd really appreciate having someone that I know better than most training us," Izuku said, as Yagi yawned on his end. "I'll see what I can do, young Midoriya. See you later," Yagi said, as he hung up. Standing in front of the orc, Izuku found himself staring at Rias as the girl was looking at him in worry. She had taken the time that Izuku was standing in front of the orc and tapped him on the shoulder as Izuku looked over his shoulder and found her looking at him in both concern and confusion. He opened his mouth to speak in an attempt to tell her that he had someone coming to help them out further with their training when a large black vehicle arrived outside of the orc building, causing Rias to look at it in awe. "I didn't know that you had a car, Izuku," Rias said, as she looked at the vehicle in question. "That's not his car, miss." Yagi's voice rang out from the other side of the vehicle. "This is yours?" Rias asked, looking at the tall bony man. "Yes, it's called the Hercules. It's made from those on an island specifically for keeping me safe whilst in this form," Yagi said, as Rias took a closer look at Yagi. "Izuku, do you know him?" I'm pretty sure that I should recognize him, but I don't. Rias questioned as Izuku chuckled. Rias Bucho, this is All Might, this is my master, Rias Grimori. Izuku said, introducing the two of them. It's been a while since I was involved in the problems of the supernatural. But I'm sure that I can assist you all with whatever problems you're facing at the moment. Yagi said, smirking at Rias. Why you're a All Might? Rias asked, confused and greatly becoming more and more energetic. Why yes I am. Because I am here, Yagi said, buffing up into his All Might form for barely a second before he deflated instantly and spat out blood. Oh, my Satan, are you all right? Rias asked, pulling a handkerchief out and rubbing some blood from his lips. Don't worry young Grimori, I've been like this for over 8 years. It's only going to get worse until I eventually die from blood loss. Yagi said, chuckling as Rias looked between Izuku and All Might. Wow, this wasn't how I thought that I'd be meeting the legend All Might in my lifetime. Rias said, as she sat on Hercule's hood. That's right, not many people know about this form. Well, everyone else does now that they'd seen what happened at Kamino Ward. Yagi said, as he rubbed the back of his head. Okay, well let's not waste any more time. We have a rating game to prepare for physically and mentally. Izuku said, as Rias began to create the magic circle. As soon as everyone was standing near the circle, Yagi had placed his hand on the hood of the Hercules as he suddenly managed to transform it into a power armor case on the ground which he lifted from the ground itself as though it were a mere suitcase. Stepping into the circle, everyone was suddenly whisked away into a different area of the world as they stood at the bottom of a mountain that was in another country within the world itself. Rias had explained that as a small form of training reaching the top of the mountain with the large bags of rocks and many other things being carried on their backs was an excellent way of training for them all. Izuku was holding a slightly larger bag of rocks, bricks, steel pipes, and many other heavy items used for construction whilst Kaneko was holding a bag of similar size but with rock boulders instead. Kiba wore a bag that held a lot of rocks as well although the bag itself was a lot less in terms of its overall size alone. Melissa was the same with at least half the size since she needed more power and speed. Asia held onto a very small bag on her back that was enough to get her sweating up the mountain to the family home. Meanwhile Rias and Akano were walking up the mountain with mere mountain climbing gear. Yagi walked with the two as he kept his suitcase on his hip as he took in the surroundings of the mountain itself. It was about an hour into the whole mountain climbing event that everyone eventually arrived at the top as Kaneko and Izuku placed their bags on the ground and dumped their contents back down the mountain itself. Asia did the same with Melissa as the two sat down resting. Kiba was standing off to the side regathering his stamina as he took small but quick breaths that slowed over time as Yagi looked at everyone with scrutiny. From what it looks like, you should be pushing yourselves a lot more than you currently are. Yagi explained as everyone looked at him. I do that all the time Yagi-sensei. Izuku said, with a tilt of his head. Young Midoriya, can you inform everyone what your training regimen was when we first met? Yagi questioned as Izuku sat down with everyone looking at him. Are you talking about after my physical therapy after getting out of the hospital? Izuku asked, as Yagi nodded. Well, at first you said that you wanted to make me clean up Dagoba Municipal Beach Park's trash heap beach. But you decided against it. But after that you had me doing the training regimen that I currently do today. Which is a lot of running, bicep curls whilst running, around 200 push-ups which I managed to bring up to 2,000 push-ups, 2,000 sit-ups, and for the running 1,000 bicep curls whilst doing a 300-kilometer run. Izuku said, as everyone stared at him in shock. Since when do you have time to do a 300-kilometer run? Kiba asked, concerned. I do it very early in the morning, but with my new abilities I can do that very fast now without much trouble. Izuku said, as Yagi nodded. I want some of you to do that kind of training regimen. I'm sure that young Midoriya has brought some weights that everyone can use in order to increase their own strength. Yagi said, as Izuku pulled out a weight that had a small scaler on it. Now that you all can see this, young Midoriya, what is the maximum that you can lift in this moment? Yagi asked, as Izuku turned the dial up until it reached around 5 tons. I can lift around 4 to 5 tons Yagi-sensei. Thanks to my devil anatomy as a rook piece, I was able to lift at least twice the amount with my only arm. When it comes to my legs lifting this kind of weight, I can lift around at least 10 tons. Izuku said, as Rias stared at him confused. You were that strong. I thought you were as strong as Kaneko-chan. Rias called out, as Izuku shook his head. No, in fact the only reason I was able to defeat Kaneko-chan in one hit, was because I was at least either twice as strong as her, or she was heavily holding back on me. Izuku said, with a shrug. Anyway, young Midoriya, you, Kaneko and Kiba will be working together through strength training as well as speed training. As for Melissa, Akeno, Rias and Asia, you all will be inside the building working on your devil magic. I will be in there to make sure that you don't take breaks when you shouldn't be, but at the same time I will be having someone else be helping you all increase your own imagination when it comes to the different ways you can utilize your magic as a whole. Yagi said, before reaching into his suitcase revealing someone who none of them saw coming. Hello everyone. Am I a mouse, a bear, a dog? That doesn't matter, because I am the principal. A squeaky voice called out, as it climbed onto Yagi's shoulder. The creature on Yagi's shoulder resembled an albino stoat as it stood around 4 feet 11 in height as they smiled at those present at the house. Rias was staring at the creature in both confusion as well as wariness since she had no idea what this principal was doing here. Although she wasn't sure who this person was, she had a feeling that Yagi would be informing them who this was in a moment. Principal, you wouldn't mind informing everyone aside from young Midoriya who you are, would you? Yagi questioned. Of course, Yagi-san. I am what you all prefer to call as the Chimera hero, Nezu. Or you can just call me Principal Nezu, or Nezu in general. I am here in an attempt to assist you all in learning how to wield your vast arrays of power in such a way that this Riser fellow wouldn't be able to recognize who you really are by the time this is done. Nezu said, introducing himself. Alright, so without any further ado, let's begin this training regimen. Yagi said, with a smirk on his face. I believe you are so right, Yagi-san. Nezu said, as everyone went to their respective areas on the family land. As the girls minus Kaneko were training the usage of their magic inside the building, Izuku, Kiba and Kaneko entered a no-holds-barred battle. Kiba utilizing his overall speed and precision to attempt to defeat his two opponents whilst Izuku and Kaneko used their pure power and vast arrays of different techniques to either catch the other unawares or trip Kiba up whenever they came across the young man. Izuku wasn't using his arm because he wanted to utilize a kicking fighting style much more than using his only remaining arm in this fight against Riser, as he was training it personally on the side. Kaneko jumped out of a nearby bush as Izuku activated One for All as he felt the girl's malicious intent to smack him upside the head with her fist, and as she leapt out of the bush, Kiba had leapt out of another with his sword brandished, causing Izuku to pull out the boosted gear in order to block his slice. The resulting attack from both individuals on both sides of himself caused a shockwave that blasted some trees around as Izuku blocked both of their attacks as he swung a kick towards Kaneko, who ducked under it as Izuku brought it around and slammed it into Kiba's sword, breaking it and forcing him back to form a new blade. Landing back on his foot, Izuku pirouetted as he used his stance in the middle of the two of them to create a massive wind attack from his foot, swinging around in a circle around his entire form. The resulting tornado of wind pressure had caused the two to be brought into it and sent flying through the forest. Although they weren't damaged too badly, they landed on their feet and split up to catch Izuku off guard once again. Turning off his quirk, Izuku felt out with his draconic senses in an attempt to see what the two would do now that they knew his quirk wasn't on. And as Izuku did this, he managed to create a new move with his draconic abilities. Spatial awareness was something that he dreadfully needed sometimes. So to feel the ground and smell the air being filled with the shampoo of a night and Snickers bars caused Izuku to pause slightly. This move allowed him to always know where Kaneko and Kiba were at, since he could smell them as well as feel their presence through the wind. Pulling his arm up in the air, the two reappeared in the battlefield as they landed their attacks on his form, with Izuku using his boosted geared claw hand to block Kiba's slicing attack that grinded on the boosted gear, before raising his leg to block a fist from smashing him in the gut. This new shockwave was more controlled as Izuku had then moved his hand out to grab Kiba's sword before pulling him in and kneeing him in the gut before swinging him around and smashing him into Kaneko, sending her sprawling across the ground. Izuku then kept a hold on Kiba's blade and pulled him even closer as he grabbed the young man's arm and tossed him into the air, switching his grip on the young man's arm and placing his hand around the boy's leg. He jumped into the air as he was nearing Kaneko, who thought he was going to slam his foot into her body as she rolled out of the way as Izuku swung Kiba again, smacking the girl in her exposed back. She was sent rag-dolling across the forest floor as Izuku focused back on Kiba, who had pulled a new sword out and prepared to slice Izuku's face as the boy then slammed Kiba into the ground. As the young man let out a gasp of air, Izuku then turned around and slammed the slightly taller boy into the ground behind himself and continued to do the same thing in the surrounding area. Once Kiba was slammed into the dirt one last time, the young man laid there twitching comically as Izuku felt Kaneko's presence too close for him to dodge as she landed a punch on his face, causing him to skid across the ground. Finally, landed. One hit. Kaneko growled out, as she panted. You landed a singular hit on me. Good job, Kaneko-chan, but you'll need more power than that in order to defeat me. Izuku said, cracking his neck. And that's enough from all three of you. A voice called out as the trio looked at the newcomer. Nezu stood across from the field with a cup of tea in his hand as he blew on its heated surface with a smile. He had been watching their fight for a while now and was very much loving how powerful Yagi's successor was, although it appeared as though the young man was going for the barbaric style of fighting. Considering his loss of an arm, it was guaranteed to happen since the young man couldn't really make much of a fighting style around a singular arm unless he wished to learn how to properly kickbox. Standing up from the stump that was left of a nearby tree, Nezu walked over to the trio as he poked Kiba in the head, helping the boy regain his bearings. Midoriya-kun, you are great with your power. But you need to learn how to utilize those legs of yours more. Nezu said, as Izuku nodded. Kaneko-chan, you have shown that you can be quite swift to match your power. There has to be a way for you to become stronger without having to use your species' natural abilities. I advise you trying to gain your Nekomata form sooner or later. Nezu said, as Kaneko bristled but didn't reply. Now as for you, young man. Your speed appears to be the same thing for your strength, although I have to say that your technique is quite flawless. Whoever taught you was a master swordsman. But you need to have some more power so that when you attack, you can pack as much of a punch as you coming by with just your speed alone would. But you should rest for the evening. Midoriya, I would like a word with you when these two leave. Nezu said, as the two walked into the forestry nearby. Izuku sat next to Nezu as they looked at the sky. Izuku's body releasing steam from the cool air of the mountain as Nezu brought over a small cup of tea for the boy, as he graciously took it and managed to grab a sip of it. The two remained in silence as they listened to the forest animals speaking to one another in their own form of language as well as the birds chirping in the distance. That was until Nezu spoke up to Izuku. You are aware of what happens when Bakugo enters the devil territory, correct? Nezu questioned. I know. I am only wanting to talk to him, just to see if he's changed at all since we last saw one another. Izuku said, as Principal Nezu sighed. I still don't understand why you didn't have the boy arrested. He should have been placed in prison for maiming you, young man. Nezu said, as Izuku nodded. I know, but if there was anything I knew about Kacchan, it was the fact that he would do anything to try and become a hero. And nothing would have stopped him from achieving his goal. I guess allowing him to become a hero was just my way of telling him that it was his final chance that I was giving him. I was so close to just telling everyone and the police about everything he'd done to me, but I chose to keep it to myself on the belief that he could change. When he enters Kuo Town, only then will I see if he's changed by how he interacts with me. If he hasn't shown any kind of change, I will make a magic circle to Uasur. Izuku said, as Nezu looked at him. Vengeance is not the hero way. Nezu said, as he looked at Izuku through his peripheral vision. I'm no hero, Nezu-san. I'm a mere vigilante. If anything, you should be trying to catch me. Izuku said, as Nezu chuckled. Eraserhead's been searching for you, by the way. He's informed me that he plans on doing his patrols around Kuo Town sometime soon. Something about helping a boy who seemingly has been dealt a bad hand and trying to bring him into hero society where his strength can be appreciated. Nezu said, sipping some tea as they watched the moon come out from over the mountain. I will tell him the same thing that I've told All Might when I decided to become a vigilante. I won't become a hero when this society treats people who are like me like we are subhuman. I will not support that kind of system, and no matter what you can do principle, nothing will ever get rid of discrimination of the quirkless population. It's completely switched from the quirkless discriminating against the quirk to the quirk discriminating against the normal human. Izuku said, as Nezu stood up. I will allow young Bakugo to come to Kuo town. And the day it will happen will be around at least a week after your raiding game with Riser Phoenix. Nezu said, as Izuku nodded. Thank you for this principle. I'm sure that you have a lot of things that require a lot more attention than that of me trying to end things with Kachan. Izuku said, as Nezu patted his shoulder. If there is anything that I've learned in the nearly 100 years of life I've had on this planet young Midoriya, it's that no matter the species, those of us who are treated as a mere animal must stick together. After all, just like I was, you were used for experiments. Correct, Nezu said, as Izuku looked at him, his expression losing their happy color. Yeah, thanks for this talk Nezu-san. I hope that we can play chess sometime in the future. Izuku said, standing up. I look forward to that game young Midoriya. Now if you don't mind, I need to talk to Yagi about something. Nezu said, as he scuttled away. Izuku remained in that part of the forest as he stared at the sky. He turned to walk away before he heard a familiar voice ringing out to him from the nighttime sky. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. The voice was feminine. That much Izuku knew, but the sound of it caused tears to form in his eyes as Izuku turned around only to find nothing there. His facial expression dropped as he shook his head, tears still flowing down his face as he walked away unaware of the ghost forming behind him with an apologetic expression on her face. 3 years prior to present events, Izuku and his mother had just left Musudafu. They were in their minds, trying to leave the one place that gave Izuku way too much pain and suffering as they both were just wishing to get away from all the politics and heroism that the city brought. In the time that it took for the two to arrive in Kuo town, they had made their own plans of making sure that they split up in the event that all for one figure out that Izuku had won for all by the time the man would eventually find out. Thankfully 3 years in the future Izuku hadn't needed to be found by All Might in an attempt to bring him into the fight against the enemy that brought the #1 hero so much strife and suffering. But Izuku and his mother were still laying low from the Bakugo family since they were questioning the two's reasoning for leaving Musudafu. Not to mention the fact that they were asking them where they were so they could visit them and try to rekindle their relationships between their families. Inko was not having it as she declared to Mitsuki and Masaru that she wasn't leaving Musudafu and that it was just her son, just to make sure that he didn't get brought into the hero business since he gave up on that dream. When asked about this, Inko just told them that Izuku had finally decided that being a hero just wasn't in the cards after the sludge villain incident and the subsequent incident between their sons. The Bakugo family had decided to just stay out of Izuku's life ever since that was brought up. But Inko stayed for the next year whilst her son was being trained by the #1 hero and his pseudo-mentor in how to utilize One for All to the greatest of his ability just in case the young man was to ever come across All for One, which thankfully never happened. Izuku was going to Kuo Academy, a place where Izuku had informed her many times that he was far safer since nobody made fun of his quirklessness and actually befriended the Kendo Club as he began their male's version of the Kendo Club. Their relationship had become rocky since Izuku had nightmares about the incident between him and Katsuki since his mother couldn't be there to calm him down. So in a bid to make sure that Izuku could calm down, Yagi had taken him to Island earlier than the sports festival in high hopes that he'd connect with his best friend's daughter Melissa Shield. The two hit it off immediately as Melissa supported him through any and all activities as she brought a light to his eyes that Inko had never seen since he was 3 years old and found out about the All Might video of the man's debut. Although Inko was very wary of how Izuku had his first time at Island with Melissa, it showed that he was immediately able to connect with the girl on an emotional level since he was able to relate to her because of his quirklessness. Even if Inko was worried that Izuku had gotten Melissa pregnant early on in the two's relationship, Izuku had informed her that they were protected when it came to that kind of interaction. Never before had Inko been worried about becoming a grandmother before she had reached the elderly age of 50+. She would continue to work at the Musudafu General Hospital in order to keep her lifestyle the same. All without the presence of her son, which allowed her to take multiple jobs within the place and got her job positions that she'd never gotten whilst being around her son. Whilst she was experiencing a lot of progress with where she stood as a head nurse in the hospital, she also became much more useful in the whole doctor department as she used her extensive knowledge of being a nurse to the maximum, which had coincidentally gotten her a doctorate in medicine. When she'd called Izuku on the holoprojector about her promotion, never before had she ever been happy to see how the light in his eyes were back. She didn't know how long she hadn't seen her son truly smile about something good happening in their lives than that point in her life that she began to cry on the call with her son. She told him that there wasn't anything wrong, but when she looked around her apartment as soon as she ended the call, she let out a sigh of sadness. Another day without Izuku. I hope that I can visit him sometime. I hate leaving him all alone in Kuo Town. But such is the life of someone who's a potential target for a boy who's wielding a powerful quirk that is being chased by a 200-year-old villain. Inko muttered to herself as she took a shower. In the time that her son was training to keep himself able to use All Might's quirk, which was now her son's. She really needed to remember that she had been working out as well, bringing back her own physique that she used to wear all the time when Izuku was 3 years old. She had gained some height once more, and she had been working out with Mitsuki in order to regain some more muscle and gain what Mitsuki had told her was a very beautiful beefy woman body. She wasn't afraid to splurge herself on a good meal from time to time since she no longer was worried about 2 different mouths to feed, which was nice for her, but that didn't mean that she felt too bad about leaving her son. It was in the middle of her shift at Musudafu General that she heard about an attack on Ua Academy. Something about a villain group attacking the school in an attempt to try and take down the #1 hero whilst he was teaching the next generation of students who could become great heroes in their own right. And to hear that he'd nearly gotten there when one of the teachers had been killed was terrifying, but when the 2 teachers in question had arrived in the hospital, she got right to work in making sure that they were all right. She would find out later on that the 2 heroes that she'd saved the lives of were both Eraserhead, underground hero that her son absolutely adored, and Pro Heroine, 13, powerful rescue heroine who Izuku also adored. She had also managed to get their autographs when they had been able to move around much more than before for her son, as she knew her son was still an avid hero fan at the time. But to hear that she got the infamous Eraserhead's autograph, her son had gone ballistic when finding that out, as he told her that getting the man's autograph was like finding another wonder of the world. Apparently, the man was so unknown in the hero world that the only ones who knew about his existence were those who paid very close attention to street cameras at night or were saved by the man himself. So imagine her surprise when her son had informed her that he'd hacked into the street cameras when he was around 9 years old in his search for a hero who fought without a quirk to use as some kind of idol mentor. Of course, her son had never met the man in person, but it showed her how smart her son was if he was capable of hacking into government property and managed to get away with it. She scolded her son lightly that night, but made sure that whilst he was at the mansion in Kuo Town that he was making some katsudon for being such a genius when it came to technology. It was only about half a month later when the next villainous attack on some place happened, and this time it was a city within Japan. Hosu City, in fact. She had been informed about the death of a UA student who had gone after the hero killer, a young man whose name was Iida Tenya, as he had gone after the villain in vengeance. And because of the fact that nobody even knew about the young man's reason for going there, they couldn't even send the boy somewhere else to protect him since they had no clue about the boy's actions. Inko, however, thought otherwise, because when one looked at Iida Tenya before he left for Hosu Station, it was stated multiple times by UA students within the same class as Iida Tenya that they warned their teachers about the young man's change in behavior. So the death of a student from their school was definitely on them for not noticing the change in behavior sooner rather than after the death of their student, and it was because of that death that the pro-hero Eraserhead had gone out on a whim and chased down the hero killer himself and took him down swiftly. Let it be known, never mess with a teacher and kill their student. Because no matter the code of a hero, just because they aren't allowed to kill the villain, doesn't mean that they can't deeply injure said villain or thug who managed to kill said student. Eraserhead had entered the hospital late that night, just where Inko had worked by the way, and brought a beaten and broken hero killer demanding that the man is given the bare minimum of medical care. Something that Inko had immediately done in an attempt to not piss the hero off any further. As soon as the hero killer was stable and was healing in the room whilst being cuffed by his arms and legs to the bed, Inko had left the room and re-entered the main lobby where Eraserhead sat on the chairs outside as she saw the tear tracks on the man's face. She walked over and sat next to him as she rubbed his back, her empathy that she learned to use from her own son allowing her to get the man to talk about his reasons for going after the hero killer himself. "Any reason you came in here with the hero killer on death's door?" Inko had asked at the time. "Have you ever experienced a pain such as loss, that caused you to wonder why you even became a hero?" Eraserhead questioned, rhetorically. "Not that I could understand the question. I mean, I'm a doctor, but I haven't been in a situation like that." "Would you like to talk about it?" Inko asked again. "I had watched Tensai's brother, Ingenium I mean, grow in my classroom. I watched each and every student in the class and nothing seemed off about his actions. It didn't click in my head that something was wrong until I'd heard about Iida going off and getting himself killed by the hero killer. The way the students warned me about his behavior before they left was a major red flag, not to mention the fact that Iida had wanted to go to Hosu under a completely normal hero named Manuel. Damn it, I should have known that he was going after that bastard. Not only have I failed to save my best friend from death, but I failed to prevent the death of a friend's brother. What kind of hero am I if I can't even see the people who are in pain in front of me?" Eraserhead growled. "Maybe the reason you didn't see Iida's change in behavior and thought against the warnings your students were giving you, were because you were giving Iida the benefit of the doubt that he'd not do what he did," Inko said, trying to make sure she didn't anger the man. "Why would I do that? I've been a hero for over a decade. You'd think I'd be able to see a kid who was wishing to take justice into his own hands by now." Eraserhead grumbled as he wiped his eyes. "How can I call myself a hero when I failed to protect one of my students?" Eraserhead sadly and solemnly questioned as he pulled a hand to his face to cover it. "I couldn't save my son from an injury he had taken about a year ago," Inko blurted out, as Eraserhead looked at her confusedly. "What are you talking about?" Eraserhead asked, concerned. "It's already happened, sir, but if you want to hear about it. My son was walking home from school a year ago, and have you heard about the sludge villain incident from about around that time a year ago?" Inko questioned, as a stray tear fell from her eye. "Yes, I've heard about it. A young boy had rushed into the fray of an active battle between very stupid heroes and a very stupid villain. He allowed the hostage being held by the villain some time to breath before All Might stopped the fight himself. Don't know what happened to the green-haired boy after that," Eraserhead said, as Inko nodded. "The green-haired boy was my son. He had left that attack after having been told by a hero of high standing in our society that he couldn't become a hero. But he met that student who was being used as a hostage later on that same evening," Inko said, as Eraserhead had noticed how tears had begun to fall in waves down the woman's face. "Something bad happened to your son after the hostage arrived with him, didn't it?" Eraserhead questioned. "Why, you could say that. I was at work at the time, so I couldn't have known about it. But I had heard from All Might himself because he came inside the very hospital you're at right now. Holding my son in his arms as though if he didn't let go, he'd die," Inko said, as she placed a hand over her mouth. An image of her son in the arms of the #1 hero calling out for a doctor to come save her son in his arms was something she'd never forget for the rest of her life. Her son lay in the man's giant arms, blood pouring out from his missing limb whilst a portion of his torso was covered in a burn scar that resembled Katsuki's quirk. Not only that, but blood was seemingly coming out of the corner of her son's mouth as she rushed over to the hero at the time. Her son looked like he had been hit by a villain who had blasted him with an explosion first before tearing his arm off and then breaking his left leg and snapping the right arm at the elbow. Then there was the animalistic screaming that her son had begun to let out as soon as he'd taken notice of his missing arm as he tried to use his right arm to grab hold onto the missing arm. Only to let out an even worse scream as he took note of the damage to his entire body. Doctors and many nurses, including herself, had rushed him into the ER as they did everything they could to keep him alive and breathing. It took around 34 hours before they were able to get him stable enough to survive being placed in another room, but after that Inko had informed her bosses as well as the doctors around them that this was her son, and they allowed her to stay by her son's side in his hospital room. All before allowing the hero himself to enter the room to look over her son as she cried constantly for hours, as the hero himself had pulled her into a hug as she prayed to any god out there if her son would survive this harrowing injury. "You want to know the worst part about T that day?" Inko asked, looking into Eraserhead's eyes as the man looked back. "What's that?" he inquired. "All Might had gotten there to save my son, only mere minutes after the event had happened. If he was there earlier, he could have stopped the whole thing from happening if he was just faster than he was. My son had also informed me about a week later when he woke up who the person who attacked him was, but had me keep quiet about it until now," Inko said, as she moved some of her hair behind her ear as she growled to herself in an angered tone. "If you knew who it was, why didn't you tell someone about it?" Eraserhead questioned. "Do you know how easy it is to tell an officer of the law that someone attacked your quirkless son and they'd just laugh in your face?" Inko asked, looking dead inside. "No, because I've saved multiple quirkless children in my past, and they've always told me that everything was handled," Eraserhead said, as Inko shook her head. "Eraserhead, when I asked the local police nearby about if they could put that bastard of a boy who did that to my son behind bars, they told me that there wasn't a law against someone who was quirked from nearly killing a quirkless. Not only that, but they had treated me as though I was crazy. They pushed what happened to my son under the rug. Even the HPSC had told me to stay quiet and tried to buy my silence. I attempted to go to court, but they did the same thing. I almost lost my job because of this damn society that is so focused on quirks that my son is treated as though he was never human in the first place," Inko said, as she clenched her fists into her skirt. "That's highly against the law and they know it, so the fact that they weren't going to court about it is troubling," Eraserhead said, as he pulled out a phone. "You already know the student who did that to my son, by the way," Inko said, as Eraserhead looked at her confusedly. "What are you talking about?" he asked. "Bakugo Katsuki, is he a student in your class?" Inko suddenly questioned. "Yeah, I took him on in an attempt to try and curb his personality as well as push him onto the path of a real hero," Eraserhead said, as Inko chuckled. "That boy is no hero to me. All he will be to me is a bastard child who should just leave my family alone and never enter our lives again." Inko growled with a venom Eraserhead had never heard before. "I'm guessing he's the culprit for taking your son's arm," Eraserhead surmised. "Culprit? He's the one who was bullying my son for a whole decade, put scars on his body that will never go away especially with time, and made him deathly afraid of explosions that I had to enroll him in mental therapy whenever he'd heard a mere crackle from a firecracker," Inko scoffed. "I will make sure that he's changed from the boy you know, ma'am," Eraserhead said, eyes shadowed. "This is my only way of telling someone who'll believe me about the things my son has gone through. Eraserhead-san, please, can you make sure that Bakugo Katsuki's time in UA is as terrible as possible, all the way until he can finally regret his actions against my son?" Inko asked, no demanded of the man. "I'm not sure if I can help to that point, but I will make damn sure that he is more capable of expressing compassion towards others, as well as regret," Eraserhead said, as he left the hospital. "Thank you," Inko would tell him that day. About a few months later, the HPSC would launch an all-out attack on the growing army of the Paranormal Liberation Front. The combination of the League of Villains and the Meta Liberation Army that had been reborn through the old leader before it was changed to the horrifying young man Shigaraki Tamura, Yatsubashi Rikia. To hear that the heroes had launched an attack of such heights on the villainous group was terrifying. Hundreds of heroes across the country had left their patrol routes except those near the heroes near Deku City. And when the fighting had come to an end, thousands of heroes who had attacked the entire group of villains had died, and the only survivors were the remaining students of UA, the top 10 heroes, Eraserhead and most of the remaining heroes who were in the top 1000. The pro-hero Cyclops had been killed during the raid on Jaku Hospital, the same for most of Endeavor's own flaming sidekickers as the last one remaining was Burnin. The loss of life in that final battle against Shigaraki Tamura was terrifying for Inko as she had been near the town on her day off. That day she had returned home and made sure to stay hidden without being checked by the local police. But her life got worse after that day, since Shigaraki had attacked Tartarus prison literally a few days later and freed all for one from prison, as the villain was now back on the streets. His overall presence had made the heroes lose hope and drop out of their positions, forcing the civilians all around Japan to take up arms by using support items they stole from support companies in a bid to protect themselves. The top 10 heroes moved throughout all of Japan in order to try and find All for One, and nearly all of them were killed when All for One laid a trap for those who had managed to find a base that belonged to the man. Although the villain had rigged the place to explode, it was only thanks to the pro-hero Yukio that they all were capable of surviving with minimal damage. But at the massive cost of having Yukio sit out for the rest of the search for All for One. Inko had taken care of Yukio, as the woman had been deeply burned and was holding multiple broken bones in her body as she had been twitching in the bed after being healed. When leaving work that evening, Inko had let out a breath of fresh air as she'd been working for a week straight. With making sure that Yukio wasn't getting out of bed to help out the other heroes, she had her work cut out for her. Especially so when Mirko had come in a few months ago and getting herself prosthetic limbs in order to fight off the villains with the rest of the top 10. But she was walking down the road to her apartment when she got the news that UA was pulling in civilians in a bid to keep the families of their students and those on the streets safe from any villain attacks. Having lost hope in most of the heroes aside from Yagi, the man had visited her many times in the last few months to just check up on her. Something about her son being worried for her safety in these trying times. But she couldn't care less about UA right now. That school was public enemy number one as they scrambled to protect their school through a dorm system, as well as being constantly attacked by villain attacks. Inko felt as though she was safer at home than in a hero school with the boy who had placed her son through so much terrifying suffering. As she was nearing her apartment building, she never heard the sounds of fighting coming up behind her as a hero and villain were duking it out in the streets behind her. She was about to turn around the street corner when she heard the sounds of a fire building up as she looked behind herself. She found the pro-hero, Endeavor, launching fire in the direction of a villain riding a motorcycle in her direction. She barely could react as she saw the motorcyclist look in her direction for all but a moment, taking note of her appearance as they turned around the corner she was about to take. And as soon as she realized what was about to happen, the flames were already in her face as she saw the look of pure shock on Endeavor's face as he attempted to stop his own quirk from killing her. The attack on her life was so quick that she couldn't even react to the flames burning her entire body so quickly that she had turned to ash near instantly. The only thing that remained of her body, being a phone that she'd taken out to call her son, her thumb having been just inches away from making a call to him. Endeavor had rushed over to the burning ash pile as well as phone as he looked at her information. Finding out her name being Midoriya Inko, he slammed his fist into the ground as he let out a wail of anger as he glared at the motorcyclist who was laughing off in the distance after finally losing the number one hero by default. Endeavor could only stare off into space as he glared at the sky, wondering only one thing. Why can I never be like him? I know everyone hates it when I try to protect them. But how can I protect people when each and every villain cause my attacks to hit civilians? And I killed a mother as well, damn it. Whoever the son, daughter of this woman is, I am so sorry about what happened. I can only hope that you can forgive me for my actions. If there is a way I can atone for this act of murder, I will take any punishment. Endeavor solemnly stated to no one in particular. Izuku sat up from the bed as he let out a loud gasp of air. Breathing heavily, he pulled his head into his hands as he felt some tears falling from his eyes as he took in the room he was within. Melissa was sleeping silently next to him as she hugged a pillow into her chest as she mumbled incoherently to herself as Izuku climbed out of the bed and moved downstairs. As he entered the kitchen, he thought about the dream he'd had as he shook his head and sat down at the table as he took a drink of water, allowing the cool fluid to fall down his throat and get it wet. Sigh, I will never escape from that nightmare. Izuku mumbled to himself as he heard movement coming down the stairs. So you are awake. I never thought that you'd be an early riser, Izuku, Rias said, as she entered the kitchen in a see-through nightgown. Just had a nightmare. I will be heading back to bed in a minute, Izuku said, as Rias nodded. The two sat at the table in relative silence as they thought about what to say before Izuku stood up and got himself some more water. This allowed Rias the time to look at him with worry evident in her expression before she simply spoke to him in a worried tone. "Can I ask you about this nightmare?" she questioned. "Sure. It's about something that had happened in the past," Izuku said, as Rias nodded. "Who was the nightmare about?" Rias asked, softly. "The news I had gotten about my mother's death. It was about 2 years ago. I had been in Kuo town for about 6 months," Izuku said, with Rias nodding as Izuku continued. "I was in the middle of training my quirk in order to become more proficient and master it completely. And Melissa had entered the training room that All Might had built for me with a phone in her hands. She looked me in my eyes and informed me about how my mother died in a villain attack," Izuku said, as he rubbed his face as tears made their way down his expression. "That's terrible. You don't have to finish the story if you don't wish to," Rias said, looking worriedly at him. "In order to move on from it, I need to talk about it, Rias Bucho. My mother was the only person who had actually thought I could become a hero before everything happened. True, she only showed that she believed in me when I got my quirk from All Might himself, but she told me that she was going to make sure that she put everything into believing in me. So to hear that she had died in a villain attack during the time when Japan needed heroes more than anything, it hurt at the time. I spent around 5 months mourning her death as I stopped training altogether as I heard from All Might about who had killed her," Izuku said, as Rias nodded, rubbing his back. "Endeavor, the hero with the largest civilian casualty record. The fact that it was him of all things had made me want nothing more than to tell the man off for how callous he was for not keeping an eye on his surroundings. But when I hacked into the street camera of the whole thing happening, I saw how he looked in the direction of my mother. He had initially launched his attack for the villain in the street, but as soon as the villain had taken notice of my mother, he moved himself to have her in the way. At that point in time, the attack was already out and very close to my mother, meaning he had no time to dial down the heat in time to prevent her death at his hands. When I saw his reaction to her appearing in front of his attack, I saw how wide his eyes became as I saw his flames flicker down on his own body to the point that it wouldn't hurt a civilian, but the attack he'd sent out to the villain was too hot for him to lower the heat of in the moment. And before anything else could happen, my mother was bathed in the flames of Endeavor's flaming spider attack," Izuku said, as he placed a hand over his mouth. "Nobody should have to deal with the fact that kind of thing, Izuku. The fact that Endeavor had noticed your mother being there in the first place meant that he acknowledged her presence," Rias said, as Izuku shook his head. "He may be my mother's killer, but when he rushed over to her belongings on the ground that didn't get turned into ash from his quirk, he immediately mourned for her death. He showed remorse for his action as the villain got away. What made that moment for the hero hurt even worse for both of us was that not even 13 minutes after her death, the villain was caught by another hero," Izuku said, as he sat there looking off in the distance. "Well, I guess all we can really do now is to make sure that the deaths of our loved ones aren't in vain. And to make sure that we move forwards with our actions, making sure that they are remembered," Rias said, as Izuku chuckled. "Thanks for the talk, Rias Bucho. I hope that training for the rest of the 10 days goes well," Izuku said, as he stood up, but before he left the room, he gave her a smile before telling her something. "You know, I think you should wear glasses more often. They make you look more beautiful, Rias-san," Izuku said, as he left the kitchen. Both were unaware of the man in the corner of the living room drinking some coffee taking pictures of the two. Over the next couple of days, Izuku and the rest of Rias peerage would be seen training physically as well as magically. Izuku was learning how to increase his rook strength as well as the strength he had as a dragonkin and combining the two with his quirk to create an even stronger powerful strike attack. Kiba was increasing his speed as well as power. Kaneko was doing the same thing with Izuku but was attempting to try and learn how to use her Nekomata powers without even losing herself to its overwhelming power. As for Akeno, Rias, Melissa and Asia, they were all trying to increase their magical prowess as they learned how to use magic to the best of their ability. Izuku had also taken some chances to learn more about magic as he used it to create a sword out of the pure dark energy of a devil. Izuku had also learned a new ability that allowed him to strip the clothes of the opposing beep and decided to keep that one locked away forever. He may be a devil now, but that didn't mean that he would use it against anyone else, aside from Melissa, since apparently the girl had a kinky side that was very arousing for him. Currently, however, Principal Nezu had created a training chamber that allowed Izuku to train with a clone of All Might at his prime. The two were standing across from one another as they glared at their respective opponents as Nezu's voice rang out for the two to hear. Now remember, young Midoriya, any power you use in this training facility will be monitored and recorded. So go all out when fighting All Might in the prime of his full power. Nezu called out, as Rias and the rest of the peerage watched with the diminutive principal. Aren't you all supposed to be training with one another? Nezu asked the group behind him, where Izuku couldn't hear him on the intercom. And miss the once-in-a-lifetime chance of seeing Izuku fight All Might in his prime. I want to see what would happen, Melissa said, as Rias and Kaneko nodded. I'm a massive fan of All Might, but I'd like to see how Izuku stacks up against the strongest hero in his prime, Kiba said, as Rias spoke up. As much as I personally believe in my servants, to see Izuku fighting someone in their prime is something that I might never see until later on. So this will be my only chance to see what his true strength lies, Rias said, as Nezu nodded. I thought so. Whilst he is fighting, I will be making some popcorn. Now let's watch the devastation, Nezu said, as he pulled up some tea and crumpets. What are you, British? The peerage called out incredulously. Out on the field, Izuku entered a fighting stance as Prime All Might did the same. The two stared at one another for a long time before Izuku launched himself at the #1 hero of the world in the prime of his life. All Might had done the same as they both became blurs for all but a moment before Izuku stopped in the middle of the field with his opponent pulling their arms back as the wind blasted past them and they threw their arms at one another. Just before their arms hit one another, a small pocket of air had appeared between them as it created a shockwave between the attacks as a massive wall of wind blasted past the two. The makeshift city that surrounded the two had been reduced to rubble almost instantly before Izuku swiftly used Black Whip in order to launch himself into the air. As soon as he launched himself up in the air behind All Might, the man immediately turned around and launched himself at Izuku swiftly. Their speeds matched one another for a slight moment before Izuku blurred out of existence and behind All Might as he slammed his foot in the man's head, sending him to the ground, creating a massive crater. All Might had exited the crater, merely rolling his shoulders as he rushed Izuku once again. Izuku did the same, but floated towards All Might at high speeds as they clashed their fists against one another once more. Everyone in the viewing platform of the training facility had watched on in awe as the battle had begun with swift power and technique. Their jaws dropping from the amount of power the two held in their bodies, that was not amplified by their supernatural powers in the slightest before Rias looked over at Nezu as the diminutive being had begun to cackle madly. Are you sure that this is a good idea? Rias asked, as the principal merely chuckled. What are you talking about? Anything that I create can handle the power of All Might in both his prime as well as young Midoriya in his prime. Well, when I get his information recorded from this fight, Nezu said, sipping some tea. Back to the fight, Izuku had slammed a kick into All Might's side as it sent the man hurtling through many buildings that survived their first clash. He appeared behind the last building that All Might was flying towards before he broke through it and sent a spinning Alaska smash at Izuku, which the young man had blocked with his arm, blasting him into the ground. Izuku used his smaller frame as All Might landed on the ground as he powered himself up as much as he could with his prime body as he sped quickly to Izuku's location. And in an act from the movie The Matrix, Izuku dodged in slow motion of All Might's first attack of hundreds that came at him faster than the speed of sound. After the first right hook came for him, Izuku ducked under it, before a left haymaker came as he jumped over it. Then a kick from below tried to catch him unawares, but Izuku was faster than that. Then more and more attacks came at an unrestrained form as Izuku dodged, ducked and weaved through them. Izuku then finally managed to catch Prime Might's fist with an open-palmed catch as Izuku's arm had only been minorly raised as All Might's whole body seemed to be thrown into the physical attack. Legs spread out below the man in a massive lunge, with his right arm behind himself as his left arm was being grappled by Midoriya. You know, for a Prime All Might, you really are hitting like a fly compared to me, Izuku muttered, before sending a kick upwards into the man's jaw. All Might's jaw hung from its place on the man's face as he let out a wail of agony as he forcefully pushed it back into place. Izuku then spun around in the air as he slammed his fist into the hero's back, breaking the spine quite handily, before he slammed another kick into the man's back, sending the man rag-dolling across the destroyed city. Izuku stood in the middle of the remains of the cityscape as he cracked his neck and arms before doing the same to his knuckles and legs as he bounced on his feet. He watched Prime Might bounce on his back, setting it back in place before jumping back to his feet before spitting out some blood before smirking at him. "I can do this all day, young Midoriya," Prime Might said, as he launched at Izuku with his full power. The two moved faster than the eye could see now, their fists clashing in the air, creating small pockets of wind that gusted throughout the destroyed cityscape as a whole. Izuku had flown past All Might before utilizing Black Whip to wrap itself around the man's arm and pull him along behind himself as he pulled the hero high into the sky and span him in the air. As Prime Might had begun to struggle in the whip's energy tendrilled form, Izuku grit his teeth before roaring out loud. He willed the tendril of energy to let go of Prime Might, which sent the man hurtling towards the rubble below as Prime Might slammed into the Earth's crust. The crater made from this attack was entirely massive enough to take over a large portion of Musudafu. Prime Might, however, had decided that the fight wasn't over, even with his various injuries that had caused one of his eyes to be forever shut with a lot of black coloring around it. But the man's left arm was looking worse for wear as it was incapable of being used anymore as Izuku rushed to the man who had begun to use even more of his full strength as he called out his most powerful attack. United States of SMAAAAASH. Prime Might called out, thrusting his right arm out towards Izuku. The young man dodged the strike as it barely missed his cheek, causing a small cut to appear there. Izuku then pulled his arm back as he pulled out the full power of One for All and used each and every quirk that he would be able to call upon in this fight. Fa Jin, Gear Shift, Black Whip, and the power stockpile that created One for All activated as green electricity had blasted out from his form as he was given a green-teal form that caused his hair to look even more spiked than it was when his draconic transformation was only hybridized. And that was when Izuku called out his most powerful attack that he could think of. Draconic Deliverance, Izuku called out as his hand transformed into that of a dragon. It began as only a boosted gear clawed hand appearing, then the red color of the boosted gear transformed into that of a green-scaled beast as it increased the boy's defense on the arm itself. And faster than the supernatural creatures watching the fight happen could perceive, Izuku's fist had pierced through Prime Might's chest, holding the man's still beating heart in his palm. Pulling his arm back, everyone watched on in horror as Prime Might coughed up massive globs of blood as Izuku finished his attack name. Draconic Deliverance, Draconic Delaware Detroit Smash, Izuku said, as the beating heart in his hand suddenly turned into dust. And the body of Prime Might had suddenly been blasted into the air as nothing more than a puddle of blood being blasted through the air, splattering all over the ground in front of Izuku. The young man then felt some blood fall onto his face as his draconic blood overpowered his humanoid brain as he licked some of the blood as though he were a very horrifying villain to be seen. And the smile he gave out afterwards made everyone thank the heavens and hell below that he was never wanting to become a villain, as with that face he'd shown after licking the deceased Prime Might's blood, was absolutely terrifying. Principal Nezu, did you collect all the information you needed to make a new training ground for me? Izuku called out, catching everyone's attention. Of course, young Midoriya. I certainly hope that I can make something that can handle that kind of power very fast, as you will need the training to surpass those who wish to kill you later on in this story. Nezu called out as everyone looked at him weirdly. Don't look at me like that. I'm this world's version of Deadpool, except I don't have cancer trying to kill me at every waking moment that I regenerate. Nezu said, slightly miffed. All Might then arrived at the place as he saw everyone staring at the principal before looking at the screen of a very happy boy who was bouncing around the place with his draconic features sitting out for everyone to see. He took a deep breath and looked at Rias to ask a question. Did young Midoriya show how much power he was holding back? He asked, as Rias nodded. He could easily handle Riser's entire peerage all on his own. Just how did I manage to turn him into a devil? Rias called out, as Nezu chimed in. Have you even checked to see if your rook piece had evolved during the time it took to turn him into a devil? Nezu asked as she checked Izuku's rook piece. Why, you've got to be kidding me, Rias muttered, as she saw the rook piece in his chest beating proudly. It's been mutated not once, but twice over. How is this possible? Rias called out, putting her hands on her head as she laughed hysterically. You'd better be proud. Young Midoriya decided to take your offer of becoming a devil, Grimori-san, Yagi said, as he looked at her from the corner of his eye. If you had let him die before becoming a devil, you probably wouldn't even be someone he'd like at this point in time, Yagi warned as Rias nodded. Izuku entered the room as Nezu offered him some tea as Yagi saw some blood that was smeared on Izuku's face. He grabbed a rag and used some hot water in order to wet it before cleaning the boy's face off as he took in his successor's appearance. He looked as though he'd gotten out of a fight with all for one in his prime with not much wear and tear on his body. So who did you fight in order to come out like this? Yagi asked, as Izuku chuckled before looking away. I might have fought you, in your prime, Izuku said, as Yagi froze. Did I at least get some dignity in the fight? He asked. You got blown to smithereens, Izuku said, as Yagi nodded. About as much dignity as I will ever get, Yagi grumbled before finishing cleaning Izuku's face. After the test of strength between Izuku and Prime Might, Izuku had left the training facility whilst the others went up against various heroes who could give them a hard time. Based on what Nezu had brought up in terms of their overall strengths and weaknesses that the principal had brought up to them during their last couple days of training at the vacation home. Whilst Izuku had left the facility that Nezu had built, within the last couple of days since he was here, Rias and the others were put through the ringer which pushed them to their upper limits that required them to go far beyond what they were capable of doing. Whilst the rest of the peerage had been fighting their direct counters to their specific abilities that they'd trained for most of their lives, Izuku was sitting outside of the facility as he rested from his big fight against his mentor. He had no idea why his mind informed him to end the fight as soon as possible once he'd shown Prime Might that he could take what the man could dish out and quite easily defeat him in battle. The simple fact that he had pierced through Prime Might's chest with his whole arm and pulled the man's beating heart out from his body was very terrifying for him to view. Not only that, but he'd managed to end the hero's life within a simple blast of power when he decided to go full power was very worrying for him. As he sat there stewing on the whole battle between All Might and himself whilst being in their primes, Izuku felt the presence of Yagi come up from behind him. The man sat down next to Izuku as the two just stared at the rising sun as Izuku looked at Yagi in a new light as the man coughed up even more blood than when he first met the former #1 hero of Japan and the world itself. What's on your mind, young Midoriya? Yagi asked, looking in Izuku's direction. I was just thinking about how easy it was to beat you in your prime. Not only that, but the way I did it, it terrified me, Izuku said, placing his hand on his head. Don't worry about what you did then. What matters is what you plan on doing when the battle against the Phoenix Brat comes up within the next few days, Yagi said, pulling Izuku's mind away from that fight. Yeah, what with everything that Riser had threatened me with, I'm surprised that nobody tried to arrest him during the very few times he'd come to the human world, Izuku said, as Yagi chuckled. With the powers of a devil, anyone can do anything they want and get away with it. Although they might not be capable of getting past those who are many times stronger than them physically, Yagi said, as the two looked at the rising sun. As the two looked out into the distance, Izuku thought about the many ways that Riser had won his rating games. It was at this point that Izuku hadn't ever watched a rating game at all during this time as he looked at Yagi in a questionary expression. Yagi-san, I think I found a way to make sure that Rias-san can escape this arranged marriage, Izuku said, as Yagi stood up. Well then, I guess you should go find your master. That way you can figure your plan out for the rating game, Yagi said, as he knew his successor's facial expression. Inside the vacation home after training for a majority of the day, Izuku was sitting on the couch as he looked at the television. Rias had entered the room as the rest of the peerage were cooking in the kitchen as Rias sat down next to Izuku with confusion written on her features. You wanted to ask me something? Rias asked, as Izuku nodded. Yeah, Do you have any footage of Riser's previous rating games? Izuku asked, as he pulled a notebook out. Well, I guess I can ask my brother about sending the last few rating games over, but why are you asking me this? Rias asked, concerned. I wanted to see what the best plan Riser had come up with during previous rating games to see if we could come up with a counter to them. And I mean each and every plan he'd ever made in previous rating games all the way until his first rating game that he'd ever participated in. Izuku said, as he looked at Rias with complete seriousness in his expression. Well, I'll see what I can do about getting all those videos. But I can't promise that I can get you all of them. Rias said, before leaving Izuku in the living room. It was only a few hours later when Rias had entered the living room to find her brother talking to Izuku for all but a moment, giving Izuku some footage that he could use. That Rias realized why Izuku was doing this. He was going above and beyond just to make sure that she escaped from this marriage that she never wanted. She had smiled at Izuku as her brother disappeared in a small magic circle as he made sure that his presence was gone instantly afterwards as she walked into the dining room to watch over Izuku as the young man put in the first video of Riser's first rating game. For the next few days after training, Izuku would take a lot of the time he'd had left in the day to watch the rating games that Riser had been a part of. Not only that, but he'd come across multiple things that the man had done that caused him to win 8 of the 10 games he'd been a part of in the past. And each and every one of them showed that during those games the devil was literally very egotistical, and only lost to those who he deemed worthy of losing to, and did it on purpose, before showing his power in small amounts. From what it appeared, Izuku was having a field day from Rias and Melissa's point of view as they watched him from afar. The boy was writing constantly inside his notebook for what appeared to be an hour as Rias and Melissa were becoming more and more worried for his mental health as Izuku began muttering to himself about the Phoenix family magic of regeneration. And as his face slowly became blue from lack of air entering his lungs, the two rushed over to him in an effort to get him to breathe again before they tackled him to the ground and forcing him to stop muttering. A few minutes later, Izuku and Melissa were inside of the baths together as they rested next to one another. Izuku had Melissa pulled into his arm as they relaxed in each other's presence before the sounds of people moving through the area behind them was going off around them. Turning his head around, Izuku found the rest of the girls in the peerage entering the baths as Izuku sighed heavily as he prepared to just fly away from the room before Melissa pulled him back in the water. "You're not leaving this room. Not for a long while," Melissa said, as Izuku just stared at her in shock. "Why, you are aware that I can't be in here without Kaneko-chan thinking that I will be a pervert, right?" Izuku questioned, as Melissa chuckled. "She already knows that I'm the pervert between us both. And I'm not afraid to show it," she said, sultry-like as she reached in the water near his groin. "Melissa, this isn't a good idea," Izuku warned as his eyes flashed a green glow. "What's not a good idea?" A familiar voice called out behind him. "Rias Bucho, this isn't what it looks like," Izuku said, trying to wave his arm around but realized that Melissa stared at him with it between her beeps. "Oh really? Are you sure that you don't plan on doing something in front of all of us?" she asked, leaning in more as her large beeps swung about in front of him. I'm sure. I don't plan on doing anything in front of you all," Izuku said, as Melissa smirked as her right arm moved through the waters. Izuku glared at her from the side of his eye before Rias turned his head to look at her. As she stared at him, Izuku felt his arousal begin to take over as Rias also reached into the water as she joined Melissa in what the young woman was doing before Melissa looked at her as well. The two women gave one another a look before pulling Izuku out of the water and sitting him down on the ledge, allowing his groin to be out on display for the two of them before Melissa spoke up to Rias. "Are you sure that you want to continue with this, Rias? I'm sure that the Elder Devils wouldn't like it if you continued," Melissa questioned, looking at Rias with a smirk. "As much as I would much rather stay clean until the rating game, I really need to do this," Rias said, as she placed her hand around Izuku's phallus. The two girls listened in on Izuku taking a deep gasp as Rias' fingers wrapped around his phallus, and slowly the young adult of a devil woman had rose her hand up and down his shaft. As Izuku's pleasure was reaching a new high due to Rias' menstruations, Izuku looked over at Melissa as the young woman looked at him lovingly, she reached over at him and placed his face into her chest as Izuku immediately latched onto her beeps. As Melissa beeped in bliss, in the background Asia and Kaneko were looking at the trio in a longing way, although Akano smirked as she walked over to the baths and placed her beeps on Izuku's head. "You're not going to leave me behind, are you?" Akano asked, with a very beepy tone. Gasp. Did you just sneak up on me?" Izuku asked, panting slightly as Rias then placed his shaft between her beeps, getting a new groan from him. "NGH. Yes, I did. Now are you going to give me the same treatment you gave your girlfriend? Or leave me hanging?" Akano asked, as Izuku glanced at Melissa, who just smiled and nodded at him. Turning his head upwards, he latched onto Akano's beeps as well as he continued to squeeze Melissa's beeps with his only hand. Kaneko suddenly gained a small tick mark on her head as she growled to herself in slight anger and annoyance, before everyone heard a beep of bliss coming from Rias. The sound was so random and out of place, that they all looked at Rias before Izuku noticed a very tight sensation surrounding his shaft before he slowly but surely came to the realization. Rias, why you weren't supposed to go that far?" Izuku said, slightly panicked. "I couldn't do this before with Graphia stopping me. I will not be stopped again." Rias growled as she bounced on Izuku's shaft. "Oh," Izuku muttered, before he felt his inner dragon begin to growl in happiness. As Izuku pulled himself away from Akano and Melissa, who sighed in disappointment, Izuku pulled Rias closer to his body as he growled in a low tone. "Mine," he growled, as he began to slam his shaft up her snatch. As Izuku continued to slam his hips into Rias, the young devil could only see stars enter her view as each time Izuku thrusted into her she could only feel pleasure. This was supposed to be her first time doing this, and all she could really feel was pleasure. There was no pain, and there wasn't anything that was stopping Izuku from continuing as she felt his throbbing shaft pulsate throughout her core. He lifted her effortlessly with Black Whip as he slammed her onto the ground softly behind him as he pushed back into her from behind. He placed his palm on her right hip as he thrusted into her as he used Black Whip to hold her arms back behind her. Kaneko, Asia, Melissa and Akano could only watch in awe as Izuku had decided to full-on screw Rias until she was screaming his name in pleasure as well as panic. Izuku's thrusts soon became empowered by One for All as green electricity, in small amounts, had appeared around his body as he sped up inside her, his whole shaft growing an extra inch as well as width from inside her, causing her to scream out in ecstasy. "You may be my master, but right now, you're my bitch." Izuku growled out as he slapped Rias' ass, causing her to let out a breathy beep. "You like that, huh? You wanna be my bitch in heat?" Izuku growled out, as he thrusted even harder into her. Izuku, I think you knocked her out," Melissa said, as Izuku snapped out of his funk. And as he looked down at Rias, he found the crimson-haired princess of Ruin had long since passed out as her body twitched around him as he felt her snatch gripping onto him for dear life. Looking around the room, he found the other girls in various arrays of lewdness. Kaneko was sitting next to him, her Neko features out on display as her tail swung behind her in a very active way. Asia was right next to her openly masturbating. Melissa was smiling at him with that perverted grin he fell for all those years ago, and finally, Akano had a look in her eye that made his whole body shiver slightly. Once he decided to pull out of Rias, he suddenly felt her immediately grapple him as her eyes gained hearts in them as she smiled at him. "We're not finished, Izuku," she said, as she beeped him on the lips. As Izuku was pushed onto his back, Rias began to bounce on his lap as he let out groans of pleasure as the woman was having the time of her life. In the background, we can see Melissa clearly smiling at the girls around her boyfriend as she began to chuckle to herself oddly. HM. I can't wait until each and every girl are marked by him. Only then will Project Izu restoration be complete. Melissa chuckled to herself, as she rushed over to the other's love in her eyes. During the final days of training, Izuku was meditating in the middle of the yard. He had increased his power through the boosted gear enough that he had found a way to become stronger than he was before, enough that he believed that the peerage would win. Nezu had left the day prior, stating that he'd been gone for far too long as he needed to prepare for the second-year sports festival that was coming close to arriving soon. With that all said and done, Yagi had left with him as he said his final goodbye to Izuku and Melissa, wishing them well on their raiding game with the Phoenix family. As Izuku meditated in the yard, he was waiting for Rias and the others to come out and prepare a magic circle to return back to Kuo Town. Deep within his mind and soul, Izuku sat in front of Dedrag and those within One for All. Each and every previous user of the quirk had finally gotten to meet Dedrag, as the lizard finally decided now was the perfect time to make his presence known to them. Apparently, those within One for All were very worried about the other presence within his soul and were very wary about him before Izuku explained to them that Dedrag was in for the long haul and that they shouldn't ignore his presence and work together. Nana, however, was looking at Izuku in this moment as she pulled him into a hug. The previous users had finally searched through his memories to make sure that he was the perfect one, cough. Second and third cough, before stating that he was the perfect wielder of their combined power. As it turned out, the previous wielders could grant the current user their quirk if One for All, as its base had become powerful enough to grant the wielder their power, and Izuku just so happened to be the one capable of using them. And as shown in the training a few days ago, Izuku revealed his true strength when combining quirks in order to take down threats. As Izuku sat in the middle of his mental mindscape, he felt a pull towards a specific memory of him and his mother. And as he left the previous wielders and Dedrag to talk to one another, he faded from the second-most inner part of his soul and entered the memory he held dear to his heart. He had come here multiple times in the past ever since his mother's death when he was going through a rough time, and as of right now it was the anniversary of his mother's death. As though the universe was laughing at him as well, it just so happened to have been on his birthday of all times that his mother died, so when he arrived in the most protected memory within his mind. Ah-iya, Tasuk-te. Oh no, help me. His mother's voice rang out in his bedroom. Izuku appeared in the hallway as he heard the voice of his mother in another room. She, calling for his help in the memory, caused his childlike form to rush over and slam the door open with a wide arc as he smiled towards the evil blanket that covered his mother as she smiled underneath it. Watashi wa koko ni imasu. I am here, Izuku in his childlike form called out, as his mother giggled. Almost instantly the room began to change as Izuku found himself sitting in the chair looking at the computer that showed the video of All Might's first appearance in Japan as the new hero on the scene, All Might. He heard the sounds of his mother's feet patting on the ground softly behind him before hearing the woman sigh behind him as he turned around in his much smaller form as a toddler. He looked at her form as it showed her just before she was killed by Endeavor. Her form was fitting to the outfit she wore as she had been wearing a green sundress that hugged her, at the time returning figure curvy features perfectly. She then smiled at him as she saw him sitting at the chair as though they'd had a conversation in complete silence before she spoke. You always picked this memory. The one before the diagnosis from that accursed doctor. It was always this memory. Inko's voice said, it was angelic in nature to Izuku. I know, Mom. I just wanted to speak to you again, at least, one last time. Izuku said, as Inko nodded. It will be the final time I can talk to you like this. Lord Michael just isn't capable of allowing me to leave heaven like this for anything you know. Inko said, smirking at Izuku. To think that Lord Michael had been able to allow you to do this many times is an amazing, Mom. But I want you to listen to what I am going to tell you. Izuku said, looking at his mother. When he had turned around to look at his mother from the rolling chair, his form changed to that of his one-armed form that was in high school. Inko had moved over and sat on the bed nearby as Izuku sat next to her as well. They both said nothing, just absorbing the time they were spending together one final time as Izuku opened his mouth. I miss you so much, Mom. Izuku started, tears threatening to fall from his eyes. I'm going to be fighting a devil in a few hours. And I'm not as sure if my plans are going to help us. Izuku said, looking at his mother as she smiled back at him. Don't worry, Izuku, I've always believed in you. Just because I never believed in you in that moment back when you were 4. Didn't mean that I never thought that you couldn't become a hero in your own right. You are the strongest son I could ever pop out of my belly. And out of the Midoriya family tree, you will become the strongest there ever lived, because not only will you become a hero for your peerage and Melissa, but you will save a young woman, who looks very beautiful by the way, from a marriage that she never wanted to take part in. Inko said, encouraging Izuku. Also, did you use protection the other night? Inko asked, as she lightened the mood a bit. Thank you Mom F for your encouragement. I certainly hope that I can do this, and our Rias-san wouldn't allow that to happen. Izuku said, looking away with a blush. Izuku, I know what kind of boy you will become. You are the one thing that I've loved more than life itself, and if there is anything that I promise you, that you will be able to achieve. It's your dream of becoming a hero. It doesn't have to be for hero society, since they never even tried to encourage you, but you could do it for the society that needs to be saved at this moment. Inko said, holding her son in her chest. In the time that it took Inko to tell Izuku this, she had wrapped him around her as his form changed back to that of a child as she hugged him tight against her chest. Izuku's arms in this form wrapped themselves around her as she began to fade from view as she sighed in complete sadness, Izuku taking note of it as well. Mom, I just wanted to say sorry for not telling you about Keiko-chan earlier. Izuku said, tears still falling from his eyes as Inko's own softened. Don't be sorry Izuku, be better. Make sure that what happened to you doesn't happen to anyone else. Especially within the world of the supernatural. Inko said, as Izuku held onto her fading form for dear life. Is it bad that I don't want you to leave? To just return to heaven? Izuku asked, as he continued to cry. No, it's completely human to want your own mother to be there for you. Izuku, look at me, Inko said, as Izuku looked up at his mother. No matter what you come across, no matter who you come up to arms against. Always remember this phrase. Inko started as she smiled at him whilst moving her fingers to the edges of her lips to create a giant smile on her face. No matter how scary it gets, you must always wear a smile that says, I'm fine, Inko said, before her form faded from view causing Izuku to fall onto his bed. Izuku watched his mother completely fade from view in front of him before hearing a gasp behind him. And standing behind him in that moment was Shimura Nana as the woman just stared at the spot where Inko had faded from view of both of them. Izuku felt even more tears fall from his eyes as he began to cry silently for the moment he finally lost his mother for good. It's okay Midoriya-kun, everything will be fine, why? Because I am here, Nana said, pulling Izuku's childlike form into her arms before they faded from the memory. Out in the real world, Izuku sat on his bed as Rias and the others had teleported to his mansion. They had left the place and Melissa was sitting next to him giving him a side hug from his right as she looked at him from where her head was slightly under his chin. He looked into her eyes as his eyes filled up with tears as he began to cry in her arms as he told her about the talk he'd gotten from his mother, as well as how it would be the final one he'd get with her. Not because of Lord Michael being a prick, not that Izuku thought of the angel like that, but because he couldn't allow them to interact like that since it went against the natural order that his predecessor had set up. When Melissa was informed about this, she rubbed his back as he sobbed in her arms. It was nearing time for the raiding game to begin and Izuku was having this emotional breakdown because of his final talk with his mother, and this time she wouldn't be capable of returning to talk to him again. She held him tight against her as he continued to sob into her chest until he couldn't do it anymore, and as she freed him from her bountiful chest they made sure to never tell anyone about what happened until after the whole raiding game as it might cause the others to be too distracted by that information. The two would leave the mansion, with Asia of course, and appear in the Orc with the rest of the peerage sitting on the couch waiting for the raiding game to begin. It was nearing midnight, the eve of the next day marking their 10th and final day that they'd used to make sure that they were prepared. Izuku sat on the couch next to Kaneko for the first time in a while as the small Nekomata girl had looked in his direction from the corner of her eye and noticed how red his eyes were. She never voiced her concerns to him, but merely tapped his shoulder gaining his attention which caused him to look at her through his eyes. Your eyes, she said, quietly as Izuku looked at Melissa who used magic to make sure that the redness of his eyes was covered. Thank you, Izuku said, patting the girl's head. As soon as their little talk was over, Rias informed everyone to be prepared for the whole raiding game to begin as Graphia and Sona arrived in the ORC. Graphia threw the magic circle from the Lucifuge family magic, and Sona threw the front door to the clubroom as a whole. Graphia asked Rias if she was prepared for this as Rias gave the woman a nod of approval before they stood in a massive magic circle that teleported them to where the raiding game would be taking place, which just so happened to be in the Orc. Looking around the place, as well as outside the window nearby, Izuku saw that the sky was definitely changed as it was night outside when they left. Not that the night bothered his sight at all, but he was pretty sure that the night was as dark as the color black for the sky, not purples, blacks and multiple other colors covering the night sky. He gave Rias a glance as the woman just shrugged her shoulders with a smirk before placing Izuku's notebook on Riser's previous raiding games as well as the strategies used for each one. She considered each plan that Izuku had come up with as each one had planned for any of the other plans that Riser had used in the past should the man use one of them before switching to another on the spot. Okay, so for our plan we need to take the gymnasium first from the middle. Rias said, as everyone nodded. The first move should always be taking command over the middle area closest to your base. Izuku said, as the woman nodded. Now for this part of the plan I will have Izuku and Kaneko-chan move there. As they defeat any opponents Riser sends there first, we can then have Akeno destroy the building in a bid to make sure that it cannot be taken from us. Rias said, as Izuku and Kaneko nodded. What will me and Asia be doing, Rias? Melissa asked, as Rias looked at them both. Melissa, you and Kiba will be placing traps all over the place. Just in order to make sure that none of Riser's pawns can get close to our base and promote themselves to queen. Rias said, as she looked at Asia. As for after that is done, you and Asia will remain near me in a bid to keep me safe. So long as I'm not taken out of the game, we won't be losing. Rias said, as Kaneko chuckled to the side in a scoffing manner. Midoriya will take out his opponents before helping me out. We'll take care of those bastards too fast. Kaneko said, as Izuku nodded. Unless Riser sends his queen there, we can't be overconfident. So if you two are going there, be prepared for Riser to be sending his queen over there to blow it up as well. Akeno said, as Izuku nodded. The end goal of this raiding game is to defeat Riser without losing a single member. If we can't do that, then we've lost. And I'm sure that none of you want to be beat by Riser, right? Rias said, as everyone nodded before grunting. I've already marked you as mine, this will be child's play. Izuku grunted as he was slapped by Melissa. It's okay to be confident, but don't be arrogant. Melissa chastised, as Izuku grunted. As soon as the plan was made, and Graphia gave the okay to begin making moves. Everyone went about their business with their tasks for the raiding game. Izuku had lifted Kaneko and flew over to the gym as they arrived before Riser's pawns and Rook arrived a few minutes after them. Just to make them irritated with their presence, Izuku decided to act as though he'd been waiting all day for them as Kaneko had joined him in the theatrics of it all just to humor him. So it appears as though you're ready to lose. The Rook of Riser called out from her position on the lower ground. What is your name? We've been waiting for hours. Kaneko questioned as the woman gained a tick mark on her head. My name is Schwalen, Rook of Riser Phoenix. And I demand that you stop with these theatrics. She called out, eye twitching. I am Mira, Pawn of Riser Phoenix. The Japanese-looking girl said, as she held a bow staff in her hands. We are Iru and Naru, Pawns of Riser Phoenix. The two short girls called out as Izuku cracked his neck and arm. Izuku took note of their duffel bags laying on the ground as they both grabbed onto the zipper. Deciding to humor them with their introductions, Izuku stepped forward as he cracked his back and legs as he got into a bouncing boxer's stance. The names Midoriya Izuku, latest Red Dragon Emperor, as well as successor of former #1 hero of the world. All Might, Rook of Rias Grimori, Izuku said, with a smirk. Chuju Kaneko, and I'm a Rook of Rias Grimori. The relatively small-looking girl said, as she glared at the author, angrily as he went to change one of the words he used for her description. To which she became slightly happier at the change from diminutive to relatively small. Wow, 2 rooks this early. I thought that Grimori wouldn't waste such good pieces so early on. Schwalen mocked as Izuku looked at Kaneko. Do you want to take her on or should I? Izuku asked. I got the fried chicken. Kaneko said, her gaze short but very, very angered. Alright, it seems like I've got the pawns. So what are your powers? Izuku asked, as he limbered up before smiling at the trio. We have the powers of the Phoenix family running through our veins. Also, we have chainsaws. Iru and Naru had stated at the same time, revving 2 chainsaws in their hands. Huh, never thought that I'd see 8-year-old girls with chainsaws. Brings a new gimmick to the age of children. What about you, ma'am? Izuku said, as the other girl just stared at him bewildered. I come from Asia. I'm a monk who was trained in the martial arts of the Wu Lin. She said, as she entered a combat stance. Then, how about we begin this fight already? Izuku quipped as he rushed the trio just as Kaneko and Schwalen had rushed one another. As Izuku rushed at Mira, the girl twirled her bow staff around in a very speedster-like circle as she swung it at high speeds in his direction. He dodged each and every strike she threw at him with precise technique as he dodged the attacks of Iru and Naru as they sliced at him with their chainsaws in rapid succession. He moved out of the way from one of their attacks that had coincided with Mira's slam of her bow staff that caused the chainsaws themselves to buzzsaw through her weapon. Landing behind the trio of girls, Izuku pointed his hand out to them as they looked at him as he smirked at them before bewilderment fell over their faces. Faster than they could react, a red ball of energy formed in Izuku's hand as he punched it, transforming the ball of energy into a piercing beam of red power. It consumed the trio, damaging them enough to cause them to turn into blue motes of light as Graphia spoke out on the magical intercom of the rating game as a whole. Iru and Naru, pawns of Riser Phoenix, have been defeated. Mira, pawn of Riser Phoenix, has been defeated. All right, 3 down, about 12 more to go. Izuku mumbled as he turned to look at Kaneko and Schwalen. Kaneko had managed to knock the woman down, overpowering her through sheer strength. The young woman being as strong as a queen piece on her own was surprising, but with Kaneko's grown strength from the 10 days given to them, it was a literal cakewalk. Izuku grabbed her as he rushed towards the skylight as he felt danger sense ping slightly as Schwalen called out to them for fleeing like cowards. Don't leave me here, you cowards. Only cowards flee from battle. She called out as Izuku turned his head to look at her. Sorry, but this is a tactical retreat, but if you want some advice, here it is. You might wanna leave that place. Izuku called out, as Schwalen looked at him weirdly. What are you talking about? She called out angrily. You won't see it coming. Izuku replied as he left her all alone in the gym. Master Riser, I have secured the gymnasium. Schwalen called out on her magic intercom system. Good job, you were an excellent sacrifice for this play. Riser's voice rang out as Schwalen looked at the sky, noticing the growing lightning clouds. Oh, that's what Himea, Schwalen went to say before the gym was destroyed completely from a lightning strike. Touching down on the ground nearby, Izuku checked Kaneko over for some minor injuries, but the girl looked fine, all things considered. As he fretted over her, she smiled at how kind he was towards her in general before shaking her head, taking the thought that she was beginning to have a way. We should go find Yuto Senpai, she said, as Izuku nodded. Shing. A sensation of danger pinged in Izuku's mind as he immediately pulled Kaneko into a hug as he pulled out his draconic wings and covered the two of them as a massive explosion took over their location. The sound of laughter filled the area as Izuku struggled to hold Kaneko closer to his chest with his only arm as the girl looked up at him in horror. Looking behind him, she found the position of the laughter as Izuku smiled down at her. You, okay? He asked, body still. I should be asking you that. How are you not laying on the ground yet? She whispered, concerned as Izuku smirked at her. It's not the first time I've been hit with an explosion, Kaneko-chan. Head away from here, find Kiba-san, he will be nearing this location anyway. Izuku said, as Kaneko looked at him, face filled with confusion on her features. What do you mean that this isn't the first time you'd been hit with an explosion? She whispers shouted. I've been hit with harder explosions in the past, so this was more like a tickle compared to ones created by nitroglycerin. Izuku said, smirking at her. Kaneko stared at him for a moment longer, as she then decided to take his hint and rush away and into the forest as her form disappeared in the distance. The sound of another explosion rang out as the debris and smoke cleared up as Izuku smirked at his opponent from high above her. She looked confused when Graphia didn't announce his retirement from the game before he chuckled above her. Turning around to look at him in shock, Izuku struck when her guard was lowered the most. When she had fully turned around to face him, he had kicked her straight in her jaw, causing her to be launched to the ground from the air. Touching down on the ground again, the scantily clad woman glared at him as he walked over to her from his position. You know, I may say this is some kind of idiot. But attacking someone who is unaware of their opponent's presence is a very villainous thing to do, especially so when you work for a guy who doesn't even appreciate Rias Bucho for who she is as a person instead of her title. Izuku said, as the woman growled at him. How did you survive that explosion? I used as much power as it should have taken to take out that other rook. The woman said, as Izuku chuckled. Ma'am, I'm not sure if you know this. But I will inform you of this now before you are defeated quite handedly by me. Izuku said, standing in front of her now. Your explosions aren't exactly the real thing, and I've been hit with them ever since I was 4 years old. So I can safely say, that your explosions, whilst flashy in nature, don't mean shit if you don't put any actual power into them. Izuku said, before slamming his fist into her face, knocking her out. Standing over her unconscious form, Izuku pointed a red ball of energy over her form as he dropped it onto her. Activating his boosted gear, he activated an explosion that covered the whole area that he was located at, as his surrounding area was covered to the brim with dust and debris. And as he walked out of the plume of smoke that looked very eerily similar to that of an atomic bomb going off, he spoke to the slowly dissolving form of Riser's queen. You see that? That's what an explosion should look like. You explosion-powered wannabe. Izuku growled under his breath. Queen of Riser Phoenix, Ubeluna has been defeated. Graphia's voice rang out on the intercom. So we have a queen, a rook, and 3 pawns defeated already. Damn, that shouldn't talk. Izuku began to speak before Graphia spoke again. 3 pawns of Riser Phoenix has been defeated. I stand corrected, 6 pawns of Riser have been defeated already. Kiba, you sly dog. I didn't know you were able to fight multiple fighters that easily. Izuku chuckled as he walked in the general direction of Kaneko. As Izuku looked off into the distance, he could hear the sounds of fighting nearby. Rushing over to see what that was all about, he found himself at the track and field within Kuo Academy. And right in the middle of all the fighting was Kaneko, as she was being harried by multiple opponents who were doing their very best in order to take her down. Rushing in without a plan, Izuku launched an attack at the 2 who were harrying Kaneko the most. As he sent a flying kick into one of the pawns, they went rag-dolling across the field before Izuku swung his arm around and slammed the other into the ground hard enough to where they were stunned for the second. Once he was done with his sneak attack, Kaneko had sent a jumping kick into one of the knights and sent them skidding across the yard. She looked over at Izuku and gave a very thankful expression before focusing on her new opponent, a bishop player who had been glaring at the 2 of them for a while, as well as a blonde-haired girl with drill-like hair that Izuku had taken note of having seen somewhere before but not knowing exactly when. The girl stepped up as 2 more people arrived on the battlefield right next to her as she began to speak to the duo. I am Revel Phoenix of my big brother's peerage as well as the Phoenix family. You shall surrender so that we can take Rias into our own folds. Revel said, as Izuku just glared at her. Sorry, but that's not happening. Izuku growled, as he entered a combat stance. I agree with Izuku-senpai, we will not be giving up anytime soon. Kaneko called out, as Revel shook her head. By the time this battle is over, Rias will be in the arms of my big brother, and you all will be his beeps. It matters not to me anyway. Revel replied as she sent her forces out to attack. You get the bishop, I will get most of the others. Izuku said, as Kaneko nodded. Splitting up, Izuku went after the knights, rook and the pawns as they all rushed at him. As he sent a punch into one of the pawns, sending them rag-dolling across the field, a knight came in with a swing on his left as he ducked under it and slammed an open palm strike into their stomach, causing them to hunch over. Raising himself over the bent-over woman, Izuku sent a spin kick into her head, sending her bouncing across the field before he reappeared behind her with an open palm dragon shot, blasting her back towards the other knight. But by the time the other knight caught their comrade, the knight that Izuku had blasted away was already knocked out and was being eliminated from the raiding game. The knight looked at Izuku with shock at this before rushing in at him as Izuku found himself being surrounded by all sides, 2 pawns coming from his left and right, the remaining knight from behind, and finally a rook from the front. As soon as they came too close for comfort, Izuku spread his draconic wings as he blocked the two palm strikes of the pawns, before using his gauntlet-clad palm to catch the rook's fist, before using his tail to slap the knight away from him. Spinning around in the air, Izuku gripped onto the rook's fist as he span around in a circle as fast as he could, turning both himself and the rook into a spinning top before moving towards the other three. As the pawns rushed back in to fight him, Izuku used the rook as a battering ram as he slammed her into her allies, sending them across the field in various arrays of damage. One of the pawns were too damaged though and were eliminated from the raiding game, before Izuku threw the rook at the incoming knight, knocking the two to the ground as Izuku focused on the final pawn in the game. Rushing towards them as the young woman tried to stand back up, Izuku appeared on top of her before he slammed his palm right into her chest, causing all the air that was in her lungs to be pushed out instantly as she coughed in pain. Once her eyes slowly became half-lidded, she was turned into blue motes of light and was therefore eliminated from the raiding game. 2 down, 2 more to go, Izuku muttered, as he turned to the final 2 opponents he'd garnered. Damn, how strong are you really? The knight called out. Just enough to make sure that you don't win, Izuku said, as he rushed the 2. With Kaneko, she was struggling to even land a hit on her opponent as they moved throughout the field without even taking a glancing blow from her. She was about to let out her frustration and lift a piece of the ground from itself before she remembered something back from her training under Nezu as well as Izuku. The simple fact that they told her to release her inner Nekomata immediately caused her to shake her head in slight worry before Izuku's words from that day came back. Kaneko-chan, you won't be able to become strong enough to protect Rias Bucho if you stay the way you are. You need to become one with your powers. You must let go of all kinds of fear towards your true strength and power. Because if you don't, it will end up getting one of those you care for killed, and you won't be able to live with yourself. Izuku said, his words hurting deep within her. I will make sure that Rias Senpai isn't taken from us. She doesn't deserve to be turned into a trophy. Kaneko screamed as she revealed her Nekomata nature to the bishop. If you think that being a cat will change anything about this fight, you're sorely mistaken. The enemy bishop called out, as Kaneko suddenly disappeared from sight. What the? Where did she go? The bishop yelled as she looked in all directions. I will make sure that Izuku Senpai and Rias Senpai know that I can be relied upon. I will help save Rias Senpai. Kaneko screamed as she slammed a clawed fist into her opponent's chest, causing her to let out a choking sound before collapsing to the ground. In blue motes of light, the enemy had been eliminated from the raiding game as Kaneko breathed heavily from her fight. She needed to have more stamina if she wanted to continue fighting for the safety of her master and older sister figure in Rias. Looking over at Izuku's fight with the knight and rook that remained from his attack on the peerage, taking advantage of her short and relatively slow nature, she watched as Izuku dodged and weaved through the attacks thrown at him. It was as though he were moving around at the speed of sound, although there wasn't any cracking sounds coming from his speed. With Izuku, the young dragon had been hearing Dedrag boost his power for the last 15 minutes since he entered the fight with Kaneko-chan. He had been waiting for the perfect moment to strike against his opponents as they rushed him with perfect synchronous movements that had him on the back foot. When one made a mistake that he attempted to capitalize on, the other would come in and distract him long enough for them to come back in. They seemingly were fit for one another as they covered their weaknesses pretty handedly, but Izuku knew better. He was only holding back on them. Pushing his arm out to the side, the two opponents on either side of his body glared at him. All before Izuku called out to Dedrag in the moment as he used one for all to send a gust of wind to both of his opponents at the same time before leaping into the air. As he flew in the air, he aimed a massive dragon shot towards the ground so that he could create a massive smokescreen to protect himself from being found by the rook and knight. The two got up from their positions on the ground and looked around the battlefield in search of their opponents before they felt like they should look upwards, and high in the sky Izuku had fired a massive dragon shot that glowed an eerie red color. It slammed into the ground with such force that the two were immediately pushed back to the ground again as they tried to keep themselves grounded. Touching down on the ground, Izuku used danger sense to feel out where his opponents were. And he found the knight first as she struggled to stand back up as she swiped her sword aimlessly in the debris and smoke plume. By the time she threw her sword out again, something snagged on it as she smirked and began to use her flames of phoenix before it was snuffed out, immediately causing her to show a face of pure confusion and shock. That was before Izuku's face came out of the smoke and debris with a manic smile on his face as he glared right in her face, causing her to stumble backwards a bit as he followed after her. Just as she was about to let out a scream of pure fear, he grabbed her face as he yelled 2 words. Beep, beep, kya. Inside the principal's office, Riser was growling to himself. He had no idea how strong the Grimoire peerage had gotten since he'd allowed them to have 10 whole days of training. But he knew for a fact that the way he was losing pieces was not in the plan he'd built up. He was going to slowly overwhelm his lovely Rias through Yubeluna, taking out Rias Rook, the pitiful white-haired shorty, before he moved on to having the rest of his peerage slowly fall to the knight and second rook. Then as soon as the knight pretty boy had arrived with the rook at the school's front doors, Yubeluna was going to use her power over explosions to defeat the knight instantly before having the rook embarrass himself in front of those who were higher on the food chain. It would be what was going to happen had the rook not taken notice of Yubeluna early on and somehow defeating her. No matter, he still had other ways to kill the brat. Not like he could easily defeat the rest of his peerage without much issues if he was constantly using his power. Both remaining pawns of Riser Phoenix has been defeated. Knight of Riser Phoenix defeated. Final Knight of Riser Phoenix has been defeated. Final Rook of Riser Phoenix has been defeated. Graphia's voice rang out for each and every defeat his peerage faced. Impossible. There's no way that Rook had been able to defeat all of my peerage. Damn it. Riser growled as he looked off in the distance. Walking through the halls of the school was Rias, Akano, Melissa and Asia as they glared at him hatefully. Riser couldn't help but smirk as he believed that he could make do with this, especially with how one of the blondes were very beautiful and were his type of woman. He licked his lips, preparing his mind for the night of fun he'd be having with those glasses-wearing blonde. When this is all over, he might let the Red Dragon Emperor live through this rating game just to watch as he takes that woman as his own. Just as he was about to stand up, each and every single member of Rias Peerage had arrived in the principal's office, pointing their hands at him. He appreciated the gesture of how they believed they could win, but none were aware of the arm reaching through the window behind Riser. And they all began to speak to the man in a very low and angered tone of voice. Give up, Riser, you've lost. Your entire peerage has been defeated, and there's no way that you can come back from this through surviving on your regeneration alone. We will tire you out eventually, so just admit defeat and leave me the hell alone. Rias growled as Riser chuckled. I will never give up, Rias, you know that, don't you? I will not stop until I have you in my bed beeping my cock. Riser said, raising a hand into the air as a ball of flames formed. Exactly what I was waiting for. A voice rang out behind Riser as the man turned around, only for a red gauntlet-clad hand to grab his face and pull him out the window before slamming him into the dirt on the ground outside. As Riser tried to get up from the ground, he noticed something odd about the arm holding him down. There was only one of them as he prepared to launch a blast of phoenix flames at the young man. He noticed something in the boy's eyes, however, that stopped him from doing so. There was a very barely restrained anger deep in the boy as Riser smirked. So you've finally shown your true colors. You're jealous of my upcoming win against your master, aren't you? Riser quipped, albeit with a muffled voice. Riser Phoenix, I have you pinned to the ground. I could easily kill you in this moment, but I won't be doing that. You declared that you'll take my maid back in the orc. I will make you regret that decision right here and right now. Izuku growled as his emerald eyes ominously glowed even more. Balance break. Izuku muttered, catching Riser off guard. As soon as those words were muttered by Izuku, his entire body undergone a complete overhaul for his look. Crimson, red armor plates covered his entire body as it also increased in height and width as the boy began to transform into something that Riser hadn't seen for a long while. The boy above him began to growl ominously as his head elongated itself and turned his mouth into a long maw. His horns became much longer and larger in size before the boy's entire body became draconic in nature. Standing at 18 meters in height with black and green scales moving all across his body, Izuku growled at Riser as the Phoenix descendant had been struggling under the clawed paw of the boy. Any last words, Riser Phoenix? Izuku's draconic voice rang out. I will beep anyone you come to love. Riser growled from beneath Izuku as the dragon just stared at him blankly before taking a deep breath. Rias Grimori, Izuku called out as Rias came outside. What is it? She called out, worriedly. Do you want me to end his pitiful existence or leave him alive? Izuku asked, as he kept his eyes on the downed phoenix. Make sure he regrets messing with my family. Rias called back. Izuku licked his maw as he glared down at Riser as the man struggled to escape from the paw holding him down on the ground. And without any further delays Izuku spoke out loud, causing everyone to be slightly more fearful of him right now. Tonight, I dine on yakitori soup. Izuku growled as the armor plating covered his head and maw. See you next week, you perverted bastard. Izuku growled as he moved backwards, allowing Riser to stand up. Only for a massive tail to slam into Riser's body, creating a comical Riser Phoenix imprint on the ground. The balance-broken dragon roared as he reached his clawed paw into the dirt and pulled out a very annoyed phoenix. You think that just by becoming a dragon and activating a balance breaker form, that you can just defeat me? Do you even know who I am? Riser called out, blasting the armored face of Izuku. The dragon said nothing as he continued his assault on the much smaller phoenix as he smashed the man about the area. Rias and the others could only watch on in morbid fascination as their friend, and somewhat lover for the girls, was taking on Riser in a balance breaker form without much issue. Sure, Riser was getting more than a few hits in on the dragon himself, but at most the damage was superficial at best and literally nothing at worst. So they brought out the proverbial popcorn and began to watch from afar as they were soon shown a display of power by Izuku as the young dragon had grabbed Riser from the air as he had begun to monologue in the distance from their position. He pulled the man close to his face as he blew red-hot flames on the Phoenix descendant as he threw the man into the ground. As Riser climbed out of the wreckage, he attacked the dragon with all the power he could muster up, his clothing looking torn and very dirty from how Izuku just kept tossing him across the dirt. He flew over a clawed attack that was horizontal but clearly telegraphed due to the large size. He pulled an arm back as in a very beautiful display of forming a ball of fire behind his back he threw it at Izuku's maw as the young man had opened it and was preparing an attack. Take this, you damn dirty lizard! Riser called out, as the ball of flames entered the dragon version of Izuku. For a moment nothing really happened as Izuku continued to lick at his lips for the flames that had seemingly done nothing to him. But from the outside, steam began to emit from his body as Izuku just did what a normal dragon would do, dispel the flames from his insides and blast it right back at the user. The attack was seemingly so out of place that Riser didn't even bother trying to dodge the flames as they surrounded him and reformed some of his body. With that, Izuku's draconic form however decided to take the backseat as the armor reformed to fit the smaller frame of Izuku. What's wrong, Red Dragon? Can't handle a small opponent? Riser quipped as Izuku just shook his head. Just learning from a small minor mistake of being a large opponent. Just because I have a larger mass and higher speed, doesn't mean that I'm not a larger target. Izuku said, as he rushed the Phoenix descendant. Then come and get me. I know you can't win against me, you cripple. Riser called out, his eyes becoming bloodshot and manic. As Izuku flew directly at the man, he sent a flying spin kick at the man as he ducked under it and prepared to grapple the boy. And just when he reached for the boy, a wing had slapped him in the face, sending him back slightly before he felt his head being gripped as he glanced over to see Izuku gripping on his head with a single hand before he chuckled. Reaching an arm to grab Izuku's only limb that remained on his torso, Izuku switched tactics before he slammed a kick into Riser's face, sending him down to the ground. Landing on the ground, rather roughly, Izuku sped towards Riser as the man climbed out of the rubble. He then grabbed onto the man's face before pushing it into the dirt as he quite literally dragged him across it until he found a nearby building as he slammed him into the wall, causing it to cave into itself. Lifting the man into the air and slamming him once again back into the ground as he pulled out his dragon wings again as he dragged him across the field once more. Needless to say, Riser was not having fun, nor was he going to be for the next few minutes. From the viewpoint of Rias Grimori's older brother, the man watched as Izuku had been quite literally showing off what he could do. And this was only with the power of the boosted gear. From what he could see, however, was that Izuku was still holding back against the son of the Phoenix family who were sitting next to his mother and father. They were making their comments on their son's display of power over the boy as they were looking quite disappointed in their son's display of power over that of one who was merely a low-class devil. So what are you both gleaming from this fight between the Red Dragon Emperor and your son? The man asked, the upper portion of his face not being revealed. Searsex, I believe that our son can still win this. He just needs to be given the right moment to strike. The Marquis of the Phoenix family stated with an impassive expression. I believe with my husband Searsex, you make it sound like Riser is going to lose. The matriarch of the Phoenix family replied as Searsex chuckled. That's because of the fact that the boy, who is quite handedly by the way, beating your son within an inch of his life. He's not even using his full power against your son, and if he's not using a power aside from the boosted gear, Riser Phoenix will most assuredly lose. Searsex stated whilst placing a palm on his cheek as he stared at the screen. So you believe that Rias Rook will be capable of defeating someone who is quite literally immortal based on magical power and family bloodlines alone? The Marquis of the Grimoire family questioned, looking at Searsex for the first time. That's not what I'm believing. I'm merely stating it as a fact. I'm sure you all noticed the green electricity and black energy whips that left his body earlier in the battles. Searsex questioned as the others did note that. We did indeed see those moments, but we thought that they were additional powers of the boosted gear. Not a whole lot is known about it by the way, the Marquis of Phoenix stated as he rubbed his growing beard. Well, good for you, you're wrong. Those powers that he showcased were that of what the humans in the human world call quirks. They allow the user to create quite an ability that could be similar to magic. I'm pretty sure that there's a hero from about 20 years ago who actually had a quirk he called quite literally magic. Searsex said, with a chuckle. That's impossible. No quirk could match the power of our magic. The matriarch called out as Searsex glanced at the woman from the side of his eye. If you're so sure about that, how about we put it under a bet? If the boy shows that magic could be quite easily handled by the power of a quirk, you must give me something in return. Searsex betted, as he stared at the matriarch. What will you give us in return? She questioned quickly, not really liking where this was going. If the boy wins this rating game, Rias will already be off limits. But from what I can sense from my sister through the holograms, he's already staked his claim on my little sister, so she will not be on the betting table this time around. Searsex said, as the matriarch growled under her breath before she gained a smirk. What about the boy? Surely he will be capable of being up for a bet. The matriarch of the Phoenix family said, as Searsex thought about it. I wouldn't be opposed, but you should really bring it up with him. Searsex said, as he turned his head to watch the fight. Back on the field of battle, Izuku had grabbed Riser from the cracks in the ground and flew high in the sky. He spun the man with his only arm as Riser's body became a blur of motion in the sky as he was suddenly thrown back to the ground, creating a massive explosion of dirt and debris. Izuku slowly touched down on the ground as he felt the boosted gear's power over the balance breaker reach its maximum output and suddenly disappear. He fell to a knee as he placed a palm on the ground. He felt as though all the energy he had gained from the battle was completely gone, and that was when he heard Dedrake's voice at the worst possible time. Burst. You've got to be shitting me. Izuku muttered as Riser walked out of the smoke cloud. So you've run out of power. I have to say, that was a pretty close match. You had nearly beaten me, but you should know that I have infinite stamina. There was no way you could have beaten me. At least not on your own. Riser said, raising a hand to Izuku. Flames of the phoenix had started to form slowly in his hand as his aura was pushed into his palm, increasing the size of the magical ball of power. Riser smirked in victory as he prepared to blast the ball of power at the, clearly, weakened boy in front of him. He was prepared to kill him for sullying his image in the eyes of both his parents and Rias' parents, but he would make sure that if the boy survived this attack, he would at least give him something to take the pain away. He was already a cripple in his mind, so why not make him even more of that specific title as the humans called it? But as he blasted the spot where Izuku was, a large cloud of dust moved past his face as he felt the air become heightened by static electricity. Standing behind him was Izuku as the young man was stretching his body whilst this weird green electricity was flowing around his body. Riser looked confused at the new development, but shook his head as he figured it was the quirk the boy had been born with. Oh, little did he know. You know, you talk too much. It's probably why you're going to lose, Izuku said, as he cracked his neck getting the kinks out. What do you know about losing? From what I've seen you've only been winning against my peerage. Riser growled. Riser Phoenix, don't you see? You're not dealing with the average low-class devil anymore, Izuku said, as the green electricity flared up in its intensity. No, Riser said, as he felt completely and utterly confused. Before Riser could react, again, Izuku appeared in front of him, a kick primed to slam into his face as he barely moved backwards. The electricity coming from Izuku's crimson-red colored boots flickered across his face as his nose felt numb from the mere touch of the electricity. Izuku pulled out his draconic features as he spun around and slapped Riser in the face with his tail, all before grabbing the man's extended arm with his own and lifted the man into the air and slammed him onto the ground again. Then he proceeded to pull him up and over his head and slam him into the ground around his placement on the ground. As soon as Riser broke free of Izuku's grip, he fluttered in the air as Izuku bum-rushed him. As soon as he thrusted his left wing at the man, he ducked under the attack before feeling a knee slam into his gut, causing him to cough up spittle. Izuku then spun around and slammed his fist into the man's face, causing it to deform slightly to the side, closing one of his eyes forcefully before Izuku then grabbed his leg before pulling him down to be headbutted by the smaller boy's own head. Although the horns pierced through Riser's eyes, the man let out a scream of anguish as Izuku then kicked him in the stomach before forming a ball of red energy in his hand. Dragon shot, Izuku called out, as the ball of energy slammed into Riser's chest and torso, spinning him around in circles as Izuku smirked. Burst open and mix, Izuku screamed as a massive explosion of power created a powerful shockwave in the sky. The explosion of red-crimson energy had filled the sky with a red hue as Riser was shown to be still standing somehow, but with battle damage all over the place. He was panting heavily, as well as slowly lowering himself to the ground. Izuku didn't want to let up on his attacks as he pulled out Black Whip and launched them at Riser, who tried to burn them off before realizing that they weren't physical objects as Izuku reeled him in. He sent a fist into Riser's gut, causing him to buckle over the younger, much smaller boy's arm as he coughed in pain. This was all before Riser felt himself being pushed down into the ground by Izuku as the boy then stomped on his chest, pushing him into the dirt. Then Izuku grabbed him by the hair and lifted him from the dirty crater and kicked him in the hip, sending him tumbling across the field. The young man walked slowly over to him as he used magic to change his attire. If he was going to do this, and he was doing this, he will be doing it in the attire that he will always want to fight opponents in. His vigilante suit. Gone was the tracksuit that he was wearing to the fight. It was replaced with the suit that Melissa had prepared for his vigilante time out on the streets of Kuo Town. As he menacingly walked towards Riser, the man became hysterical in his speech as he began to slowly climb back up to his feet. He was fully disorientated by this point. Why are you doing this? Don't you know what will happen if this marriage doesn't happen? You are sending the devil race into extinction. Riser screamed, before Izuku sent a one-for-all powered punch into Riser's face. There's a difference between an arranged marriage and a true marriage, Riser Phoenix. Izuku growled as his clawed, gauntlet-clad hand trembled at his side. An arranged marriage is something that forces whoever is not willing to comply with something they do not wish to have. Forcing the person in the contract to marry someone who they do not know, who they do not love, and all for something that they didn't even want in the first place. A true marriage is when both parties love one another, not this sick crap where you are only going to use Rias Bucho as a damn trophy to show off to all the other devils. If I was to marry that woman, because Satan bless her, I would do it for her personality, the way she talks to people, the simple fact that she is just able to interact with others without any issues. You have a peerage of women, aside from your sister, that you could easily repopulate the devils with. They shouldn't even be thinking about inbreeding you, sick, Izuku yelled out, before sending a barrage of attacks at the man. By the end of Izuku's speech, he slammed his fist into Riser's jaw, breaking it entirely off his face, causing the man's eyes to widen in shock. Izuku, however, wasn't done as he reached over and pulled Riser by the undershirt of his suit and pulled him close to his own eyes within the dark expanse of his cowl. Riser could see the deep-seated fury behind the green-slitted eyes as Izuku growled in his ear. You even threatened to take what was mine. Izuku growled, in a very husky, primal way. And because of that, you will suffer. Izuku growled, before piercing the man's chest again. NGH. Riser grunted before he felt his heart pulled out of his chest. Neither one noticed how the wound stopped healing, but neither cared in the moment. Izuku glared at Riser with nothing but hatred as his eyes became more and more manic and completely incoherent with his body's functions. He then shoved the heart into Riser's mouth and closed the already regenerated jaw back over it and held it shut as he stomped on the man's leg, breaking it in 5 different places. He then floated into the air as what appeared to be boss music suddenly could be heard as Izuku reached the pinnacle of the sky that was blocked by a very powerful barrier. Should I use full power? Izuku wondered mentally. I personally think you should kick him in the dick. A familiar voice rang out in his head. Nana, Izuku questioned. Hey, just because you are finished with the fight, doesn't mean that I'm not particularly happy with him threatening to take your girl. Piss on him. Nana called out with a cheer. I'd rather not do that, that'd be embarrassing. Izuku thought to himself as he raised his only hand to the sky. As he was having his mental dilemma, Izuku began to power up a massive ball of red energy as it continued to grow more and more in its size. Rias and the others began to worry about what would happen should Izuku throw it on the ground, as Kaneko did the only thing she could think of. She grabbed Rias and the others and attempted to vacate the area as fast as she could, and it appeared as though Kiba was following suit as he grabbed the others around them as they reached as far away as they could. Think of the LRSTR cooler from Dokken Bottles Ost for the supernova part of the game. If you think you can defeat me, Riser Phoenix, then you will take everything, this will be and more. Izuku called out, as the red ball of energy became similar to a sun in its appearance. Hit me with all you've got, Red Dragon. I can take it, Riser called out hysterically. You asked for it, Izuku mumbled as he threw it downward. The red ball of energy entered the atmosphere from where Izuku floated in the air as it slowly approached Riser's prone form on the ground. It was so large that it could have had the potential to destroy the planet alone from its sheer size and seemingly power. When it reached Riser, the man placed his palms on the ball of energy as he tried to push it back towards Izuku, who had in preparation for this been creating another one just to let it fall on Riser. As soon as it was the same size of the first one, Izuku then tossed it at the first ball, who was holding Riser to the ground. As soon as it connected with the original ball of energy, they both combined as they increased in both mass as well as appearance in terms of size. Riser was pushed even further into the ground as he began to cry out in pain. He felt his hands entering the ball of devastation as he suddenly felt an all-encompassing pain all around his body before Izuku's hand closed, creating a massive explosion that sent rocks and pieces of rubble all around himself as the entire dimension had completely been broken apart, breaking the video feed. As everyone scrambled to see what happened, in the field where Riser was supposedly supposed to be, he laid on the ground, swirls in his eyes as he was completely and utterly knocked out. His entire naked form was out for the world to see as Izuku floated in the air, breathing heavily as he slowly lowered himself to the ground. Touching down on the ground, he looked over to his right and found Graphia standing over the unconscious form of Riser Phoenix as she nodded at him, marking him the winner of the fight. Rias and the others decided to make their appearance as he smiled at them with a half-lidded eye before both Rias and Melissa slammed into his chest, knocking him over to the ground. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Rias cried as she hugged Izuku as tightly as she could as Izuku looked at Melissa. You did good, Izuku, get some rest. You have a talk with a certain someone soon, Melissa said, as Izuku nodded. Rias, could you please get me and Melissa home? I need to take a nap, Izuku said, before passing out. What made the interaction comical was how Izuku's face fell into Rias' beeps as she held his head there in a loving manner. Looking over at Melissa, she silently asked for permission as the young blonde nodded at her. And with that, the two disappeared in a small magic circle that left the rest of everyone at the courtyard of Kuo Academy. Graphia then called Searzex, stating that the winner of the fight was Izuku, as he had very clearly knocked out Riser Phoenix with his final attack, no matter how overboard it was. Melissa, however, looked off in the distance. She saw the sun rising over the mountains as she felt a smile etch itself onto her features. Another day, another problem, she muttered, as Kaneko appeared next to her. What do you mean by that? She asked, suspiciously. Well, remember how he told us about who took his arm away from him? Melissa asked. Yeah, that bastard of a bully did it. Why? Kaneko asked, angrily. He's going to be talking to that said boy in a couple of days. It's going to be their final interaction, and Izuku will need all the sleep he can get when it comes to that bastard of a human being. Melissa said, growling the last part out. Well, I certainly hope he gets some ironic justice. Kaneko said, as Melissa looked at her strangely. What? I'm just saying that it'd be ironic if Izuku-senpai takes the bastard's arm for everything he'd done. It'd be perfectly ironic, Kaneko said, before walking away. Okay, that is a bit dark, but I certainly hope that Bakugo has changed from his previous attitude problems. Because if he hasn't, I don't know how Izuku will get justice for all the problems he's caused. Melissa said, as Akeno smirked. I could always electrocute him, she said, as small sparks of electricity moved about her fingers. No thanks, he can handle Bakugo, Melissa said, as Akeno pouted. Okay, I will meet you at the mansion, Akeno said, as she pulled Asia and Kiba away to help Graphia. Inside of the mansion, Rias laid Izuku on his bed as she took in his damaged back as well as somehow bleeding head. Using her magic to heal the injuries, she took in Izuku's naked form once more as she smiled to herself. That was all before noticing a scar on the boy's lower back just above his waist that made her sick to her stomach. Shaking her head from that scar, she decided that it wasn't best to go asking about it. And as she laid next to Izuku, she used her magic to take her clothes off and neatly fold them on his desk as she pulled him into her body. She could feel all the heat his body was giving off, and she couldn't help but beep in slight pleasure as she felt a rod poking at her stomach. She will not be getting much sleep, it appears, as she saw Izuku's eyes open this time, and they were not the original green they used to be. They were a feral black color. Mine, he growled before pushing his face into hers. Izuku woke up the next morning to an alarm on his phone. Reaching his arm over the body of Melissa, he picked his phone up and looked at what the alarm was meant to be about and saw a singular name. Bakugo. Picking his phone up and looking at the name a bit closer, he couldn't help but sigh as he shook his head. This was really going to be happening, isn't it? There was no going back from this now, as he'd made the appointment with the principal early on in the training to fight Riser. At least it had been a week since the whole Riser incident, as he really wasn't hoping to talk to Bakugo in the week that it took to rest from that big battle. He had been resting after his fight and wanted to be fully prepared for whatever Bakugo would have set up for him. He knew that Bakugo wasn't one to be held lightly when it came to his proficiency with using his quirk. But if there was anyone he needed to have closure with, it was the boy who took his arm and completely got away with taking it from his body, in an act that left him dreadfully fearful of the boy Izuku was now going to face him after 2 long years. And he could feel the phantom pain of his shoulder act up as he pulled out some adrenaline in order to make it go away. The phantom pains always came back near the anniversary of when he lost the arm. Looking at the date, he had found that it was literally the day of the meeting between him and Bakugo after 2 years of radio silence. I guess I should prepare for the shitstorm that Bakugo will bring up. He always seems to make everything revolve around him whenever it comes to the two of us. Izuku grumbled as he left the bedroom. Walking down the halls, he entered the kitchen as he found Rias and the others watching the TV in the living room. They all noticed his dreadful expression as they looked quite concerned before he waved them off as he stared at the date on the calendar. Just a few days before his birthday. Taking in a deep breath, he walked away from it and started to make breakfast for everyone, as since they were all awake and here, he might as well just do it already. As soon as he'd started making food, everyone noticed the heavenly aroma floating through the air as they walked into the kitchen following the lovely aroma. He may have been only making katsudon, but it was quite literally the only thing he knew how to make perfectly. Just like his mother used to make it, just for him. Shaking his head at the memory that slowly built up a tear in his eyes, he went back to work, making sure that it would be just as beautiful and delicious as how his mother made it for him when he was a kid. Once he had finished the katsudon plate for himself, he went on to make enough for everyone in the house as he set up everyone's plates as Melissa came floating down the stairs as though the smell of the food lifted her from her bed. "Melissa, I will need you to hold down the fort here," Izuku said, as Melissa nodded before stopping what she was doing. "Wait, is it really today?" she asked, as everyone looked at both of them. "I'm sorry, but what's going on here?" Rias asked, confused. "I'm meeting someone that I haven't seen in 2 long years. I'm not even sure if he'd changed a single bit ever since I left Musudafu," Izuku said, as Rias and the others suddenly realized what he was talking about. "Are you sure that you can handle that?" Kaneko asked, as she looked up at him from where she sat. Izuku looked at Kaneko as she stared into his eyes as everyone waited for his response. He looked at Melissa, who had been giving him worried glances every few moments as she kept on her toes about how he felt about talking to the boy who caused him so much pain in his life. Taking a deep breath and kneeling to be at Kaneko's height, he placed his palm on her shoulder as she glanced at it for a moment before looking into his deep emerald and pure black eye. "Wait, Black. Kaneko-chan, I don't know if I'm ready to talk to him yet. I'm not sure if I will be capable of holding in decades worth of pain and suffering that just want to leave my body and decide my next action towards him. But I am going to let loose of those emotions if Bakugo doesn't show any signs that he's changed as a person," Izuku said, as he stared at Kaneko with as much fear in his eyes as he could possibly show. "Are you still afraid of him?" After all this time, Kaneko asked, as Rias looked between Izuku and Kaneko. "If you lived the life I had, you would still hold some semblance of fear of the person who made your life a living hell. I may not be afraid of him right now, but my body remembers what he did to me, and I'm not sure if I will be capable of stopping what I could do to him if I decide to let out all my pain and misery against him," Izuku said, as he walked towards the front door. "Is this even a good idea?" Rias asked, looking between Izuku, Kaneko and Melissa with worry written on her face. "Nope. But this is the only way that I can find some semblance of a certain kind of peace. I'm going to try and make peace with someone who has done nothing but force me to believe that I am so worthless that nobody would ever come to love me. Melissa pulled me out of that kind of funk, especially after my mother's death. Before I met you all, I was in a very bad place mentally, and when I first met you all that day when I was moving through the streets as the vigilante, Melissa had just barely managed to pull me away from joining my own mother," Izuku said, as he left the house. Izuku walked through the town as he moved towards a small tea shop. It was a place that both him and his mother went to in order to keep them from getting too emotional. The teas there had been far more than capable of doing so in the past. But Izuku was feeling extremely skittish as well as worried today, so he decided to take multiple calming teas so that his talk with Bakugo wouldn't turn out too horribly. He had just bought a 4th cup of green tea when the doors opened again as a familiar face walked through. His explosion-styled hair that was ash blonde in color stood out way too much. The young man walked around, his red eyes glaring at everything around himself before finding its target. Izuku looked at him from the corner of his emerald eye as the boy walked over to him before sitting down in the booth with him, but on the opposite side of the table. If there is a tense feeling in the building before, the tenseness had become 300 times worse as soon as the boy sat down in front of Izuku, as everyone knew what was going to happen. They had heard stories about how Izuku had lost his arm, not to mention the mentality he'd had when he lived in the town, so if he was here talking with someone it was bound to get pretty bad. So they all got their drinks to go. As Izuku kept his eyes on his green tea, he heard the voice of the boy in front of him. And it had sent him into a mental battle of not trying to keep himself as quiet as possible just in order to make sure that the boy didn't attack him out of annoyance. "So, what is this talk going to be about?" he asked, as Izuku looked up at him. "Is that all you have to say to me, Kachan?" Izuku asked, slightly miffed. "You're the one who set this up, nerd. I figured that you wouldn't be this passive. I mean seriously. You've had 2 years to get a spine. Did you even get one?" Bakugo growled out as he drank the same kind of tea as Izuku. The two remained quiet for a while after that speech. Izuku was more concerned over the fact that Bakugo was actually drinking a tea to calm himself, so it appeared as though Bakugo was at least trying to calm his demeanor a bit, albeit very slightly. Izuku could still hear the anger and hatred in his voice. Clearly the boy didn't wish to come here and wanted to be back in Musudafu. I did grow a spine, just trying to make sure that I don't keep being the way I used to be whilst I was under your heel back in Aldera. Izuku said, as he took a deep breath. Oh, so you really did grow a spine. That's good, I've been waiting for you to grow one, always hated when you tried to beat my boot. Katsuki growled as Izuku gave him a glare. Shut up, I'm trying to be calm. Katsuki said, as he looked away with a small blush. It's kind of difficult to see that when the last decade of my life before moving here you'd always been too pissed off to care about being calm. Izuku said, as Katsuki growled to no one in particular. Why did you and Auntie leave? Katsuki finally asked, as Izuku took in a shuddering breath. Why do you think? Izuku asked, his voice low. Obviously because of me, but I want to hear it from you. Katsuki said, as Izuku sighed. Katsuki, do you know what you did to me? Izuku questioned as Bakugo just shrugged his shoulders. Katsuki, you made my life a living hell. You made it your life's mission to make sure that I couldn't try and attain my dream. The moment I tried to train myself physically, you and your stupid lackeys beat me within an inch of my life before stating that I shouldn't even try training. After that you just mentally abused me, not to mention physically with your quirk. I can clearly state many things that could get you placed in prison because of your actions alone, and the same could be said about those who followed after you. Izuku said, as Katsuki glared at him. Then why didn't you? He questioned, still slightly angered by the threat. Because I saw that you could do something that I couldn't. Not many people will see what I see in you, Katsuki. But when I was growing up, I was envious of you. You saw All Might and viewed him as the ultimate opponent to beat in a fight. I saw him as the ultimate savior of the world. But when it came to you, I saw you as someone who could be a champion of victory. You were my idol of victory as a kid, so much so that I was envious of your own personality. You were so extroverted and powerful, that I wished that I could be just as powerful and extroverted as you were. You were strong, charismatic in your own way, not to mention able to do anything. I was, at the time, weak, pathetic, and only strong in mind. Izuku said, as Katsuki listened to every detail without interrupting. I don't know where you dropped off at being the idol of victory I held in my heart for you, Katsuki. But as soon as everyone started to praise you for your quirk and not your accomplishments that you'd done without it, I was scared that you'd never return to the little boy that I idolized. The boy who could take on older students and come out on top because of his tenacity, strength, and unwavering determination. And you want to know what happened when you stopped showing those traits? Izuku asked, finally showing his face as tears fell down it. I don't know what you're talking about, Katsuki said, looking at Izuku weirdly. Katsuki, after everyone started to praise you for your quirk, you became a bully. You hurt others because they thought they were better than you. Yeah, they could have gone a different way about it, but you attacked them for their own opinion. You don't force others to believe what you do, you show them to believe in you through your actions. You show accomplishments that you've done, not beat them up for having a different opinion to your own. Izuku said, as Katsuki growled inaudibly. Is there anywhere you're going with this? Katsuki asked, drinking some more tea. Katsuki, when was the last time someone had congratulated you on something you did without the usage of your quirk? Izuku asked, ominously. Never, a quirkless couldn't possibly do anything that I've done in the past. Katsuki said, pridefully. Do you even regret what you've done to me in the past? Izuku asked, as Katsuki stayed quiet for a bit. Multiple emotions crossed the boy's face as it went from confusion, to anger, to contemplation, before back to anger, before back to a whole slew of other emotions. Each one that came and went were far different from before. Katsuki looked at Izuku in the eyes. He watched as Izuku's expression looked at him with two emotions clearly being showcased. The clearest of them both was the barely restrained anger, but the other was of acceptance of whatever his words will be. That is when he decided to speak about it. If you're asking me if I regret blasting your arm off, I don't think I can feel regret for that action. I try to every day, but I just can't get the feeling of elation out of my mind when I took your arm. Don't think that I enjoyed taking your arm off, Deku. I hated having to do that. I just couldn't think of anything else in the moment and blacked out before I attacked. By the time I had heard about what I had done, I was prepared for you to call the police on me, but nothing happened. Katsuki said, as Izuku drank this information in. Katsuki clearly showed signs that he was at least trying to regret his actions, but his pride was preventing him from doing that. Izuku could get behind the whole pride blocking his ability to regret his actions, but if anything, this all sounded like an excuse to make sure that Izuku didn't do anything too drastic. Izuku took a deep breath in before letting it out. Okay, I guess we're going to talk about this. Izuku muttered, as Katsuki gave him a weird look. Katsuki, how long have you known that my mother was dead? Izuku asked, as Katsuki thought about it. About as long as you did, why? Katsuki asked. She was the one who ultimately made the decision to leave Musudafu. I was perfectly fine with staying there in order to ride out my middle school year before heading to high school here. Izuku said, as Katsuki stared at him. She left on her own accord. She knew from you, didn't she? Katsuki questioned before the realization set in. Katsuki, it's kind of hard to hide scars from an explosion under clothing. Even more so when she finds bandages in a bucket trash can in the bathroom after coming home from work. She knew the smallest amount of it from seeing the bandages I hid, but I didn't tell her everything that you'd done to me until you blasted my arm off. Izuku growled, as Katsuki looked away. So, any reason why she didn't call the police and place me in Tartarus? Katsuki growled. I stopped her, Izuku said, causing Katsuki to growl at him. What do you mean by that? He asked, angry. Katsuki, I know what it's like to live under someone who has done nothing but been a detriment to their physical and mental health. But if there isn't something I know, it was what would happen when surrounded by those whose powers could give yours a run for its money. I also know that since UA's entire school is filled to the brim with heroes, they would be capable of curbing your overconfidence in the fact that you believe your own hype way too much. They should be intelligent enough to know that your confident demeanor came from a place of constant praise and worked hard to make sure that you weren't too overconfident, because that is how you get killed. Izuku said, as Katsuki made a rebuttal. Yeah, but I showed them my strength, my power. Not to mention how good I am. Katsuki bragged as Izuku sighed. Katsuki, this talk was meant to be me and you dishing out our differences and making peace with our own pasts. This wasn't supposed to be focused entirely on how you are the winner between the two of us. We need to fix this stupid relationship between us. Izuku said, as his anger was starting to rise. What's there to change? We've gone our separate ways, but you just had to call me back here to be back in my life. I was doing perfectly fine without you, Katsuki said, as Izuku growled even louder than Katsuki this time. Katsuki. Bakugo. Do you even remember the words you told me on the day of the sludge villain incident? Izuku growled, anger rising very quickly. Of course, I remember that day. It will forever be marked as the day that I was taken by surprise by a sludger who wanted to take my glorious body. Katsuki said, as Izuku shook his head. Katsuki, get back on track. Izuku said, as he grew a tick mark on his head. No, we're done talking. If you were only talking about yourself and your feelings, then you can leave me out of it. I'm done with this mushy-feely stuff. I'm only here because Principal Nezu sent me out here. Katsuki yelled as Izuku stood up. Izuku's ability to hold back his emotions were drawn thin as he reached an arm out, instantly gripping it around Katsuki's face before tossing him through the window. Walking by the front desk, his hair shadowed his eyes as he placed some money on the desk to repair the window as well as pay for the drinks as he cracked his neck. By the time he exited the building through the door, he grabbed Katsuki by the throat as he dragged the boy across the sidewalk as everyone moved out of his way as they saw the deadened expression on his face as he walked the streets. Katsuki struggled to break free of Izuku's grip, even using his quirk on the hand before a red gauntlet had covered it to protect Izuku from harm. Katsuki was confused by the gauntlet coming out of nowhere, but didn't question it further before he looked at Izuku, who was finally letting all the emotions cloud every single bit of his form. An aura of green and teal colors moved around his body as the boy walked down the road with a complete mission on his mind before the two arrived at Kuo Park. Izuku tossed Katsuki across the park path until he landed just at the edge of the fountain. He slowly got up as he prepared his mind for a fight before the wind gusted around the area and Izuku was gone from sight. He appeared behind him with a hand placed on his back, pushing him into the ground before Katsuki could react in time to defend himself. All that time on the battlefield, and he couldn't even react to Izuku, who had been in far less battles and was apparently far faster than him. He felt Izuku land on his back, seemingly breaking it at the spine before moving over to his right arm. Izuku stomped his foot on Katsuki's right arm, at the elbow, and a sickening crack was heard from the limb as Katsuki let out a painful scream of agony. Izuku then moved over to the left arm before breaking that one in the same way as the right, except he decided to do something far worse for the boy. He moved over to the boy's legs and merely placed enough force on the bones in them to break them quietly as Katsuki let out a quiet scream of pain as he breathed and panted heavily as he glanced over his shoulder. "What's the meaning of this? Why the are you breaking my bones?" Katsuki asked, slight fear evident in his tone. "What am I doing? What's the meaning of this? Do you not remember what you did to me for years? The entire decade of pain." Izuku said, before flipping Katsuki onto his back as the young man let out a grunt of pain. "The suffering," Izuku said, as he slammed a fist into Katsuki's face, forcing it to the side. "All the agony that I suffered because of you and your pitiful pride." Izuku growled out, before slamming his foot on the boy's right shoulder. "You have done nothing but cause me, my mother, and my non-existent father nothing but misery with your petty existence." Izuku yelled before stomping on Katsuki's arm again. This was followed by another sickening crack as Katsuki screamed in utter agony. Izuku then moved over to Katsuki's side and constantly kicked him in the side as the boy began to cough up blood from the sheer amount of pain and misery being dealt to him. "You really should have shown signs of remorse for your previous actions, Katsuki. Because I swear to Satan himself, that if I were allowed to kill you right now, nothing would be left for you to return to Musudafu with. Not a single piece of your body." Izuku growled as he pulled the boy up to his face. In whatever Katsuki's mind provided him, the boy apparently thought that spitting his blood in Izuku's face was a good idea. As when the blood smacked Izuku in the cheek, the boy had closed an eye because of that, he decided to do something that would probably freak the boy out. As Izuku opened his eye again, the black color began to overtake the boy's whole pupil as well as sclera before he let his tongue out to lick the blood entirely from his face as Katsuki watched in morbid fascination as Izuku's forked tongue gathered the blood up and pulled it into his mouth as Izuku made a disgusted expression. "Why the hell is your blood so disgusting?" Izuku said, dropping the boy and coughing in disgust. The blood of Katsuki was so horrible tasting that Izuku dunked his face in the water fountain to replace the taste of Katsuki's blood with the refreshing taste of tasteless water. "Okay, that is it. Why the are you doing this, Deku?" Katsuki screamed from the ground. "Why am I doing this? Well, if I didn't make it any clearer from the beginning of our talk. This whole reunion between you and me, Katsuki, was meant to see if you'd changed at all from 2 years ago, and from what I've seen, you hadn't changed one bit. You're trying to change a bit, but it's just not sticking. So because of your not so kind words, or anything else really. Since your mood is pretty much you to anyone and everyone, I am going to enjoy what I'm about to do. I will be reveling in the pain that you've given me through 11 years of my life, all within the span of half an hour," Izuku said, as he checked his phone for the time. Walking back over to Katsuki, Izuku slammed his fist into the boy's stomach as he used magic to hold the boy there. He repeated this motion multiple times before Katsuki coughed up more and more blood onto the ground and was just barely awake. Once Izuku watched as the boy was barely awake, he lightly slapped Katsuki's face in order to pull him away from the soft lull of unconsciousness before he spoke. "Do you remember how you took my arm away from me, Katsuki?" Izuku asked, as Katsuki numbly nodded. "You see, it was extremely hard to learn how to use my right hand for everything. I was left-handed after all, but when you blew my left arm off of my body, it took a whole year to make sure that I could write things, hold objects, much less use my right hand and arm for menial tasks. I really wished that I had been ambidextrous. So in summation of what I'm talking about, I'm gonna get a little angry. And in my little anger tantrum, you're going to lose that arm of yours, the one that you use the most for pretty much everything. Izuku said, before using magic to lift Katsuki. First, shouldn't we stop 9 from doing this? It's kind of ed up. 5th questioned slightly worried. Wouldn't you wish the same on anyone who did that to you? 2nd questioned. I mean of course I would, but I wouldn't go out of my way to do it myself. 5th said, as Nana spoke up. Daigoro, imagine it from the boy who was abused for 90% of his life. Wouldn't you wish to dish out the same level of pain to someone who did it to you? Izuku had waited literally 2 whole years to talk to Katsuki. He wasn't even planning on hurting him in the event that he showed remorse. He would have let him go if he showed the slightest bit of remorse, but he didn't. Izuku warned Nezu about what would happen. I'm going to enjoy this, Nana said, as Izuku reached his arm out for Katsuki's right arm. As soon as Izuku placed his palm around the shoulder of Katsuki's body, the boy began to try and struggle to escape the magic Izuku held him with. As soon as Izuku used the gauntlet on his hand to do some experimental tugs on the boy's shoulder, Katsuki let out screams of pain because his arm was still broken. Izuku's eyes lost all their color as he felt all the elation he was getting from the boy's screams just simply disappear, and he just wanted to end this already. In a slow and methodical way of pulling the arm off, Izuku started to pull softly. Before the arm began to show resistance to being pulled, Katsuki's screams of pain and agony got worse before a ripping sound was being heard by the 2 young men, and drips of blood was heard on the ground as Izuku continued to pull the arm. Skin and bone made sickening sounds as cracks and rips were heard. Muscle and bone were torn from one another as Izuku finally yanked Katsuki's arm from his torso, leaving the boy in such pain and agony that Izuku tossed the arm from the boy's position. He sat there and watched as Katsuki bled a bit before forming a magic circle and pulling Katsuki through it by the face. When he reappeared on the other side of the portal, he found himself in the principal's office as Nezu had comically wide eyes and was staring at Izuku in complete shock as Izuku tossed Katsuki on his desk. When the principal made no move to call for recovery girl, Izuku slowly turned around and began to leave before hearing Nezu's voice. He didn't change at all, did he? He doesn't show remorse, was all Izuku said, before leaving. In America, a man with glasses over his golden-colored slitted eyes looked up from his work. He found someone standing before him wearing silver-ish blue garb fit enough for a devil to wear as he let out a sigh. His eyes glanced around the room, finding his coworkers frozen in time before he cracked his neck as his curly black hair ruffled itself as 2 horns grew from his head. Staring at his guest, he let out a strained smirk on his face as he glared at the man in front of himself. Crom Croc, it's been a long time, old friend, the man said, as Crom glared at him for a while. I go by the name Hisashi Midoriya now. To what do I owe you the favor, Risevam? Hisashi growled. I have an offer for you that you surely cannot mishandle, Risevam said, as Hisashi growled even more. What kind of offer are you talking about? Hisashi questioned. His growl grew louder. I believe that we have found your biological son. He didn't die in Musudafu with Midoriya Inko, Risevam said, with a solemn expression. Izuku's alive. I thought he was dead, Crom questioned. He was last seen fighting Riser Phoenix in the underworld. Your son is currently working for Rias Grimori of the Grimori household, Risevam said, with a hidden smirk. Where does he live currently? Hisashi questioned, panic evident in his features. Have you ever heard of a place called Kuo Town? Risevam questioned with a very malicious smirk. Izuku walked all the way back home that day, the simple fact that Katsuki hadn't shown any kind of remorse for his previous actions. It had hurt a bit. He had protected him from all kinds of punishment from the law, only to take it onto himself for those actions because he just couldn't tell anyone aside from his mother and forbade her from telling anyone else. He took a deep breath as his dull eyes stared at the doorway to his mansion. Opening the door, he walked through the entranceway with his hair creating a shadow over his eyes as he just walked in. He didn't tell anyone that he was back home, not that he's fine. He was just silent. The silence of it all had caused him to slightly slam the door shut behind himself as he walked over to the stairs in an attempt to get upstairs and not talk to anyone at the moment. He wanted to have some time alone without any of the girls or the club around so that he can think about all the choices he'd made in the past that led up to this point in his life where he finally talked to Katsuki after 2 whole years of radio silence. He looked at the phone nearby as he slowly walked towards it. Once he was just a few feet away from the phone he picked it up. Rias and the others were at the orc. They had left early on in the day to make up some work from their 10-day week of training. They were gathering their supplies when Melissa stepped into the clubroom with a very worried expression taking over her facial features. She looked up from where she stood and found that the others were staring at her in worry as she shook her head and began to tell them about what Izuku said earlier that day before she left the mansion. Flashback. Izuku had picked up the phone and dialed the 110 number for the police. He waited for a few moments before he heard someone speak on the other end of the line. As he was preparing to inform the police about something, Melissa had come out from upstairs as she rushed over to an area where Izuku wouldn't hear her eavesdropping on his conversation. "This is Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa of the Musudafu Police Department. How can I help you today, sir?" A familiar voice rang out from Izuku's phone. How does Izuku know about Naomasa? Melissa thought to herself as she heard Izuku speak. "Hey, Naomasa, I need you to check up on something," Izuku said, as Melissa sat still. "I don't know what this is about, Midoriya-kun, but can you please tell me about it?" Naomasa asked, as Izuku put the man on speaker. "Naomasa, I'd like to make a statement about a certain thing my mother told Eraserhead in the past," Izuku said, rubbing his head. "Okay, let me get over there. How long do you think you can wait for me to get to Kuo Town?" Naomasa asked. "Just take your time, I still need to figure out everything at the moment. At least everything that I need to inform you about, my past," Izuku said, as Melissa placed a hand over her mouth to cover a gasp. "Don't stay waiting for too long, how about we talk about it in that coffee shop later today?" Naomasa asked. "Can we move to a different one today? I kind of destroyed their window today and they might not appreciate that," Izuku said, as Naomasa hummed. "Bakugo?" Naomasa questioned quickly. "Yeah, he said some things that I didn't agree with, and it was really hard to not throw him through the window. But I ended up doing that," Izuku said, sighing. "All right, I'll be there in a few hours. Keep yourself feeling calm, remember those teas that your mother made?" Naomasa questioned. "Why yeah, just need to get myself some before leaving," Izuku said, standing up from the chair he sat on earlier. "Okay, I will see you later, kid. Make sure that you don't lose your temper again, I can't keep covering for you," Naomasa said, before hanging up. Flashback over. After the whole phone call, Izuku said that he was going for a walk. "But I'm far more worried about what he'll be talking about with Naomasa," Melissa said, as Rias thought about her answer to Melissa's problem. "Melissa, I think we should probably stay out of it. It's his problem to deal with, and we don't need to bother him about it with our presence, he might not wish to talk to us at the moment," Rias said, as Melissa nodded. The peerage continued with their daily duties, cleaning around the place, taking care of homework as well as multiple other things that they needed done around the place. Melissa had even taken charge of a few of what were supposed to be Izuku's whole contracts for devil work. By the time the end of the day came around, Melissa and Rias walked home with Asia. Melissa and Asia, however, were confused as to why Rias was coming with them. The young woman had then explained about since Izuku had managed to save her, she might repay him for his actions by living with him. Melissa was okay with this, as long as she didn't try and steal Izuku from her 24/7. Rias didn't promise anything, but she did comply with Melissa's demands. When they walked through the open doorway of the house, they found Izuku sitting on the couch looking over the news. He had his hero notebook on the coffee table as the news had changed to something that was far less important than the new heroes out on the streets. Walking in the room Izuku had been clearly doing hero notes on new upcoming heroes, they found him sleeping on the couch as he had been curled up in a small ball. Melissa in all her wisdom as well as courage had walked over and picked Izuku up and placed him on her back. Rias and Asia watched as Izuku's body curled around Melissa's in a bid to keep himself from falling off of her as the girl smirked at them both before walking up to his bedroom. Rias and Asia glanced at one another before nodding and following after the woman and their love interest as they found Melissa placing Izuku under the covers of his bed and walking out of the bedroom. Giving the girl a curious glance, the girl shook her head as she led them downstairs into the kitchen before giving them a look that stated to not ignore her request. "So is there a reason why you didn't get into the same bed as him?" Rias asked, curiously. "Because we're going to be making dinner for him. On days that he doesn't feel like doing much, from what I heard him tell me stories about his mother, she'd always make his favorite food to try and get him feeling better from a bad day. And that is what we're going to be doing," Melissa said, as she began to clean her hands. "Okay, so how do we make his favorite food? And what is his favorite food?" Asia questioned, concerned. "His favorite food is katsudon. We need to prioritize the meat in it to satisfy his draconic blood since he's a meat eater. But we can put some other things in to satisfy the human part of him that had been turned into a devil. And then we do our very best to satisfy his urges later on," Melissa said, as she licked her lips. "I'm good for right now. I would just like to make sure that he's feeling better from this morning," Asia said, as Melissa nodded. "That's fine with me. Are you with me, Rias?" Melissa questioned with a smirk. "What are your plans for satisfying his urges?" Rias asked, a smirk growing on her own face. "Well, I think it'd be better if we didn't say it in front of Asia. Just follow my lead later on tonight," Melissa said, giggling. On the outer edge of Kuo town, we see two cloaked figures walking up to the edge of the town. They looked down at the busy streets from the top of the hill they stood upon as they glanced at one another. A blue eye looking at a violet-colored one as they nodded at one another and began their trek down towards the town beneath where they stood. They didn't get a few feet before a car stopped next to them and the door opened up for them both as a black, curly-haired man with golden slitted eyes waved them in. "Hey, I thought you both would need a lift to get into Kuo town. Want some help?" the man asked. "We would appreciate it, a feminine voice said, as the man chuckled. "Sorry for not introducing myself. The name is Midoriya, Hisashi Midoriya," the man said, reaching a hand out to them. "Nice to meet you, sir. My name is Shido Irina, and this is my partner Quarta Xenovia. Can you give us a ride to this location?" the girl asked, as Hisashi looked at the address. "Are you sure that this is the location you need to go to?" Hisashi asked, a wary expression taking over his face. "Yes, we were told that the Red Dragon Emperor lives there, sir," Xenovia said, as Hisashi just watched her closely. "Just make sure that you don't piss him off, and he has a name you know," Hisashi said, as the two girls climbed into the backseat of his car. "Oh, what's his name?" Shido asked, curiously. "He's my son if you were wondering. I haven't seen him in about maybe 4 to 5 years. It's been so long that I just need to make sure that he's fine. I only found out he's living here now from a friend of mine," Hisashi said, as he drove off. "He's your son. What's his name?" Shido asked again. "His name is," Hisashi spoke before pausing. "Izuku, are you sure that you're okay?" Rias asked, looking at Izuku. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just had a bad day yesterday. It's been a few hours since I had talked to Bakugo, but I want to just forget everything that happened. But if you want, you and Melissa can sleep in my bedroom tonight," Izuku said, as he looked at both girls. As the two smiled at one another, he couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding at the smiles he was being given by the two women. But as he was about to continue eating his dinner, he heard a knock at the front door, looking to Melissa and Rias in confusion as he thought that there was nobody coming over today. As he saw their expressions, however, it seemed as though they weren't planning on being visited as well, so as he stood up, he walked over to the front door and began to open the door. "Hello, I know that you might be visiting, but I'm kind of," Izuku spoke before being interrupted. "Now is that any way to speak to your father?" A familiar voice rang out to Izuku. Looking up, he found a man with black curly hair similar to his own. His golden slitted eyes, something that he remembered from the man's last visit before his mother died in a villain attack from about 2 years before that. Taking in the man's full look, he found the man pulling out a cigar and smoking on the porch before shaking his head and looking behind the man as Izuku looked somewhat confused. "Sorry for being a little upfront, Izuku, but can you let these two fine women inside your home? Apparently, you all have a lot to speak about, especially with me," Hisashi said, as Izuku stared at him. "Oh okay, give me a minute," Izuku said, as he opened the door and allowed the trio inside the house. He was basically running on autopilot as the man sat on the couch with Izuku sitting on the couch across from him. He was taking in the form of the man in front of himself, his mannerisms, his speech as well as the color of his eyes specifically. When Izuku stared at the man enough to garner his attention, he smiled at Izuku before revealing some fangs that Izuku immediately recognized to be very similar to his own, and Izuku moved closer to the man, slightly curious as well as some recognition coming across his face. "Hey son, I know that it's been about 5 years since I last saw you. And that me coming back into your life right now of all times is a bad thing. I can't say or do anything that will change your mind on how you view me right now. But just know that I will do my very best in order to keep you safe from here on out, unless you don't want me here, but that's your decision. All I wanted to tell you is that I'm sorry for not being here like I should have, and that I will not say any excuses because it's not right," the man said, as Rias and Melissa entered the room. "Izuku, who is this guy?" Rias asked, as Melissa spoke up as well. "And why is his hairstyle giving me the worst case of deja vu?" Melissa asked. "Dad," Izuku screamed as he hugged the man with his only arm as tight as he could. As Izuku pulled his father into a one-armed hug, he began to let tears out as he held onto the man for dear life. Rias and Melissa stared between the two with massive amounts of confusion as well as worry, as Izuku was just calling this man dad, but he didn't even look the same as this guy aside from the hair. But as they were about to voice these things, the man spoke up. "I thought you'd hate me, Izuku. Shouldn't you hate me for being gone for all this time?" the man asked, as Izuku shook his head. "No matter how long you've been gone, I know that you were only getting enough money to support me and Mom. I mean, at least until she died, and the number one hero gave me this place to live in for now," Izuku said, as he rubbed his stump of a shoulder. "Are you sure that you don't hate me, kid? I wouldn't put it past you to have some feelings of hatred put up on me for not being there for you," the man said, as Rias and Melissa spoke out loud. "Can you two please tell us who this guy is?" the two yelled, causing both to look at the girls before back at one another before back to the girls again. "I'm his father. He's my father," they both said, as Melissa and Rias just groaned into their hands. "We meant his name. We can see that you're father and son, we just need a name to fit the guy," Rias called out. "My apologies, I would have thought that my son had told you about me. My name is Midoriya Hisashi, and I've been in America for the last 5 years," Hisashi said, as he reached a hand out to both girls. "Melissa Shield, although when Izuku decides to, it will be Melissa Midoriya," Melissa said, as Hisashi nodded. "I'm Rias Grimori, sir, and your son saved me from a very bad arranged marriage," Rias said, as she shook the man's hand. "It's nice to meet you both. So Izuku, can you tell me what happened since I last saw you? Because last time I remember, you had an extra arm, and your left eye wasn't black in color," Hisashi said, as Izuku looked at him confusedly. "Dad, I haven't seen you for at least 8 years. But at least you care about me. I thought you stopped caring for me and Mom a while ago," Izuku said, looking away. "Izuku, I do care about you and your mother. I had only recently heard about what was happening in Japan because of the whole war thing going on. And now that I'm here I find out that it's already been taken care of. I looked at the old apartment only to find someone else living there. So I came here because of a close friend," Hisashi said, as Izuku shook his head. Mom lived there for a while. At least until she was killed in a villain attack. I was moved here back because of a quirk I have," Izuku said, as Hisashi looked between Izuku and Melissa. "Alright, you don't need to tell me about this quirk you suddenly sprouted right now. But can you please tell me what's happened ever since you entered the supernatural?" Hisashi asked, causing both Rias and Melissa to stare at him in shock. How do you know about the supernatural, sir?" Melissa asked, in shock. Because I'm a major player in it. In fact, if I remember correctly, I was known as one of the most powerful heavenly dragons before I became an evil dragon. But I've put that behind me ever since I met Izuku's mother, who's now dead. Hisashi said, as Rias began to connect the dots. Dad, what are you talking about? And why did you say my left eye is black? Izuku asked confused. Izuku, I'm the sixth strongest being in the known universe. Otherwise known as Quirk, the crescent circle dragon. And about your left eye, it's been black this entire time. Hisashi said, as he revealed his true name as well as pulled out a mirror for Izuku to see. And no way. My eyes have always been emerald green. Izuku said, looking panicked. Izuku, one of your eyes had been black for a week after the whole fight with Riser. Rias said, rubbing his back. What? Why didn't anyone tell me? Izuku asked, as Rias looked to Melissa. We thought that you knew about it. Melissa said, as Izuku shook his head. He didn't know about it because I made it that way. Hisashi's voice rang out, causing everyone to look at him. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, looking at his father in confusion. Ddrag, a little help here. Can you please tell my son the problem with being a full-blooded and even half-blood dragon? Hisashi questioned as Ddrag's voice rang out in the room. As much as I would like to talk about why your father is one of the most powerful beings in the world, I will answer. Midoriya, when you were a dragon, you were born with a very high magical presence. And you could have been used against Crom as a way to get at him personally. Not many people like dragons and would prefer to use a very easy way to get vengeance against them. Ddrag said, as Hisashi took over. Izuku, when you were born, you were the one thing I loved more than life itself. I sealed your true power away because I was afraid that someone from the supernatural would try and use you against me and your mother. I had made a lot of enemies in my past, both good and bad in the long term. If they found out that I had a son, they would have gone searching for you. Not only that, but as a dragon grows, so does their power. Have you noticed a surge of strong opponents wishing to test their strength against you? Crom questioned. Not really. I've had a Eraserhead on my tail as a vigilante for the last few weeks, but I've kept away from him. Izuku said, as Crom chuckled. Not like he could cancel out our power, but anyway, Izuku. Power brings only more power. Your presence in the world of the supernatural will bring people who wish to test their might against you, as a way to prove that they're stronger than the child of Quirk. I hid your power from both you and your mother because I wanted you to at least live a normal human life without the problems of a draconic life where it's filled with nothing but battles for your head and title of stronger than a dragon. Hisashi said, as he lowered his head. So the reason why I was mistreated in school growing up, was because. Izuku said, before pausing. Because I sealed your power away, and because of the damn good job I did. It didn't appear until you'd suffered an injury that you couldn't heal. Hisashi said, as he slammed his fist into the coffee table. Dad, did you have any idea that I would lose my arm in the future after sealing my powers away? Izuku asked, as Hisashi shook his head. I may have only done it to protect you, but it appears as though I only hindered that protection and full-blown caused you unnecessary pain. I shouldn't have sealed your powers. Hisashi growled to himself. You're not at fault, Dad, you did it to protect me. Izuku said, as Hisashi shook his head. Izuku, I only wanted to make sure that you wouldn't be used against me. To me, you and your mother were a weakness that could be used against myself. Hisashi said, as Izuku shook his head. It would have happened anyway because I was quirkless to begin with. I would have been diagnosed as quirkless from the beginning. Izuku said, holding onto his father. He's right, Crom. When you are born with a sacred gear being a part of your soul, it prevents you from being born with a quirk. Ddrag supplied. Hisashi stayed in the embrace with his son as he kept him in his chest. Izuku said nothing as he stayed there when Rias and Melissa spoke up. How did you hide his power for so long? We didn't see any magic used to hide his power. Melissa asked, confused. Because I'd hidden the spell behind his left pupil. Hisashi said, waving a hand over Izuku's left side of his face. Almost instantly multiple sigils appeared on Izuku's pupil as they glowed ominously before changing. Once they dissolved into Izuku's eye, his power shot upwards before lowering into a normal beat as though his power moved along with his heartbeat. "You hid my power behind my eye?" Izuku asked, before he felt himself suddenly pass out. "What happened?" Rias called out as Hisashi spoke up. "I just released his full potential that I'd had hidden. He's just going to undergo a metamorphosis in the night. Sorry if I stopped any kind of plans with my arrival," Hisashi said, as Rias walked up to him. "What are you talking about metamorphosis?" she questioned. "This release of his full potential will allow him to transform fully into a dragon. Not only that, but I will be training him on how to utilize his power safely, all before making sure that when he turns back into an egg, he doesn't get broken," Hisashi said, as he lifted the green egg that definitely wasn't there before. "Wait, when did he turn into an egg?" Melissa and Rias called out, chasing the man down as he walked upstairs. As Hisashi placed the emerald egg on the boy's bed, he took in the room that had belonged to his only son. He smiled at the multiple forms of hero worship that his son had an unhealthy amount of and couldn't help but remember the day his son was diagnosed as quirkless. He'd known about the time difference that he'd witnessed whenever his wife would call him while he worked overseas in America to support them. Money in this world was a bitch to collect, even for an evil dragon like himself. But he didn't let that kind of frustration get to him as he did his very best to support them whilst not being home. And that didn't even seem to be the right thing for him to do since his son was bullied relentlessly, as well as his mother being killed literally a year after he'd lost his arm. Hisashi still remembered the day he first became an evil dragon. His forever mate had been killed by someone who worked with heaven at the time, and he'd witnessed the event and murdered the man in cold blood and destroyed the man's entire bloodline that he could find. He was so vengeful at the time that he'd never noticed the transformation he'd undergone due to his grief, and as he continued through life with a very jaded personality about how one should live it. He was really happy when he'd met the second mate of his life that really brought the good in his heart out, and the day he'd found out that even she was killed, albeit on accident, he was very distraught. He contemplated killing the man as well as his entire bloodline but thought against it. The world would wonder who was strong enough to kill Japan's number 2 hero and his entire family and manage to get away long enough to never be found. So he decided to watch the man from afar in the last few months before returning to Japan in order to find his son who had moved over to Kuo Town to just get away from all the hero versus villain shit. And when he arrived in search of his son, the first thing he'd come across was a massive manchild fighting a young man with a quirk that powered him up through explosions. He was initially impressed with the boy, before remembering that he was the one who killed his son's dream of becoming a hero through getting a license as well as taking his boy's arm. He had saved the boy from certain death as well as killing the manchild from the news he'd seen multiple times in the past. When the boy asked who he was, Hisashi just told him to just stay away from his son and left the boy to just stew on his thoughts about who in the hell he was. Now though, Hisashi watched on with bated breath as the egg in front of him was covered from head to toe in blankets as well as pillows to make sure that his son who was gestating inside would stay warm. He was so focused on the egg in front of himself he didn't push his hearing to the limit to hear what the girls downstairs were talking about in his absence. As Hisashi was having a memory flash of his time before and after the war between heroes and villains, downstairs Rias, Melissa, Irina and Xenovia were sitting on couches. They had teacups in their hands as they drank from the tea itself. Xenovia was glaring at Rias as the young woman had been reciprocating the glare at the exorcist as well, as Melissa and Irina ironically were trying to keep the two from starting another war between heaven and hell itself. The two were sweating comedically as they tried to prevent any fights from happening. And that was when Irina began to talk to everyone about the reason her and Xenovia were in the town in the first place. So, the reason me and Xenovia are in town in the first place is because someone stole some Excalibur blades from the Vatican, Irina said, as she glanced at each person. Okay, so I don't see why that has anything to do with us. Why are you coming to us? Rias asked, with a mock glare. We're here because the person who stole the swords, Grimoire, is someone powerful enough that they survived the Great War. Xenovia explained as Rias scoffed. And the church sent you too. I'm pretty sure that they just sent you two to your deaths. There's no way you both could take on someone who's as powerful as a Cadre-class being, Satan-class being, as well as an Archangel. Rias said, as she looked at the two with a neutral expression. Our mission was to recover the blades that were stolen, not fight the person who stole them. Not like we could. Xenovia growled out, before muttering the last part. So who told you to go to Izuku's home? He's not even in charge of the territory, Rias is. Melissa asked, as she was the only one who asked the real questions here. My sister Griselda informed us about his draconic status. Apparently if a dragon is in a devil's territory, the devil relinquishes the rights to the territory in the first place even if they've been there longer. Xenovia replied as Rias pouted. Even if I were to say that Izuku technically is in charge of this territory, he can't exactly make those kinds of decisions right now, as you could see. Melissa said, as Irina nodded. Which was why we were hoping that you guys could allow us to stay in a spare room. We know that you are devils, and that one of you is a devil dragon. But we'd rather have a good base of operations that isn't well known to the people who stole the weapons. Irina said, as Melissa nodded. I will call my uncle. He technically owns the mansion. I'll be right back, Melissa said, as she stood up preparing to leave before she stopped and glared at Rias and Xenovia. You both better not get into any kind of fight whilst I'm gone, or else I will kick both of you to the doghouse tonight. She said, pointing a knife at both girls. When she left, Rias wondered how Melissa summoned a knife to her hand when they weren't even in the kitchen. And with the blonde out of the room, Irina decided to look around the place as she waited for the owner of the building's retort to her request. She saw multiple picture frames around the place of a woman with green hair that was straight and dark green in color next to Izuku as his hair was curly and black with green highlights. She smiled at the pictures before taking note that the mother wasn't even home at the moment before turning to look at Rias and asked a very concerning question. Hey Mrs. Grimori, she called out. What is it Shido-san? She asked, albeit very strained. Midoriya-kun. He has a mother in these photos, but she's not around. Do you know where she is? Irina asked, confusedly. She's not with us, Shido-san. She died about a year ago. I'm pretty sure that Izuku wouldn't like to talk about it. Even if he can't do that right now, Rias said, as Irina just looked sad. I pray that she's in heaven now. She doesn't have to see what hero society has become after her death. Irina said, as she adopted a prayer stance. All was quiet once more as Hisashi finally came down the stairs and sat down at the coffee table. He pulled his suitcase from the side of the couch as he began to do some paperwork and pulled out a cigar as he lit it with his flame breath and popped it into his mouth. As he stayed working like this in relative silence, the tension in the room was palpable as he turned the television on as he listened to the news that blared out a little louder than a soft hum in the room. The noise was much needed as the tension slowly dissipated as everyone paid close attention to the news anchor talk about the newest hero and villain fight. I can't believe that they are really talking about the war right now. It's been about a year since it happened, get over it. Xenovia growled, as Rias looked over at her. You are aware this is how everyone can remember the event, right? Rias asked, as Xenovia just shrugged. I'd rather move past the events that have already happened. And strive to make sure that they can't happen ever again, she said, as she crossed a leg over her left. Time continued to pass by as Melissa eventually came back downstairs with a smile on her face as she looked at the newcomers. Well, my uncle said that it was perfectly fine for you two to stay here. Just make sure that the supernatural creatures who you are hunting aren't led over here. We can't afford for Izuku to be found out. Melissa said, tossing the phone into a magic circle. I will take Xenovia to a spare room, see you all later. Irina said, as she grabbed her friend and pulled the young woman up the stairs. I don't trust her, Rias growled. You don't have to trust her, but you can't just be untrusting towards the exorcists. They'll be gone by the end of the week at the earliest if they are able to get those weapons back, or they'll be gone by the middle of next month because Kuo Town is a very big place. Melissa said, as she sat next to Rias. If you two are looking for the person who stole those weapons, you should make sure to check the docks. There was a shipment coming towards the place when I arrived in Japan a few days ago. That's probably where the weapons would arrive. Hisashi spoke as he puffed out some smoke from his cigar. How do you know this, sir? Rias asked, looking at the man in curiosity. I do something that is called checking the funds of those who are in Kuo town. And the only place that had grown in money this latest week before those two arrived was the whorehouses across the town. Those fallen angels always loved them some whores. Hisashi growled as he focused on the task of looking for a new job. As the two women looked at one another, they shrugged before heading upstairs. They walked through the halls as they came across the open door that led to Izuku's bedroom. Rias and Melissa thought about looking for the exorcist women before shrugging and thinking about informing the two in the morning. Entering the open door to Izuku's room, they noticed the large increase of power that radiated from the egg that was sat on the bed, slightly tilted as the blankets had slid off the top of it. Rias and Melissa moved over to a side of the bed as they wrapped themselves around the egg itself as it glowed a little as though to acknowledge their existence. They stayed like that as they felt the power inside move along the shell of the egg itself as it felt as though a body part was pushing against it. They placed their palms on the sides of the egg where they sat on as they felt something pushing back against their hands as they smiled. It appeared that Izuku noticed their presence and reacted to it. They sat there doing nothing as they took in the merchandise of heroes across the boys' bedroom walls as well as computer desk that Melissa giggled at. You want to know his favorite female heroine? Melissa asked, as Rias glanced at her. Yukio, she asked, as Melissa shook her head. It's actually a tie between the rabbit heroine, Mirko, and one of the wild cats, Mandalay. Melissa said, giggling. I guess that shows why he was able to sniff out Kaneko as a Nekomata. Rias giggled. Oh no, he liked Mandalay because she wears the Neko ears and tail. She actually doesn't even have any feline features, they're just support equipment to go with her team's name. Melissa said, clarifying Mandalay's questionable choice in appendages. Okay, so what about them does Izuku like about them? From what I can see about them they are more muscular than most women that we've seen. Rias said, as Melissa began to chuckle ominously. Do you really want to see the fan art he'd made for them? Melissa asked. I would like to, Rias said, as Melissa pulled out a notebook. She flipped the pages that Izuku had marked for specific heroes and heroines before stopping on Mandalay's picture first. The woman was in her hero suit as the first thing to stand out about the woman was her cat ears that were support items to assist her with hearing as well as increasing the rang of her quirk. Then came the hero suit itself that hugged her figure quite nicely showing off her beautiful curves and her unnaturally large beeps, and for Izuku's drawing of the woman the correctly sized assets of the woman's beeps. Then as you went further down the woman's hero suit, you could see a tail thrashing about behind her as her ass was on full display as Rias looked quite concerned with the image as a result. Once Rias was finished with the Mandalay image, she moved over to Mirko and found a very mild interpretation of the rabbit heroine. She'd expected Izuku to make the woman slightly taller and have monstrous thighs that could crush the head of a Nomu. But what she saw from the picture was an image from before she lost her limbs and had them replaced with overpowered prosthetics. These ones were flesh and bone that showed of her muscular form. Her arms and legs were beautifully sculpted as well as showed off the tone of her skin color. It appeared as though the woman's musculature had been more in the boy's mind instead of her assets this time around as Rias blinked at Mirko's stated height, which was a monstrous 5 feet 2. I didn't know that Mirko was a midget, Rias muttered, as Melissa began to cackle madly. Don't let her hear you say that in front of her. She might take her anger out on you. Melissa chuckled. What are you talking about? I could easily kill her with my power of destruction, Rias said indignantly. Rias, you are aware that she is a seasoned heroine, right? She's got way more experience in fighting than you do, and I will just say this, you're not ready for any kind of training program the woman could put you through. Melissa said, as she smirked. What makes you think that I'd never survive her training? Rias growled. Rias, when was the last time you actually physically trained your body? Melissa asked, with a knowing smirk. The last time I trained was with the battle against Riser than you very much, Rias said, indignantly. Rias, I meant before that, Melissa said, deadpanning at the young woman. Well, devils are naturally stronger than humans, so I don't really need to train myself, Rias said, as Melissa shrugged her shoulders. It's your funeral if you try and fight her only for her to squeeze your head into a bloody paste with her thighs then. Melissa said, as she licked her lips at Mirko's thighs. Why are you getting aroused from a mere picture of the woman? Rias questioned. Because those thighs don't lie and neither do I, Melissa said, as she looked back at the egg. It was still the same as before, just glowing slightly brighter. Whatever was happening with it, it was nearing completion as the egg was getting more and more warm. Hisashi then decided to enter the bedroom to find the two girls looking at the egg itself as he chuckled. Never seen how an egg is shown to hatch? Hisashi asked, as both nodded. Well, I've never seen the process myself, but from my first mate I'd heard that the egg hatches similar to how a chicken is hatched. Except, there's a lot more muck coming from it. Hisashi chuckled as he sat in front of the egg itself and placing a palm on it. He felt the massive quantity of power coursing through it as he smiled in pure elation. His son would become strong enough to take on many powerful opponents now that he's becoming a pure-blooded dragon. He was hoping that his son wouldn't make the same mistakes he'd done in order to fall down the same path he did. Looking at the two women, however, showed that he was on a collision course with that very same fate, but he thought nothing of it as both women were very strong in their own right. Although, in his own opinion, the two could physically train a bit more, he couldn't wait until his son exited the egg and revealed what his new hybrid form would appear, as only time would tell. As everyone in the room continued talking to one another, deep within the shell of the egg Izuku was shown twitching. The left side of his body undergoing a lot of physical changes to make do with the missing appendage that was slowly growing back from the stump at the shoulder. The young man was undergoing a very painful process of gaining the full abilities he'd have as a pure-blooded dragon, even though he should have been a hybrid between a dragon and human. But the process was taking its time in order for this to go through, as he felt as though he'd been like this for multiple days. He was getting sick and tired of having to listen to Daigoro sing a song from around his time. For what felt like an eternity, Izuku felt movement around the bed still before he began to struggle. He was slowly becoming claustrophobic because of how he was forced into a fetal position inside of a weird membrane that surrounded him, and as he struggled to get out of the egg, Izuku finally managed to slam his left arm through the shell. Wait, his left arm. Izuku took in the surroundings of his bedroom and looked up at the ceiling of his bedroom. Only to find the top of his shell quite literally hanging out of it as though he'd punched it through the ceiling itself with strength he'd previously thought he'd had under control from pure training alone. He blinked in confusion before noticing that he didn't even blink his eyes. A weird membrane blinked for him as his eyes remained wide open and expressive before he took in a sight in front of himself. Both Rias and Melissa were asleep on the bed, their hair splayed out on it as though something had happened between the two just a few minutes before he cracked free of his miniature house. Shaking his head, he began to take in the smells of his bedroom before the smell of beef entered his nostrils. A sweet, tangy, but overall sugary smell entered his nose as he continued to sniff the air as though he were a dog taking in new scents for the first time in his life. He crawled out of the egg and quietly touched down on the ground before he stopped sniffing as he noticed it brought him to some undergarments that were casually laying on the ground near the bed itself. He briefly took a glance at his body and nearly groaned in exasperation as he noticed that not only had he grown in height a little, but his little head did the same. He left the room before anything else could cause him to increase in height. And as he walked through the house, naked as the day he was born, he finally walked down the stairs and entered the kitchen as he opened the fridge as though he were searching for something. As soon as he found a pitcher of water, he began to drink its contents until it was completely empty as he breathed heavily from the amount of water he'd drunk all on his own. His memory was brought back as to who put him through all that pain as he walked into the living room, and sure enough Izuku found his father asleep on the couch with his own laptop on. Just to be curious, Izuku looked at what his father was doing before noticing the site the man was using. It was a job application form site. His father was searching for a job in Japan. This was news to him. His father was actually going to stay in Japan this time around and not leave his side. He couldn't help but let out a quiet yes before he heard a snort from his father, who had been staring at him for what appeared to be a while. So, since when did you start walking around the house as naked as the day you were born? Hisashi asked, with a mischievous smirk on his face. Wait, I'm not wearing anything, Izuku asked, looking down. Nope, you just walked through the house as though you owned the place. And not going to lie, you really should do that more. It will be how you mark certain territories as your own. Hisashi said, as Izuku looked at him weirdly. I'm not going to walk around the town with my crotch out on display. Izuku said, in a deadpan expression. Not like that, I meant that you will be needing to transform into a dragon soon to mark your territory, and by that I mean placing magic sigils around the town in places nobody could find. Hisashi said, as he stood up and cracked his neck. Okay, but can that wait? Izuku asked, as Hisashi nodded. That's fine, I was planning on training you on how to use your dragon form tomorrow anyway. Make sure to give those 2 girls in your room a good time, okay? Hisashi said, as he left for his own bedroom. Night, Izuku called out, as the man let out a wave. It was the next day now as Izuku sat on the couch. He was attempting to put on some of his previous clothing on but was having mixed results. For his shirts, they were fitting him just fine. The only problem at the moment though, was the fact that his shirt was more tight on him. As for his pants, his khakis were now tighter on him as they were form-fitting to his leaner musculature, but they were really creating a problem for his groin as they were being squeezed. It was causing problems with him since he couldn't really sit down properly. It got to the point that Rias increased the size on the pants enough to where his groin wouldn't be squeezed as though Tiamat herself was trying to squeeze the life out of his throat. He was just about to leave the house when the 2 girls who had arrived with his father showed up. They looked as though they were having a bad morning, the blue-haired girl looking as though she'd rather still be asleep with her already closed eyes and slumped posture. Now as for the other girl, her pajamas were very form-fitting as it clung to her form with surprising strength, although what caused Izuku to look away from the girl however, was the fact that the shirt was a button-up shirt, and the top buttons were clinging tight to one another, trying their very best to not break apart and reveal the beeps underneath. Izuku was about to leave through the door and head to school, when he felt someone place a palm over his shoulder. Looking over it with a confused expression, he saw the girl with tan-colored hair looking at him with a pensive expression on her face and opened her mouth to speak when Rias spoke up. Izuku, we need to head out. School will be starting soon, Rias said, as Izuku gave her a nod and a thumbs up. Did you want to say something? Izuku asked the girl. Sorry if I'm taking time out of your day, but I was hoping if you could allow me and Xenovia to search around your territory. We will probably be out of your hair by the end of the week, or month depending on how fast we're able to retrieve the weapons stolen from the Vatican. The girl, Irina asked. Sure thing, although I wouldn't call Kuo Town my territory. I haven't even marked it as my own, Izuku said, sheepishly before rushing out the door. Okay Xenovia, we have our permission to search the area, Irina called out as the woman hummed from the kitchen. Good, that way we can leave as soon as possible. I hate being in the territory of devils. Xenovia growled, as Irina just chuckled shyly. A major portion of the day passed by as Izuku walked amongst his classmates. They all kept giving him weird looks as he took note of how they kept glancing over at his left arm with what appeared to be confusion as well as worry, believing that he'd finally gotten a prosthetic. Shaking his head at that notion, Izuku entered the orc as he saw his father sitting at the coffee table within the room as he looked over at his son with a smile. Izuku reciprocated the smile as he sat down next to the man as he watched him finish his application for a very good job that allowed him to see his son whenever he wishes. Time passed as Izuku was outside now with his father who was cracking his neck and arms. The man was really going to show Izuku how to fight like a dragon, and the young man couldn't wait to see how the man would fight, although he was millions of times stronger than Izuku. As Izuku entered a combative stance, he still favored the style where he fought with one arm, something he would need to change since his arm was now back and fully draconic in nature. Its appearance was similar to Izuku's boosted gear, except with one major difference that made everyone know which one was the real boosted gear. Whilst the boosted gear was crimson red in color, Izuku's left arm had emerald green scales moving from the shoulder down the arm and onto his clawed hand. Alright son, what I will need you to do is attempt to transform into that of a dragon, Hisashi said, as Izuku nodded. Whilst you are doing that, I want you to focus on keeping your intelligence so that you aren't completely taken over by your baser instincts. Hisashi explained as Izuku continued to let his draconic energy flow through him. From afar, the orc with Melissa were watching in awe as Izuku's body slowly gained height. His musculature had also been shown to increase slowly to replace all the human-like muscle that had once been there as his entire form began to massively mutate into the body of a dragon. What the entire club didn't prepare for, however, was the knowledge of them hearing bones snapping and connecting together as they broke apart and reconnected as though they were puzzle pieces to a board game. And as Izuku's body glowed ominously, his height continued to grow until he'd reached his maximum height of at least 10 meters in full height. And while he was 10 meters tall, his overall length had begun to grow to at least double of that, with his tail having been shown to increase in thickness and spikes growing at the edge. The entire group watched in awe as Izuku's entire draconic form was fully revealed to them all as he stood proudly of his new height. His new form had black scales with green highlights moving throughout his body as though they were ominous veins that moved blood on the outside of his tough hide. His eyes glowed with a toxic green color before they were replaced with his original emerald, green-slitted eyes. His legs into his clawed feet were shown to be slightly larger than that of an elephant's own stubbed feet as his wings spread out from behind his body, increasing his height another 20 meters in height. Izuku, now I want you to try and conceal that power within your body and slowly turn your entire form into a draconic human. Hisashi called out from the ground. Izuku gave the man a nod, as he focused his power into himself as his body glowed once more. With significantly less cracking and putting bones into place, Izuku's form returned to that of a young man who had the features of a draconic human. His horns were slightly longer than they used to be as a half-breed, his tail flicked about behind him as his wings fluttered behind as he tried to get used to their presence. Finally, the boosted gear appeared on his right wrist and arm as he felt the power of this newer form begin to take place over his original power. Green electricity sparked around his body as he opened his eyes and took himself in. He clenched and unclenched his hands as he took in the power. He felt coursing through his veins before a smirk came to his face as he stared at his father, who was looking at him in pride. Izuku's horns had pointed out now as they were looking far more feral than he'd looked when he fought Riser Phoenix, but Izuku did take note of how his body structure and appearance had him looking like a feral human with a mutation quirk. Moving his now forked tongue between his teeth, he found that some of them were not as sharp as his canines, which had become longer and thicker, enough to have him eat raw meat and break through bone. So this is what you look like as a hybrid dragonoid human. This is everything that I could have hoped you'd look like, Hisashi said, with a smile. Thanks for helping me find out about this form, Dad. I wouldn't have found out about it until far later if you didn't. Izuku said, as he bounced on the ground a bit. As a way to see how strong you are, I believe that I should come up and see how well he does against me. He barely was able to defeat me without the boosted gear when we last fought. Kiba said, with a smirk on his face. Are you sure? I'm not sure if I'll be capable of holding back in this form. Izuku said, concerned. Don't worry, I've survived far worse than training with you, Midoriya-kun. Kiba said, with a smirk as Izuku smiled. Then I hope we have a good fight, Izuku said, as he magically created a sword from his own aura. Hisashi stood off to the side as he watched his son enter a combative stance with the blade. He did take note that Izuku had only placed his left arm behind himself and adopt a fencing stance before glancing at Rias and the others, who were surprised with how Izuku was going about this. He turned his head back at the incoming fight with a battle-ready smirk on his face as he watched as his son prepared to fight Kiba with his new power and speed. The two young men stared at one another for a moment as Izuku stared at Kiba with a hard, stern expression. Kiba did the same before seemingly disappearing from view, and Izuku felt his presence from behind himself as he moved his arm to bend behind his back, blocking the horizontal strike with a downward vertical block. Kiba then moved around the field with incredible speed as Izuku finally began to move. Everyone could hear the muscles strain in his body as he began moving, as though his muscles were being used for the first time in about 10 years. And faster than anyone could predict, Izuku was right in front of Kiba's face as he pointed his magical blade at the young man's own chest as time slowly went back to normal as Kiba immediately blocked it. Izuku disappeared from view as he came at Kiba from all directions, his speed aiding him in keeping the young man on the defensive. Kiba for his part was doing everything possible to not be taken down by such a speed. He had no idea that Izuku could move this fast. He thought that rook pieces were supposed to be very slow because of the power of the piece itself. Apparently when you undergo a completely different transformation with the power, you gain speed as well as power with it in order to take your new opponents down with swift strikes. He didn't ignore how Izuku continued to fight with only one arm, seemingly wishing to adopt a fencing style of fighting when it came to swordplay. They kept their speed at their maximum as they blasted apart the field with great power and agility. Eventually, Izuku managed to get behind Kiba as he tried to do a diagonal swipe for Izuku's head when the young man had appeared behind him with his left arm pulled back, a small amount of magical energy gathered in it. He swung his leg around to slam into Kiba's gut, causing him to bend over, coughing up spittle as a blast of magical energy was pointed at his exposed abdomen as he took in the glow with his eyes. Looking at Izuku, he found the young man giving him a serious expression as he let go of the power he'd gathered in what was only about 15 seconds of their fight. In an impressive display of magical prowess and tactical genius, he released the magic held in his palm as Kiba was completely engulfed in it. A massive explosion took place of the field, and as the dust was cleared from Izuku flaring his overall power, they all seen the face of complete defeat on Kiba's expression, before the young man fell to the ground unconscious. Rias and the others rushed over to the young man as Izuku stepped back as he looked at his father with concern writ on his features as the man just shook his head as Izuku stood off to the side. "He's all right, just exhausted. Good fight, Izuku, but we should probably let him get some rest. He'll need it," Rias said, as she used a magic circle to send the young man to his bedroom in his apartment. "That was amazing, Izuku-san," Asia called out, hugging his left arm. "I can't believe that you managed to defeat Kiba-san with such speed and power." Asia said with stars in her eyes. "You showed great restraint in your power, Izuku, good job," Hisashi said, placing a palm on his son's shoulder. "Thanks, Dad, you too for your words, Asia-chan," Izuku said, patting the girl's head, to which the girl appreciated greatly. Once everyone was done watching the fight, they used magic to clean the whole field before heading back inside the ORC. Izuku left earlier so that he could show off his new form to the Kendo Club as he informed them about his most recent transformation that allowed him to have what appeared to be a draconic humanoid quirk. It was nearing the end of the day when Izuku arrived back inside his home as he took in the appearance of the exorcists who were sitting on the couch with burned clothing as well as slumped forms. Walking over to them, he lifted them into the air and walked them over to their bedroom. As he entered the bedroom itself, he placed them on the bed before he yawned softly before preparing to leave the bedroom. That was until he'd found a sweet smell entering his nose. Turning around and looking at the two girls, he noticed something that he hadn't when he entered the room. Both women were quite literally releasing some clear liquid from their crotches, causing his nose to immediately take in their very sweet scent, causing him to immediately leave the room. He didn't want his draconic instincts to try and lay claim to them whilst they were sleeping. That was the equivalent of beep, and he didn't want himself to do that at all. He never even wished it upon his worst enemies. Shaking his head from his inner dragon telling him to mark them as his, he entered the kitchen and pulled out some raw pork. He stuck a particularly comically large pork into his mouth as he took a harsh chunk out of it. He smirked to himself as he sat down on the couch before pulling up the news. It appears as though UA has finally let out some information about Bakugo Katsuki being attacked by a villain and losing an arm because of it. As he continued to watch the news, he took definite note of how the Hero School was planning on sending one of their Hero Course classes over to Kuo Town in order to learn more about the people who are protected by vigilantes. He couldn't help but smirk at that knowledge. Katsuki wouldn't ever come near him again after Izuku showed him how weak he really was compared to him now. Where did that thought come from? Oh, whatever, it's probably nothing, Izuku mumbled. Whilst Izuku was having his fun in his new form of a draconic humanoid, the forces of evil were making their moves in the dark of night. A man wielding a blade that was golden in color was killing many priests in the night, gaining the attention of Kiba as the young man walked around the neighborhood with a guarded expression on his face. Walking around the neighborhood, He came across a priest who had been running away from something or rather someone as he watched the man be killed right in front of himself. Looking on in shock, Kiba watched as the priest cried out in agony before dying on the ground in front of him whilst he did nothing to help. "Well, if it isn't the night of Rias Grimori, I haven't seen you in a really long while." A familiar voice rang out to Kiba. "Freed," Kiba growled as he pulled out a sword from his sacred gear. "That's right, boy. I'm back from the Ing dead, and I have a new Ing toy to use on your handsome devil ass." Freed called out, manically with his tongue falling out his mouth. "Gross," Kiba growled before noting the holy energy coming from the blade. "Better not have this weapon hit me," he thought to himself. As the two clashed in the air of the street, they both used their speed in order to better get a hard hit on the other. But Kiba took notice that the man's speed was being increased by the power of the blade itself and immediately took his chance to get back in order to give himself a breather. As Freed leapt at him, Kiba pulled up his blade to block the attack when Freed's blade had managed to break through his own like it was a hot knife through butter, and as the young man attempted to create a new blade from the broken one, the golden blade had nicked his arm. "Guh," Kiba grunted as he felt unimaginable pain erupt from his very being. "Like my new toy, it's called Excalibur rapidly. I certainly hope that you really appreciate its speed as it makes me as fast as you are, pretty boy." Freed called out with a smirk on his face. "Excalibur, but I thought that they were still in the Vatican," Kiba called out, his fury slowly building. "Oh, you thought that the Excaliburs were still in those pussies' grubby little hands. My new master in Kokobile had managed to snag these pretty little things from their hands and decided to give me rapidly. I can't wait to kick some devil ass with this cool new blade," Freed said, as he pointed the blade at Kiba. "I will make sure that I destroy Excalibur. I will not let that sword continue to exist," Kiba yelled angrily. Through his anger, the young man had created an amalgamation of his swords that he'd created in the past. Rushing at Freed, with unparalleled speed that was far faster than the speed he'd gone before their fight had come to an abrupt end, Freed looked at Kiba with confusion before slight panic rushed into his features. Dodging each attack that the young devil had thrown at him with just small hairs from his head being sliced off, he used Excalibur rapidly in order to dodge far better than before as he then swung his blade at Kiba. The sword broke the amalgamation of swords that Kiba had used as the young man had immediately switched to the holy eraser blade to block as much of the power coming from rapidly. But even that blade was broken by rapidly, who had sliced through it very quickly as the name implied. Freed then kicked Kiba back and into a nearby wall as the young man glared at him with fury evident in his eyes. Freed was preparing to land the finishing blow to the young man as he rose an arm in the air holding Excalibur rapidly, and Kiba closed his eyes cursing himself internally for being incapable of stopping a singular Excalibur. But before he could be killed by Freed, the man placed a hand on his ear as though he was being given some new orders as Freed gave him a sadistic grin before glaring down at him. "It appears as though Master Kokobile wishes to keep you alive for just a bit longer. See ya," Freed called out, throwing a flashbang on the ground covering his leave. As Kiba was having a horrible night, Izuku was walking around the neighborhood near the mansion. He'd felt some massive spikes in power coming from this specific area within Kuo and came to check it out, just as a precaution for the home he'd made for himself. He was just doing some light patrolling since he still had a reputation as the vigilante Deku to take care of, as he decided that it would probably be best to change that name into something that actually meant something to him. Sure, by using that name to save others, it was taking the power Bakugo had on him by telling him constantly that he'd never save someone or become a hero, using Deku to demean him. But now though, Bakugo was the one who would probably have to retire from becoming a hero anymore. It was something that had been on his mind ever since he'd taken the young man's arm in reparation for the boy blowing his own arm to smithereens literally 2.5 years ago. He was turning around the corner of a street when he came across something that he'd never thought could occur whilst his vigilante persona had protected the town for the last 2.5 years. A villain was shown to be trying to take advantage of a young woman who was conveniently from his school. She was trying to hit the villain off themselves as the villain laughed aloud. Feeling anger build up inside himself, Izuku walked into the alley as he stopped behind the villain. It wasn't a very powerful villain per se, but it was someone who he'd seen coming by in his town about 2 years ago. As though he were checking out the place, it appeared he'd chosen to make this place his home. This villain was the very same one who killed pro-heroine Midnight during the war against the villains 1 year ago exactly. Reaching a hand out to grab the man, Izuku managed to grip the man's head with his palm as he lifted the gas mask-wearing villain into the air. The girl who was being taken advantage of was actually someone Izuku knew from the Kendo Club. Osumi Takahata. She was the 4th best Kendo Club member from the girls' side of the sword fighting club, just behind Kataise and Murayama in terms of sheer skill and technique. He lifted the villain into the air as he smashed them into the nearby wall, getting the girl's attention as she saw Izuku standing before the villain who'd taken her down without any kind of trouble. "I saw you coming here around 2 years ago, and I will not be having a villain like you in my town." Izuku growled as his emerald iris glowed in the night. "So you're the vigilante who had taken control of this town. I thought that you died." The villain growled as he struggled to escape from Izuku's grip. "Oh, I didn't die. I was just on a small leave of absence, something like training myself to be better. Now then, Osumi, I need you to never remember what you see here tonight," Izuku said, as Osumi couldn't help but just stare at him. The girl stuttered in fear. In the girl's perspective, the young man in front of her was showing that he was the main enemy of the town. Not only that, but he was showing dominance towards the villain who still had his head pushed against the brick building, and he was secreting some kind of gas from his body that Izuku clearly didn't care about. And as soon as the young dragon had taken note of it, he immediately crushed the man's head right in front of her, and she couldn't help but let out a scream of fear once that happened. The man was killed so swiftly and without any kind of trouble that she was downright fearful of being the next target of Midoriya Izuku. Izuku turned in her direction as he kneeled in front of her, pulling her into a hug as the girl was now sobbing in fear of being killed. She struggled in the hug a bit before she ultimately calmed down, realizing that Midoriya wasn't going to kill her next, as she slowly began to relax but still was tense from the experience. As soon as he pulled away from Osumi, the young woman looked into his slitted eyes before just leaving the alley and heading straight home. Sighing in slight relief, Izuku stood up and looked back at the body of the villain he'd left on the ground in the alleyway. Creating a magic circle, he pulled the body into it and sending it into a furnace inside the basement of the mansion. If he can't hide the body, burn it to nothing, that way nobody can find out that the man was even there in the first place. And as he left the alleyway, he came across the exorcists who were checking around the docks. They looked as though they were worse for wear as they came across him and rushed towards him. Stopping his mere walk through the town, he watched as the 2 exorcists had rushed over to him with exhausted expressions on their faces. "Are you two all right? I thought that you'd both be searching for the Excaliburs," Izuku asked, concerned. "We were searching for the blades, but we couldn't find them at the docks." "So that's a bust," Xenovia said, as she let out a small growl of anger. "Don't worry, Xenovia-san, you'll find them eventually. They're like villains, they're bound to make a stupid move," Izuku said, as Xenovia just looked at him. Being consoled by a devil-dragon human hybrid. "What has my life come to?" Xenovia muttered to herself. "I'd say it's become far more grievance-worthy since my luck is like the worst," Izuku said, as Xenovia just stared at him. "Why would you say that?" Xenovia asked, confused. "Just 2 weeks ago, before you two even arrived, a child accidentally used their quirk on me. Gave me rabbit ears to go with my draconic look. Everyone thought that I was wearing rabbit ears to make everyone think that I was actually wearing a costume for my mutated look," Izuku muttered, as he shook his head. "That sounds adorable," Irina said, as Izuku just chuckled. "Try saying that to an entire school who had believed that you were some kind of badass who didn't want to be bothered at the time," Izuku said, shuddering. The trio had decided to turn in for the evening as they walked back to the mansion. They were about to enter the building when Izuku felt a massive spike in magical presence coming towards the home in general, and as he stayed outside, the girls headed to bed unaware of the presence coming for them in their exhausted state. Standing outside, Izuku watched as a being made their appearance above his home as he gave the person a completely deadpanned expression. The person who showed up had 5 pairs of wings that were black feathered, and they had red pupilled eyes with sharp ears similar to that of an elf. He floated high in the sky above Izuku as the man glared at the young red dragon emperor, who just so happened to be the child of an evil heavenly dragon. They stared at one another for a few moments as the man then began to speak to him, but due to his height Izuku could barely hear him. "I am Kokobile, and it is nice to meet you. Red Dragon Emperor." Kokobile's voice rang out, albeit very quiet due to his height. "Can you speak louder? I can't hear you from up there." Izuku called out. "Speak up, boy, I can't hear you from down there." Kokobile called out. "I swear," Izuku muttered before taking to the sky. The two now floated across from one another, the moon's light displaying their shadows in the dark of night. The two just stared at one another as Kokobile took in Izuku's relatively short height compared to his own before he began to chuckle. Then that chuckle became a full belly laugh as the man was literally laughing at how short the current Dragon Emperor of Domination was compared to his own. Izuku just glared at him before becoming self-conscious about his own height as he indignantly yelled out at him. "I'm sure that I'll get taller in the future," Izuku called out, waving his arms around his entire form like a child. "Sorry Red Dragon, I just couldn't believe that you were just this short. I'm around 6'7" and the fact that you were at least nearing almost half my height is just adorable," Kokobile said, chuckling. "Hey, just because I'm short doesn't mean that I'm not powerful," Izuku growled as Kokobile nodded. "That's fine, I wouldn't wish to cause trouble with a dragon in this territory anyway. That would put me in bad graces with Tannen anyway," Kokobile said, as he waved a hand. "The fact that you are in my territory with weapons that can kill devils and cause me a lot of pain begs to differ." Izuku deadpanned as Kokobile let out a laugh. "That may be true, but I was hoping that you'd much rather join me. Together we could take down all of our enemies so long as we don't piss off the wrong ones," Kokobile said, as Izuku thought about it. "What do I get out of this? From all that I can see, you are only getting something from attacking Kuo Town," Izuku asked, as Kokobile just stared at him. "Well, if you want something out of a potential alliance, I can allow you to keep your growing harem of women. It's only a matter of time before that draconic side of you decides to turn one of them into a breeding sow," Kokobile said, as Izuku tilted his head to the side. What?" Izuku asked, slightly confused. "Do you not know what a breeding sow is?" Kokobile asked, slightly worried. "No, I know what a breeding sow is, but why would I ask for that when I already have a girl willing to be one? She's a freaking masochist if you ask me," Izuku said, muttering the last part. "I will pretend to not hear that last part. But I will hope that you stay out of my way. I will be killing Rias Grimori as well as Sona Citri to begin a war between the three factions. It's been unbearably boring ever since we'd entered a small state of peace. I just would like someone to punch me in my handsome face at some point to get the blood pumping," Kokobile said, angrily. "First off, Dracula, you don't have a handsome face. You look like the descendant of Dracula and an elf from an Otone game. Second off, I can't let you kill Rias Grimori or Sona Citri since you are technically attacking my territory. And third off, you really need to speak to a therapist for wanting to have someone punch you in the face to get your blood pumping," Izuku said, as Kokobile nodded. "Good words, young man, but I will continue to do my business here in Kuo. If you wish to stop me, then so be it. We will meet on the battlefield. I just wished to try and speak to you in order to have you pull out of the fighting," Kokobile said, as Izuku smirked at the fallen Kadri. "So you're afraid that I might be capable of killing you? Never thought that I'd see the day that a fallen angel Kadri was afraid of a dragon," Izuku said, as Kokobile glared over his shoulder. "I'm not afraid of you, you arrogant child. I'm afraid of your father," Kokobile growled before disappearing in a bunch of black feathers. "Cool guy, I'd like to train with him sometime if he wasn't evil to the core," Izuku said, as he touched down on the ground. Entering the house again, Izuku walked through the building and got himself something to drink before heading to the bedroom. Once entering the room itself, he found himself staring at a scene that was quite literally from a scene of some beep that he'd seen when he was finding out about beep in general. Rias Grimori and Melissa were laying on his bed in very compromising positions as he looked at the two with a confused expression that was given back at him by the two girls. Rias was below Melissa as their large beeps were squishing against the other as they stared at Izuku, who for some reason felt his pants get very tight before looking down and taking note of the tent in his pants. Looking back up at the girls, he noticed how they both licked their lips before moving from one another, revealing that they were in fact nude. He looked over at the nearby window as though he were looking at the reader, even though he couldn't see them, as he spoke to no one in particular. "Ha ha, I'm in danger," Izuku said, before the two women pulled him into the room. "Ha ha, I'm in danger," Izuku said, as Rias and Melissa yanked him into the bedroom. Tossing the boy onto the mattress, they tore his clothing off as Rias grinded herself on his left arm that was covered in scales. As Izuku felt how wet her snatch was, he glanced over to Melissa, who was looking at him with nothing but love and lust as she pulled the young man into a passionate beat that he reciprocated. As Melissa pulled his upper body into her own, Izuku moved his left hand to where he was pushing his fingers into Rias, dripping as the woman beeped in pure bliss as Izuku moved his fingers swiftly in and out of her. Izuku continued his beeping with Melissa as the girl was beeping into it, as Izuku used his right hand to immediately get her in the mood as he thrusted his fingers into her as well. By the time he had the two women panting heavily from his menstruations, he looked between the two as they laid back on his bed with him looming over the two of them. He glanced at each one before looking to Rias one final time as he moved in on her, as he gripped her beeps with his hands and squeezed them softly as he pulled one of the budding nipples into his mouth. He softly grits his teeth on the nipple, causing a euphoria to come over Rias as she let out constant beeps of pleasure. He then used his left hand to immediately squeeze the left beep of Rias as the woman wriggled under him. As Izuku slowly felt himself growing hard at the stimulation of looking at the nude women in front of him, he couldn't help but chuckle. These two girls were all for him to enjoy, and he would make sure that they enjoyed this moment as well, since they will be working extra hard tomorrow and the upcoming days. Taking the working part of his brain out of the equation for the time frame, he moved his face up to Rias' own as he moved her blushing face to his own in for a beep. As Izuku entered a passionate lip lock, Melissa decided to be a cheeky bugger and moved to his phallus and began to beep him off. As he felt the warm heat of Melissa's mouth covering his phallus, Izuku began to thrust into the blonde's face as he heard her become surprised by his action. As he sped up his thrusts, he finally pulled away from Rias as the young woman had panted heavily from the lip lock before she licked her lips. "That felt really good. I certainly hope that you can do more," Rias said, her eyes briefly showing hearts. "That's not all I can do, but if Melissa would so kindly move away from my cock, I would prove it," Izuku said, as Melissa finally pulled his throbbing member out of her mouth. "I just wanted it to be fully lubricated for entry," Melissa said, cheekily as she moved away. Lining himself up with Rias' dripping cunt, he looked up at her with a questioning glance. He was waiting for her to tell him if he should stop before it's too late, but she nodded at him, giving him permission to enter her body, and he obliged. Immediately he pushed himself at her entrance as he covered the head of his throbbing member in her juices before he pushed the head inside of her, the woman groaning in both pain and pleasure. As soon as he pushed himself further in, he felt something blocking him about a quarter of the way inside her body as he looked up at her before pulling her in for another beep. When the two entered a new lip lock, he thrust it immediately inside Rias all the way. As the two stayed on top of one another, Izuku kept himself deep inside her as he felt her inner walls clenching all around his throbbing member. Pulling his face away from Rias, he had let out a groan of satisfaction as well as pleasure before looking into the crimson-haired woman's eyes. She had the expression of pure bliss on her face as her entire body twitched all around him before he began to pull out, watching as her face lost some of its pleasure before he thrusted in her once more. Her blissful expression came back again when that happened as he slowly built up his pace before his speed was slowly increasing. "You know, for a beep you're taking this pretty well," Izuku grunted as he kept thrusting into her. "I know, I'm surprised as well, but please move harder," Rias called out, wrapping her legs around his lower waist. "You didn't even need to ask," Izuku said, pulling the woman close to him. He began to thrust that much harder as he went in and out of her dripping wet. As he kept thrusting, he felt as though something was taking over him as he lowered his face over the side of her neck that met her shoulder when he opened his mouth, his canines showing themselves and glinting in the moonlight. As soon as he felt his climax was about to reach him, he bit down on Ria's shoulder, causing the woman to let out a yelp in slight pain before the bit itself began to allow pleasure to take over her entire form. And moments after he bit her shoulder, Izuku released ropes of semen into her womb as his lower tip smashed into the woman's cervix. The two beeped in pleasure as Izuku kept thrusting for a couple seconds before planting himself as deep as possible. Once he felt as though he had finished releasing inside Rias, he slowly pulled himself out of her as he glanced over at Melissa, who had her ass facing him, as he felt himself become hard once more. Licking his lips, he pointed his throbbing cock at her, dripping, and thought about what he should do. He knew that she was on the pill. He could practically smell the damn thing emanating from her entire body. But he had second thoughts about this before shaking his head and slammed his cock deep into Melissa's dripping cunt as the tip of his member slammed into her cervix as well. For a few minutes Izuku began to hump her as though he were a dog in a rut. Although he could feel the second climax coming in far faster than his first, he pulled Melissa into his chest as he used his palms to squeeze and knead at Melissa's beeps. As he thrusted deep within her body, he suddenly felt her twitch before shivering, and he felt something change within her body, specifically where his cock was, as he felt it increase in its size and girth. Looking over Melissa's chest and moving her beeps out of the way, he found a very pronounced bulge on her stomach as he reached down with his left hand to see if he could feel himself in her. And sure enough, he felt even more pleasure from touching the bump as he thrusted even harder in her. Melissa beeped very loudly as he continued to make her his breeding sow. And when he pushed her form into the bed, he kept her ass in the air as he pushed as deep as he could inside her body as he released all his pent-up arousal towards her. He felt himself releasing deep within her as he felt the little semen sloshed around in her womb before pushing around his cock in an attempt to escape from her. He held her ass as close to his beep as possible as he plugged her up tight and couldn't help the predatory growl coming out of his throat as he pulled Melissa up on the bed before laying her down next to Rias. Pulling out of the young woman, he grabbed a nearby blanket and hauled it over the two's forms and left the bedroom. It was a few hours later that Izuku left his bedroom looking like he'd ran a marathon for a whole week without rest. Entering the bathroom, he walked towards the shower and turned on the hot water as he dragged himself down from his bepool high. The simple fact that he'd taken two women in one night was surprising for Izuku, but taken them both at almost the same time. That was something Izuku wasn't prepared for. Not to mention the fact that the bathroom door was opening up as well when he heard the sounds of Irina and Xenovia entering as well. "Wait, don't enter the shower," Izuku called out, both women yelping in surprise. "What are you doing in here?" Xenovia called out, as Izuku poked his head out of the shower itself. What does it look like?" Izuku asked, with a very concerned expression. "Well, it's not like you won't be seeing us naked. I mean, you've seen naked girls, right?" Irina asked, with a strange naive nature. "I've literally come in here to warm up after being in a cold room making sure Rias and Melissa had their dinner," Izuku said, as Xenovia just looked downright disgusted. "Why would you talk about that?" she growled, yanking his hair. "Hey, don't yank the hair, it's natural," Izuku yelped. "Xenovia, wait," Irina called out, as Izuku was hauled out of the shower itself. When Izuku was hauled out of the shower, both women were now staring at his naked form. Izuku was now feeling like getting back in the shower to hide himself, when he felt a hand reach over and wrap itself on his throbbing member. He felt the cold touch before glancing at the person who was touching him like this, and was thoroughly surprised to find that it was Irina who was staring at his member with awe. Standing up immediately, accidentally smacking the girl in the face with his junk, he got into the shower before his inner dragon would attempt to take her as well tonight. He really didn't want to do that right now. Now a few more hours later, Izuku was now leaving the house to check up on the neighborhood. He exited the house wearing his insulated vigilante gear as he jumped from building to building as he began his search for any villainous activity. As he rushed through the night, he came across multiple fallen angels who were taking notice of him and rushed towards his location to end his life, something that he retorted something along the lines of "no you," and immediately ended their existence. Rushing through the night, Izuku came across multiple opponents who wanted to end his life but failed in their attempts. But there was one encounter he'd come across when he found Kiba moving through the night with an injury on his left arm. Jumping down from the nearby rooftop, he landed in front of Kiba, who was showing massive amounts of killing intent. It caught Izuku off guard for a moment. But that was nothing compared to his own towards Bakugo, and he assisted the young man to get to his mansion to help him recover from his injury on his arm. By the time they returned to his mansion, he pushed the door open in a hurry as he rushed Kiba over to the couch to lay him down. The young man was looking as though he'd die at any moment, but Izuku managed to place some magic power into the boy's body, keeping him on the living plane. Izuku was rushing through the house as he gathered enough supplies to help him heal up. He came back with some bandages as he came back over to him and wrapped his arm up with them whilst putting some gauze over the harsh burns on the boy's shoulder blade. Glancing into Kiba's dull blue eyes, he saw as the young man was grunting with some slight effort to stay awake as Izuku placed a palm over the boy's forehead. The boy was burning up from the amount of holy energy that was coursing through his veins as Izuku pumped the boy back up with some unholy energy. Once the boy's vitals from what Dedrag supplied him with information on how he was capable of sensing the boy's power, Izuku was leveled out. Izuku settled down his panic. He took a deep breath as he looked at the injury on the young man's shoulder as well as the cuts on his form. It looked as though someone came by and fought him with a sword, and Kiba either won but barely, or he'd lost and was just only alive due to pure dumb luck. He shook his head as his fist clenched at his hip as he growled unknowingly very loudly as his eyes soon became overcome with a glow that revealed what he viewed his friends within Kuo Town as. Whoever the hurt what was mine, will get no mercy when I find them. Izuku growled internally before looking outside and rushing out the door. He was unaware of the fact that Kiba had been watching his actions before watching Izuku rush outside in a blind fury. Izuku leapt across another building as he searched for the person who had hurt Kiba. The person who hurt Kiba, one of his horde, they will suffer for nearly taking what belonged to him, and Izuku couldn't stop that kind of thinking as he rushed through the air and stopped at an observatory. He stood in front of it with his draconic tail flicking about in an annoyed way before he heard a voice coming from nearby. Looking over swiftly, he found where the voice was coming from and quietly stomped over there, his fury building. Getting closer to where the quiet talking was, he finally found who was talking. It appeared to be a man with silver-colored hair, wearing a priest uniform next to a man who wore an archbishop's garb, something that Izuku unconsciously licked his lips at. He listened in on their conversation for a bit longer as he overheard their plans being told. "Did you manage to injure the devil brat before you left?" the archbishop-looking man asked. "Of course, you old bastard. I wouldn't leave that boy without something of mine to remember me by," the man said, as though it was a calling card of his. "Grr, then make sure that you can kill him the next time you interact. We don't need one of the devils to know about our plans of starting a new great war." The archbishop growled at the priest. "As you wish, archbishop. Anyway, do you know of any women I can use too? I need to get off some bepool frustration," the man said, as the archbishop looked at him with a deadpan expression. "You can use one of the brothels around here, Freed. I don't need to be seen around you as of right now," the archbishop said, before disappearing in a magic circle. "Damn bastard, one day I will become strong enough to kill that man. He gives me the hibby-jibbus," Freed muttered as he turned around, only to come face to face with Izuku, who was giving him a glare with a very unhappy face. Think of Yelena when she was glaring at Armin. Freed stared at the unhappy glare of Izuku as the man just kept staring at him as though his body were preventing him from moving, acting as though not moving would impair Izuku's vision of him. Izuku's hand then reached and grabbed the man's own so swiftly that the man could only let out a muffled scream of pain before the sound of blood splashing the ground was heard. Moments after the death of Freed, Izuku looked at the weapons that were in the man's possession. He saw multiple golden weapons that were different in appearance as well as the power emanating on their forms. He reached out to grab one before the devil part of his DNA began to beg him to not touch the weapons. He thought about it before just grabbing them, not even feeling something wrong with the blades itself. Shaking his head at that, believing them to just be replicas, he took off into the night, never to be seen by those who were very aware of his presence in the town. Returning back to the house, Izuku entered the place as he saw Kiba sitting on the couch now. Looking at the young man, he saw as the sword wielder was just openly glaring at the weapons he held onto without any kind of problems. Izuku placed one of them in front of the boy as Kiba looked downright confused as he looked up at Izuku, who just smirked and gave a wink before heading upstairs to wake up the other girls. Leaving the young man to the sword in the living room, Izuku walked up the stairs until he reached the second floor and made his way towards the room where Xenovia and Irina were most definitely staying. Knocking on the door, he heard the sound of some muffled words as well as what appeared to be beeps. Looking at the door slightly worried, he knocked again as Irina had answered the door with a blush on her face as she looked at Izuku with a confused expression on her face. That was before he spoke out loud for her to hear from him specifically. "I found the weapons that you guys were searching for. The priest guy who was holding onto them was dreadfully weak and I managed to get them off his body," Izuku said, holding the weapons out to Irina. The girl just stared at the weapons that were in his arm that were at his hip. She just stared at him for a moment, not even registering the whole conversation as she allowed him into the bedroom to place them in a nearby suitcase. Once he was inside the bedroom as a whole, he placed the weapons inside the suitcase and closed the container before standing back upright and looking to leave. But as he turned around, he heard the door lock behind him as he turned around to look at Irina, who was looking sheepishly at him as she looked behind him at the bed. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. Following her gaze, he found Xenovia sleeping on the bed with a serene expression on her face as he turned to look at Irina. The girl used body language to get him to follow her towards the bathroom nearby, and as he entered it, he found himself suddenly pushed against the wall as his pants were pulled off. He stared down at the tan-haired girl as she saw his phallus come out of its hiding spot as she unconsciously licked her lips before looking up at him whilst moving a palm up and down its length. Izuku was staring at her in complete shock as she continued her menstruations before speaking to him. "I need to say sorry for earlier in the night before you left the house. This was the only way I thought I could apologize as well as repay you for finding those blades," Irina said, with a wink, tilt of her head and sticking her tongue out. "Are you sure that you want this to happen?" Izuku asked, his breathing slowly increasing in pace. "Don't worry, I'm sure that I can take this monster," Irina said, as she licked her lips again. As she reached out for his cock, she prepared to take it all in her mouth when the bathroom door opened. And Xenovia was standing there with sleepy eyes as she looked at the scene in front of her, glancing between Izuku's shocked and bewildered expression and Irina's. She just blinked. "I must be having a weird dream if I'm seeing my friend try and seduce a draconic devil," Xenovia said, as Izuku looked at Irina. Do you want to join?" Irina asked, as she blew some air on Izuku's throbbing member. "Not today, I'm not even sure if we will be capable of leaving without the last blade." "Who found the blades anyway?" Xenovia asked, surprisingly talkative whilst being asleep. "It was Izuku, and he brought them to us," Irina said, as Xenovia looked at Izuku. "Good job, just make sure that no holy energy is moving through your body," Xenovia stated before leaving the bathroom. The two looked at one another before sighing in relief. Irina had pulled his pants back up before looking at him. The two decided to keep this moment between the two of them before Izuku left the room, allowing the two women to go back to sleep again. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.